And let's get straight to it. Yo, this is Set with Set King Media, man. I'm back with another one for you guys. This is going to be a nice little lineup. Today we got a great little political lineup and a great social hour lined up for y'all. I appreciate y'all support coming through these past weeks. But before we get started into this, go ahead and double tap this screen to like the video. Let's get right into it, man. The Secretary of State is pretty much supporting or defending the whole airstrike on Yemen. In my belief, I think we're just stirring up more conflict in the Middle East.
As we come on the air, U.S. forces are in the midst of President Trump's most significant military campaign thus far in his second term. Let's get straight to it this morning with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who joins us from Miami, Florida. Mr. Secretary, for our audience, just to explain, this Red Sea area is a really important transit point for global shipping. The Houthis out of Yemen have been disrupting transit there for some time. President Trump cited these concerns when he announced the strikes. I'm wondering, how long will this campaign last, and will it involve ground forces?
Well, first of all, the problem here is that this is a very important shipping lane. And in the last year and a half, the last 18 months, the Houthis have struck or attacked 174 naval vessels of the United States, attacking the U.S. Navy directly. 170.
And that was crazy. So they was attacking U.S. ships, and we ain't did nothing to them. We ain't did nothing to them until now. Man, I thought we were America. So you touch anything that's American, man, you know, you get them American bombs.
74 times, and 145 times they've attacked commercial shipping. So we basically have a band of pirates, you know, with guided precision anti-ship weaponry, and exacting a toll system in one of the most important shipping lanes in the world. That's just not sustainable. We are not going to have these people controlling which ships can go through and which ones cannot. And so your question is, how long will this go on? It will go on until they no longer have the capability to do that.
Well, what does U.S. intelligence tell us at this point? Because the U.S. had been conducting strikes for some time, but has not stopped the Houthis. So what's going to be different right now? Do you have more fidelity in the intelligence that would make this more successful?
Well, here's the thing. Like, it kind of sounds like we just now start doing something about the Houthis. So it took for us to designate them as a terrorist organization for us to attack them or for us to come back at them. And not the fact that they were attacking American ships. Like, that's a bit strange to me. But okay.
Well, those strikes were retaliation strikes. So they launched one missile, we hit the missile launcher, or we sent something to do it. This is not a message. This is not a one-off. This is an effort to deny them the ability to continue to constrict and control shipping. And it's just not going to happen. We're not going to have these guys, these people with weapons able to tell us where our ships can go, where the ships of all the world can go, by the way. It's not just the U.S. We're doing the world a favor. Yeah. We're doing the entire world a favor by getting rid of these guys and their ability to strike global shipping. That's the mission here, and it will continue until that's carried out. That never happened before. The Biden administration didn't do that. All the Biden administration would do is they would respond to an attack. These guys would launch one rocket, we'd hit the rocket launcher. That's it. This is an effort to take away their ability to control global shipping in that part of the world. That's just not going to happen anymore.
And it could
this will continue until that's finished.
It could involve ground raids.
Pretty much, we taking the kid gloves off. It's like we usually just intercept their rockets, and that would be enough. But now we're just gonna full on hit them with our own rockets. Like, yeah, we're taking the kid gloves off when it comes to the Houthis now. The Houthis.
Well, those are military decisions to be made, but I've heard no talk of ground raids. I don't think there's a necessity for it right now. I can tell you that as of last night, some of the key people involved in those missile launches are no longer with us. And I can tell you that some of the facilities that they used are no longer existing. And that will continue. Look, it's bottom line, easy way to understand it, okay? These guys are able to control what ships can go through there. They've attacked the U.S. Navy 174 times. Yeah. They've attacked the United States Navy. We're not going to have people sitting around with the missiles attacking the U.S. Navy. It's not going to happen, not under President Trump.
The president also referenced Iran in his statement. Iran provides some support for the Houthis, as you know. Put this in context for me, because U.S. intelligence has been suggesting for some time that Israel has the desire and intent to conduct an attack on Iran's developing nuclear program in the coming months. President Trump has extended an offer for negotiations. Have you heard anything back from Iran? Is this strike in Yemen a signal to Iran?
This strike in Yemen is about their ability, the ability of the Houthis to strike global shipping and attack the U.S. Navy, and their willingness to do it. 174 times against the U.S. Navy, 145 sometimes against global shipping. That's what the strike is about. What we can't ignore, and the reason why the president mentioned Iran, is because the Iranians have supported the Houthis. They've provided them intelligence. They've provided them guidance. They've provided them weaponry. I mean, there's no way the Houthis, the Houthis would have the ability to do this kind of thing unless they had support from Iran. And so this was a message to Iran. Don't keep supporting them, because then you will also be responsible for what they are doing in attacking Navy ships and attacking global shipping.
So it seems like Benjamin Netanyahu about to get his Christmas list. It's like low-key. He wanted war with Iran, and we're kind of going at the Houthis as a way of saying to Iran is like, look, if you don't stop backing these dudes, you're next. So it kind of sounds like Benjamin Netanyahu kind of getting his wish. Like, because let's be real, we could just take care of the Houthis and take out one of Iran's many arms and just be like, all right, look, this is one of the arms I just can't use no more. F with us again. We'll just keep out taking out more. There is no reason to try to get into a war with these guys.
They also get support from Russia potentially, which you leverage sanctions in regard to.
Already?
But I want to ask you,
Dave, bruh, already? All right, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave, man, starting us off. All right, I got
about
you.
tariffs, because you were just in Canada this past week. China is Canada's second biggest export market, Mexico's third. In this ongoing trade back and forth the U.S. is having, isn't there a risk that China will ultimately be the winner? If it's too costly to deal with the United States, won't they benefit?
Well, actually, China and Canada are involved in a mini trade war right now. In fact, the Chinese have imposed a bunch of tariffs, reciprocal or retaliatory tariffs on Canada after Canada imposed tariffs on them. So here's the way everyone needs to understand this, okay? The president rightfully believes that the balance of global trade is completely off kilter. For 30 or 40 years, we have allowed countries to treat us unfairly in global trade.
Yeah, we've allowed countries to tariff our items, completely make our items let's be real, unbuyable, like unfavorable in their economy. Like, there's a reason why you don't see like a lot of foreigners driving American cars, or the newest American cars, is because they tariff the hell out of our cars. They tariff the hell out of most of our products. American products aren't really sold outside of our country. Why? Because we get hit with tariffs. But for some reason, we're playing oh so nice with these people who kind of just push our products to the side, and we're just pushing their products up forward. We're even letting them price their products lower than our American-made ones, thus destroying our industries. Like, bro, this does not make any sense.
Much of it during the Cold War, because we wanted them to be rich and prosperous because they were our allies in the Cold War. But now that has to change. You look at the European Union. The European Union's economy is about the same size as ours. It's not a low-wage economy. It's very comparable to ours in terms of its composition and so forth. Why do they have a trade surplus with us? So what the president is saying is two things. Number one, there are critical industries like aluminum, like steel, like semiconductors, like automobile manufacturing, that he rightfully believes, President Trump rightfully believes, the U.S. needs to have a domestic capability. And the way you protect those industries and build that capability is by ensuring that there's economic incentives to produce in the United States. The second is global, and that is, we are going to put tariffs on countries reciprocal to what they impose on us. And so this is a global. It's not against Canada. It's not against Mexico. It's not against the EU. It's everybody. And then from that new baseline of fairness and reciprocity, we will engage potentially in bilateral negotiations with countries around the world on new trade arrangements that make sense for both sides. Fairness. But right now it's not fair. We're going to reset the baseline, and then we can enter into these bilateral agreements potentially with countries so that our trade is fair. What's not going to continue is, of course, these.
So this is all just about leverage to get bilateral, not North American free trade deals. Renegotiation.
No, it's not leverage. It's fairness. It's resetting baseline fairness, and then from there we can work on deals and so forth, because they'll have products we don't make, we have products they don't make. That's where trade works the best. It has to be free, but it has to be fair. And right now it's only free on one side, and it's not fair for the other side.
Exactly. Like, it's free trade for them. I mean, they get to sell into our economy with barely any tariffs, with barely any limitations, but we can't sell into their economy without getting tariffed out the ass. Like, I do not approve. This is BS. Like, bro, what? And then, bro, you're really telling me that the Democrats say, oh, we're hurting nobody's going to want to work with America. I mean, like, bro, we've been letting everybody screw us over. Good riddance. I mean, if the only deal we can do with y'all is a bad deal, then good riddance. We don't need it.
Well,
it's an
sir,
unsustainable position.
The ad hoc nature of these policy announcements and pullbacks are causing concern in the marketplace, as we saw this past week. So I heard you describe what seemed like a strategy to get.
Here's the thing, like, everybody's worried about these concerns in the marketplace. Do you understand that? I'm being real with you. This is kind of our fault. Like, we kind of have no reason to complain about this because we let our government take manufacturing now. We did no protesting, no nothing. And we just said hooray over the nice little cushy office job that they replaced them with while gutting our middle class. We let them do this. And now we're over here complaining about the hardship that we might have to go through to get it back in order. To rebuild the middle class, yes, we are going to have to go through a pinch point, as Trump said. A recession, I doubt it. But it's going to be a little bit tough because we're bringing back jobs in, and it's going to kind of shake the economy or the way our economy used to work.
To negotiations on a bilateral front, you also seem to negotiate. You say this was national security minded, but then we also see comments by the president of like 200% tariffs on champagne. That's not a critical industry for the United States. That seems more emotional.
No, that's called retaliation. That's what happens in these trade exchanges. They're going to increase tariffs on. They already have high tariffs. They're going to add more to their tariffs. Fine. Then we'll have to find something to. I mean, you tell me. I mean, Canada's going after whiskey and orange juice and
retaliation.
Yeah, exactly. So that sounds pretty petty to me as well. So what's the difference? The point is, I get it. I understand why these countries don't like it, because the status quo of trade is good for them. It benefits them. They like the status quo. We don't like the status quo. We are going to set a new status quo, and then we can negotiate something, if they want to, that is fair for both sides.
If you people cannot understand that, the reason why these countries are so upset is because they were in the favorable deal the entire time, where their products were getting sold here on low and destroying our industry while our products weren't selling at all in their country. If you do not understand how well that was how like fortunate that was for these countries, I mean, come on now. There's a reason why they're hitting us with retaliatory tariff. There's a reason why they're getting petty with us. Dog, they're like a disgruntled ex-girlfriend, man. You done took away the car, the nice house, and everything, and now she out here bitter. This is how these countries are acting. They're acting really bitter right now because we done low-key held their hands through their economic troubles, and now we're letting their ass go. They want to kick and scream and call us bad guys. It's like, okay.
But what we have now cannot continue. We have just deindustrialized this country. Okay, deindustrialize the United States of America. There are things we can no longer make, and we have to be able to make in order to be safe as a country and in order to have jobs. That's why we had a Rust Belt. That's why we've suffered all these important jobs that once sustained entire communities, wiped out by trade, that basically sent these factories, these jobs, this industrial capability to other places. That cannot and will not continue. President Trump, this is no mystery. He's been talking about this since the 1980s, actually, even before he was a political figure. This is going to happen, and it's going to happen now.
I want to ask you about Russia. You said Envoy Steve Witkoff's meeting with Vladimir Putin that happened last week would answer the fundamental question of whether we're moving towards a ceasefire or whether Putin is using a delay tactic. You spoke with Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, yesterday. Is this a delay tactic?
Well, I think that was a promising meeting. As I've said repeatedly, we're not going to negotiate this in the public. Hopefully, we'll have something to announce at some point fairly soon. I can't guarantee that, but I certainly think the meeting was promising. The exchange was promising. I don't take away from Steve's meeting, from Ambassador Witkoff's meeting, negativity. There are some challenges. This is a complex 3-year war.
Make sure you guys like the video, man. Let's get to 15 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner, man. Let's get more people in on the conversation.
That's been ongoing along a very long military front with a lot of complexity to it. So no one's claiming that it's easy, but I want everyone to understand, here's the plan. Plan A is get the shooting to stop so that we can move to plan B, phase 2, which is have everybody at a table, maybe with some shuttle diplomacy, to figure out a way to permanently end this war in a way that's enduring and it respects everybody's needs and so forth. No one is saying that that second part is easy, but we can't get even to that second part until we get past the first part. It's hard to negotiate an enduring end to a war as long as they're shooting at each other. And so the president wants a ceasefire. That's what we're working on. Assuming we can get that done, and that won't be easy in and of itself, we move to the second phase, which is negotiating something more enduring and permanent. That will be hard. It will involve a lot of hard work, concessions from both sides, but it has to happen. This war cannot continue. The president has been clear about that, and he's doing everything he can to bring it to an end.
Okay. We'll talk about that later in the program as well with Envoy Witkoff. I want to ask you about a decision you made to revoke a student visa for someone at Columbia University this past week. The Wall Street Journal editorial board writes, the administration needs to be careful. It's targeting real promoters of terrorism, not breaking the great promise of a green card by deporting anyone with controversial political views. Can you substantiate any form of material support for terrorism, specifically to Hamas, from this Columbia student? Or was it simply that he was espousing a controversial political point of view?
And here's the thing, though. Bro, the Dems might have the conservatives' cards pulled on this one. They might actually be able to pull our card on this, because I don't even agree with them locking up this student. I honestly do believe it kind of was a violation of free speech. And here's the thing: would this student have got the same treatment if he wasn't talking about Israel? I mean, there's a lot of countries. I mean, would he got the same treatment if he was talking about Ukraine? Probably not. I mean, same treatment if he was maybe talking about, I don't know, some other war, some African country that we're involved in. But due to the fact that it was Israel, he's getting locked up. And here's the thing: every time somebody talks on Israel, they get yoked up, canceled, called anti-Semitic. I mean, bro, papers are writing whole paragraphs about him or whole stories about him. Like, it is a little weird.
Well, not just the student. We're going to do more. In fact, every day now we're approving visa revocations. And if that visa led to a green card, the green card process as well. And here's why. It's very simple. When you apply to enter the United States and you get a visa, you are a guest. And you're coming as a student, you're coming as a tourist, or what have you. And in it, you have to make certain assertions. And if you tell us when you apply for a visa, I'm coming to the U.S. to participate in pro-Hamas events, that runs counter to the foreign policy interest of the United States of America. It's that simple. So you lied. You came. If you had told us that you were going to do that, we never would have given you the visa. Now you're here. Now you do it. So you lied to us. You're out. It's that simple.
But is there any evidence of a link to terrorism, or is it just his point of view?
Yeah, they take over. I mean, you should watch the news. These guys take over entire buildings.
They
vandalize colleges.
Intensely.
They shut down
I'm
colleges.
asking about the specific justification for the revocation of his visa. Was there any evidence of material support for terrorism?
Was the negotiator negotiating on behalf of people that took over a campus, that vandalized buildings? Negotiating over what? That's a crime in and of itself, that they're involved in being the negotiator, the spokesperson, this, that, the other. We don't want it. We don't need these people in our country. We never should have allowed them in the first place. If he had told us, I'm going over there and I'm going over there to become the spokesperson and one of the leaders of a movement that's going to turn one of your allegedly elite colleges upside down, people can't even go to school, library buildings being vandalized, we never would have let him in.
I mean, yeah, obviously we wouldn't have let him in, obviously. But here's the thing, though. It's like I said, if this man was inciting violence against Jewish students, yeah, get him up out of here. But if he was just having a pro-Palestinian point of view without being violent, then yeah, y'all kind of jumped the gun on this. You jumped the gun. All right, now let's get into my man Big Wave Dave's musical interlude. Appreciate the support, my man. Let's get right into it. And if you want also a musical interlude, $10 and up for non-members. If you're a member, $5. Let's go. I mean, hey, man, bars. Bars. All right, let's get right back to it, man, right? Let's get right back to the political hour. Oh, man, appreciate that music suggestion, Dave. I ain't gonna lie, you got me amped up now.
President Trump will be making an historic visit today to the Department of Justice for a speech laying out his vision for restoring law and order and ending the weaponization of the Department of Justice and our law enforcement agencies. Here's the president yesterday.
We have a great Justice Department. Pam Bondi is so fantastic. We don't want to have crime in the streets. We don't want to have people pushed into subways and killed, and then the person that did the pushing ends up in a 15-year trial and gets off scot-free. We want to have justice, and we want to have safety in our
guys. Yes, we are live on TikTok right now. I think we're second live on TikTok. Hey guys, so do me a favor and like the video.
cities as well as our communities. And we'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about a lot of things, the complete gamut.
And joining me right now is the woman tasked with the job, the nation's U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi. AG, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Maria. It's great to be with you.
And of course, you sat and testified under oath to the Senate Judiciary Committee, the same thing, that you would only follow the facts and the law. Tell us how you will de-weaponize the DOJ.
Please.
Well, Maria, we've been doing it since day one, and we're going to continue to do that. President Trump's mission was very clear. His directive was make America safe again. That's what we're going to do. No more weaponization. We're going to go back to fighting basic crime, getting these cartels out of our country by securing our borders, prosecuting the worst of the worst, seizing the drugs, which is what President Trump has directed us to do since the second he's been in office, and lock up the violent criminals as long as we can behind bars or seek the death penalty. And that's what we've been doing. You know, we've signed death warrants. We've to seek the death penalty since he's been in office. It's not business as usual. We are going back to the basics, fighting violent crime and taking.
Yeah, all my youngins actually out there selling drugs and that fetty and all that good stuff. Y'all might want to stop. Yeah, we're hitting out death penalties over that. Okay, so hey, guys in the trap, put down the fentanyl. Okay, we're handing out death sentences.
Taking these drugs off the street is the main component of keeping our kids safe.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, because people have been afraid to walk the streets, basically, because there's no accountability. You have to go to the drugstore and find your toothpaste locked up. Tell me how you're going to do it and what you can tell us about the president's speech today at the DOJ.
You know, he has never been to the Department of Justice.
That's amazing.
And it's right. And I can't wait for him to be there to show that he is going to make America safe, that he has been making America safe. Just since he's been in office, 2,000 kilos of fentanyl have been taken off the streets. It's crazy what he's done. 18,000 kilos of methamphetamine. These are the things that are killing our kids from coast to coast, whether it's St. Louis to 170,000 pills of fentanyl in Utah. That's one life per pill. And he has been fighting drugs.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I remember a couple years back, there was like a huge ice pop-up. Like everybody was on crystal meth. It did not make no sense. Like dudes was literally bragging about how much work they were getting in because they was off crystal meth. Like, bro, I ain't sleep for like 3 days, man. Guess what, bro? I got good check coming in. I know, I bet, because you ain't sleep because of the crystal meth. And you know what you're gonna do with all that money? Buy more crystal meth. Thinking that it's a life hack.
Fighting the cartels, and we are going to keep America safe. And, you know, the weaponization has ended. They are trying to weaponize against Elon Musk, and we are not going to let that happen either.
Well, that's right. And we saw all the vandalism to the Tesla cars this week. President Trump will reportedly invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which allows him to. Trump will report.
Damn. I mean, shout out. I mean, the fentanyl. Okay, we're doing this by pounds. 6,000 pounds in fentanyl, 30 pounds in cocaine, 46 pounds in ice, and methamphetamines, and 64,000 pounds, 64,000 pounds of marijuana. I mean, goddamn, they pulled the truck over. These three I'm more concerned. I'm more concerned about the methamphetamines, cocaine, and the fentanyl and the fetty. Marijuana, I mean, shoot, it all depends. It all depends on what they put in it.
Reportedly invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which allows him to fast-track deportations of criminals that are illegal migrants. ICE also arrested more than 32,000 illegal migrants in the first 50 days of the president's second term, including those 14,000 convicted of crimes. AG, I want to get your take on how you're going to do this, because you're facing pushback, right? The sanctuary cities are saying, no. We are sanctuary. We're going to continue sanctuary. So where is the accountability for some of these sanctuary cities that are working against you?
And guys, man, let's get the likes up, man. Appreciate the support, by the way. But go ahead and double tap that screen for me and hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like the video. And if you're on TikTok, well, you know what you got to do. Just double tap the screen.
Yeah, well, you're seeing what's happening. We're suing them. We're suing the states. They will no longer be sanctuary cities. We will come in there. We will arrest you. We will prosecute you. We will deport you. If you've committed a crime, you will go to prison in our country for as long as possible. If you're an illegal alien, we will deport you. It's that simple. That's what's been happening. Our federal government is working great now. You know, these liberal mayors, governors, we're not going to put up with it. I've warned them. If they're not listening, they will continue. We will continue to sue them. We will continue to pull their federal funding until they comply with federal law, because our job is to make America safe again. And I don't know how, Maria, they can quarrel with that.
Well, I mean, you're sending messages out that, you know, there will be accountability. And I think everyone has to agree that you want accountability for people who are, you know, trafficking drugs and humans. So that's great. But we also have seen real weaponization against President Trump, against the Republicans over the last 10 years. That's right. I lived it, the Russia collusion story. Will anyone be held accountable for the Russia collusion lie that the Clinton campaign and the Democrats came up with against President Trump that ripped our country apart?
I mean,
Maria, when we say we're ending the weaponization, we're ending it. People will be held accountable who weaponized our government. You know, there were a lot of pardons out there, but there were a lot of people who were not pardoned. And if you targeted someone, if you went after someone because of their political affiliation, we will be investigating you. We will be looking at you.
Ooh, so, you know, you ain't get that pardon from Biden. You're kind of screwed. Damn, the Pam Bondi said it perfectly. She said, not everybody got a pardon. That's a way to say it. Pretty much saying, look, all right, Biden got some of y'all off, but not all of y'all. We can still come after a good amount of y'all. Like, not all of y'all was able to get that pardon from Biden.
Because that's the weaponization, and it has to stop. For instance, look what they're continuing to do, as I said, to Elon Musk. They are targeting Tesla dealerships, the stations where you charge a Tesla. They're vandalizing cars. I have already directed an investigation be opened to see how is this being funded. Who?
Like,
Why?
why are you messing with that good white man's car? Like, well, why are you messing with Elon's car? What did that good white man do to you? Why y'all being so racist? Like, come on now. I'm just playing. But we all know what it is. Because Elon supports Trump, that yes, they're starting to go against Tesla. Bro, Tesla used to be, I ain't gonna lie, used to be a liberal's favorite car because it was for the environment. Now, because he's with Elon, man, it's fuck the environment. Man, it's all about hating Trump. It's hilarious. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Like, really, that's how I really feel.
Who is behind?
Like, y'all for the environment until it's about Trump. And I mean, let's be real though. Y'all going after Elon's cars and returning them and all this good stuff, childish. And I mean, the black community, I mean, guys, my people, bro, y'all really gonna turn against Tesla just because of Elon? Y'all really gonna make it that serious? Okay.
Behind this, doing this, we have people we're locking up on that. We have someone in jail right now from one of the dealerships. They threw a Molotov cocktail through a dealership. They're looking at up to 20 years in prison. Woo. So if you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out because we're coming after you. Wow. And well, if you're funding this, we're coming after you. We're going to find out who you are.
So, I mean, in terms of the Russia collusion story, is there any work on that? Are you going to try to find out who, in fact, pushed this lie that Trump colluded back in 2017?
Maria, we have teams of lawyers working nonstop on every issue you can imagine to end the weaponization. And what you're saying, that will put an end to the weaponization, all the lies, everything that's happened. It's over. It's a new day. We also want to move forward and fight violent crime.
Of course. And you also recently formed an internal DOJ team to work with DOJ on the cost-cutting measures. What can you tell us? Because they're going to dig into the nation's top law enforcement divisions, reviewing their internal budget reviews to find savings, right?
Yeah, the massive amounts of money that have been wasted. Truly, we know. I don't think any of us, Elon, couldn't even dream how big the massive amounts of money were that's been taken from your tax dollars, from my tax dollars, and just squandered away to foreign countries all over the world, the USA, the EPA, and they're fighting us on that. They're trying to force us to pay this money out. We're not going to do it. We have teams of lawyers fighting to protect our tax dollars, and we're going to continue to do that. Of course, we're going to lose in these liberal district courts, but we will win in the Supreme Court. We will prevail. Donald Trump will control the budget. These agencies will control where their money goes. It was a setup from the beginning by all of these liberal agencies that when we came in here, all this money would still be flowing out. But they were caught. Now they've been exposed, and we will find all of them, and all of our great agencies who work so well together will protect Americans and Americans' tax dollars. Thanks to the hard work of Elon and Doge.
I mean, let's go
and
Pam
you also
Bondi.
want the public to trust the FBI. I mean, this is our leading.
Shout out Pam Bondi. I mean, look, sis. I know they did you dirty with the whole Epstein files and JFK files. They did you dirty. Trust me. Like, they blindsided y'all with that one, and you didn't think you was going to get all this redacted stuff. But, hey, at least you can focus on something that you can handle, and that is, not so above your pay grade. Because I ain't going to lie. The way this Epstein stuff is kind of, like, panning out, it seems like we need somebody special to handle that. I mean, God damn, bro, we're talking about Wall Street members, like government officials. It's like almost like the very fabric of our government and our economy is sewed into this whole Epstein list. It's tough. Bruh. It's tough. And when it's that deep, I can't even blame her for not being able to get it out. I'm disappointed, of course, but I can't blame her.
Law enforcement agency. We need everybody to trust the FBI. And I'd like to see some accountability. Can you take us from a 30,000 feet look at what happened here? How did it become so political, AJ?
Maria, that in my wildest dreams, I never realized how bad it was. Yeah. But now that we have Kash Patel in there, and I'll tell you, in the Justice Department directly, it was totally weaponized. All the Jack Smith prosecutors are gone. All these agents at the FBI who are weaponizing government are gone. And that's where we're able to find the good men and women who want to be out there, who want to be fighting violent crime, who want to be keeping America safe, who want to be fighting terrorism. Last week, Director Radcliffe, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and I, we got to be at Dulles Airport in the middle of the night and greet a plane coming in from Pakistan with one of the worst terrorists in the world on the plane. And we got to thank the great men and women of the FBI. And that's what people don't see. The ones who are out there, they had spent a week in Pakistan getting this guy out of there. These people are second to none. Those are the real agents. And that's what we want to do, restore their integrity, restore the integrity of the Department of Justice, and show all the great things that at the direction of Donald Trump, we're going to do for the next 4 years to keep America safe and make America safe again.
AJ, on the sanctuary cities thing, I know you've got all of these lawsuits out for people who are obstructing justice, obstructing your efforts. Are you saying that by the end of this 4 years, there will be no more sanctuary cities?
No way.
Okay.
No way. No more sanctuary cities. I wouldn't even say 4 years. I'd say give it to the end of the year. Sanctuary cities are over. There are no more sanctuary cities as far as the federal government's concerned. What a sanctuary city means is they are harboring criminals. They are harboring illegal aliens. And if you're tipping someone off when there is going to be an ICE raid, DHS raid, we will find you and we will prosecute you. That jeopardizes the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement. Not going to happen anymore. It's a new day and we're coming after you.
That is incredible, AJ. All right, let me get your take on something else, which a lot of people were emailing me about and talking to me about when they heard that you were coming on the show. The MAGA group is mad that they don't know more about the Epstein files. The MAGA group is mad that they don't know more about the January 6th investigation. Are you going to give us any more information on these two issues?
Sure. And first to the Epstein, I'm mad that I didn't have more information on Epstein. I was given.
Okay, cool. I'm glad she's just as disappointed as us. She's like, what the fuck is this? Like, we've all been new this. What is this? This ain't nothing new. I'm pretty sure she looked at that and was like, nah, this is BS. Now, that January 6th, that's going to take a little bit of time because going out, like, investigating January 6th kind of goes with coming after the DOJ or, unweaponizing the DOJ. Like those who get
200
handled at once.
pages of documents. I've asked Director Patel. He came in after that, of course. I'd asked for those documents prior to Cash coming in. Cash is going to get me all the information. I've asked him to find out why I didn't receive all those documents and he didn't receive all those documents. We've now found out, of course, that they were in New York. We've received truckload of documents of evidence, and Cash is going to give me a deadline on when he can go through that to protect, of course, the victims of sex trafficking who are wrapped into this. And he's going to give me a deadline on when he can get this, and we will get out as much as we can, as fast as we can, to the American people, because they deserve to know. Same with January 6th. We're all working on JFK right now. We will be working on Martin Luther King. All of these things that the president promised, we will be doing. They can try to hide documents from us, but they can't. Might take a little longer. We will find them and we will release them to the American people, because it's
well, damn, Pam Bondi said it herself. She's like, I'm gonna be real with you, they're hiding documents. Like, what? Yes, they're he's pretty much already coming to the fact that, they're not giving me the full facts. That's why I can't give y'all the full facts or any new information, or they're giving me papers with a whole bunch of black markouts. It's like, and that ain't helping nobody.
transparency.
I mean, we want to know if there was criminality during the during COVID and January 6th. I mean, on January 6th, there was speculation that they destroyed documents. Did they destroy documents? The January 6th Commission?
Maria, we are looking into all of that. Nothing is off the table.
And in terms of COVID and all of the thousands of people working with social media to try to censor Americans' information during the COVID era?
Yeah. Everything's being looked at. Everything is on the table. Maria, again, it was the ultimate weaponization, what they did, things that were hidden from the American people. But it's a new day. Donald Trump is the most transparent president in our nation's history. We are all acting at his directive, and America will be transparent again as well.
Well,
I mean, shit, I'm gonna be real with you, Pam Bondi. This would probably be the first time America's being transparent with us. Not again. Transparency again. No, this is transparency for the first. So, get like that. I wish we could say we had a history of transparency, but that is not true. Not at all. But all right, now let's get on to the next video, man, because this reporter here got roasted by our press speaker, or I'm sorry, press secretary.
Have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
Here's the disrespect and the condescendingness of this reply or this question is wild. Like, hear it again, bro. Hear it again, because this person would have pissed me off. I'd have been like, bro, what? Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry. Have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have. They don't get charged on foreign companies. They get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning,
I would also bring up the point to him as well. I'm like, bro, there are tariffs that countries put on our product that affect us as well. You have no complaints on those. Like, yes, the tariffs that affect our products, like that are honestly destroying our American industries, you have no complaints about those. But when we put tariffs against these same people that are trying to destroy our American industries, y'all have something to say. Really? Really?
Revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you're trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press.
And that is an Associated Press reporter challenging White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt this week on the president's tariff policy in what has become a regular pushback from AP, which is also, by the way, refusing to call the Gulf of America by its newly changed name. Joining me now is the woman herself in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Caroline, thanks so much for joining us.
It's great to see you, Maria. Thanks for having me.
How would you characterize the quote unquote resist and the challenges from, I guess, AP has been pushing back on your press conferences pretty often?
Sure. Well, first of all, with that individual reporter from the Associated Press who tried to test me on tariffs, he clearly fails to see President Trump's long-term economic strategy, which is to bring in so much revenue, so much wealth into our country through tariffs that we can give larger tax cuts to the American people to put more money back into their pockets.
And then, bro, it's not even like it's also about that. It is also about finding another revenue besides taxing the citizens to death. Yeah, it's finding another revenue stream for the government, and also Homeland Security interest, protecting American businesses, protecting American industries, which is kind of like protecting Homeland Security. Like, let's be real, it's a Homeland Security issue if we're out here just giving away key parts, like, I mean, real key parts of our infrastructure, like manufacturing and key parts of our infrastructure to China. I mean, the fact that we buy like steel beams from China is like, it's wild to me. Like, we're buying steel beams from the enemy, expecting what? Like, them not to be faulty. And then when we make them here, people don't want to buy them because, well, there's tariffs around the world on our stuff. And then here's the thing, even worse, we as Americans don't even buy our own shit because due to the fact that we don't tariff these countries, they sell our products in at lower prices than ours. So when you guys say, yes, it costs more to manufacture in America, actually, maybe if we, maybe we match these people in tariffs, you might see a little something different. Like, I don't know. Is it the manufacturing cost or is it the tariffs? Now, I'm gonna be real with you. Yes, in certain situations, it is our manufacturing costs for sure. But when it comes to food, it's the tariffs.
He clearly didn't understand that very simple idea. But as for the greater mainstream media's coverage, I think that example proves that they are continue to double down on their failing ways. They focus on sensationalism, on trying to get a viral moment rather than asking tough questions with honest integrity and journalistic curiosity, wanting to know the answers. They want to make a name for themselves. And that's why the trust in the mainstream media has fallen to record lows. And that's why at the White House, we are very proud of the changes that we have made to the briefing room and also to the press coverage of this president, welcoming in independent voices and new media who truly care about the truth, honesty, and accuracy.
Yeah, but it's more than AP. It's basically the Washington press in terms of resisting President Trump. You also have these judges who are resisting. We're going to talk about this most recent.
Like, bro, it's like the Dems want us to continuously sell out the American people to, well, globalization, to industrial globalization. They want us to continuously sell out the American people, continuously lose manufacturing jobs and all that good stuff. They don't care. I always do say, it's like, y'all say y'all care about the middle class, but when Trump is trying to help the middle class, y'all against it. I mean, y'all say y'all trying to get more money for the people, but when Trump trying to cut wasteful spending to give more to the people, y'all against it. Like, bro, at this point, I'm coming to the conclusion that the Democrats really don't care. They just hate Trump.
Recent federal judges move with Jim Jordan coming up. But what do you want to say about the general resistance to this president's policies that you are witness to?
President Trump is not shy of resistance. He has been facing more resistance than anyone who has ever run for office in American history. And the mainstream media is part of that. But also, as you mentioned,
guys, we got over 100 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor. Double tap that screen and like the video. And if you have any questions, comments, disagreements, super chat it in. $2 and up. I'll go ahead and engage with it and post it to the top of the screen. I appreciate the support, guys. Let's get right back to it.
We have judges in our judicial branch who are acting as activists, not real arbiters of the law. And there has been 15 injunctions.
Wrong. I'm gonna call you out there, my man. I gotta call you out there. Cutting park services and Medicaid? No, he's not cutting Medicaid at all, or Medicare. Actually, he's increasing Medicare. We was actually going over the bill last episode. It was a section, what was it, 2210. Yes, go to the CR bill, look up section 2210, and you'll see he's adding to Medicare. And he's saving money in Medicaid, because little did we know that Medicaid, some of the Medicaid funds were being used to fund efforts for, well, the Department of Homeland Security. Like, it was wild. So Trump stopped payments that were coming from Medicaid to the Department of Homeland Security, which doesn't make sense because the Homeland Security got their own damn budget. And then they also framed it as the fact that Elon Musk done fired these people in this department, which was the DHS. Yes, the DHS that was being funded through Medicaid. That's what Trump cut out. So there was no cutting of Medicaid or Medicare. And yes, you can go look it up. Yes, the CR bill, section 2210, honestly, section 2207 through 2210. You'll get all your information from there.
Injunctions in 1 month of President Trump's agenda. The Biden White House only faced 13 injunctions in the entirety of his presidency. And so clearly there are left-wing activists who sit behind a bench in a courthouse who don't like this president and his policies. But the fact is, everything President Trump is doing is within his executive authority to do it. He is acting within the bounds of the law. All of his actions are constitutional, and our White House and the entire administration are prepared to fight back against this resistance. Don't bet against President Trump. I think his epic return to the Oval Office proves that he is going to win against the weaponization of our justice system.
Yeah, let's get to some of the president's wins. And of course, you have to note the border as a major win. The daily average of migrants crossing the border illegally and escaping into the interior of the country has plummeted to just 77 compared to an average of over 1,800 gotaways under Biden's fiscal year 2023. That's a decline of 96% of those gotaways from record highs. The number of illegal Chinese crossings, the Chinese crossers also plummeting with just 130 Chinese migrants apprehended.
And I remember Stephen Crowder actually coming out about the Chinese immigrants, how Chinese are actually sending over their own over here, getting to America. And then I ain't gonna lie, they got something crazy set up here. They got their own financing system to where these immigrants can go get financing to buy farmland. Yeah, I know, crazy. Yes, come over here illegally, then able to get financing to buy farmland in Oklahoma, of all places. And guess what the farmland's for? Guess what they say it's for? Weed farming. I know, for weed. It's crazy. But hey, at least you conceded on the Medicare. At least you conceded on Medicare. Now you're conceding that he is raising Medicare by $600 million. You conceded on that. Now, Medicaid, like I said, he just stopped. He said he stopped the money that was in Medicaid going to a department that's in Homeland Security. That's supposed to be the Department of Homeland Security. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know where y'all getting all this from, but I could tell y'all I ain't really read that bill.
By Border Patrol last month, that compares to over 3,000.
Like page 95, section 2210.
500 the year earlier under Biden. What do you want to say about the border crackdown? And here, too, the pressure and the pushback that the president is getting from some of these judges.
In just 1 month, President Trump has used his executive authority to secure our southern border. It proves that everybody who claimed we needed a border bill was wrong. We just needed a new president who actually cared about securing our homeland and enforcing our immigration laws. You mentioned daily gotaways, 77. That's an astronomical decrease from the previous administration. There's been a 99% decrease of illegal migrants crossing through the Darien Gap. If you talk to Border Patrol agents and ICE agents, they will tell you that camaraderie in these agencies is at an all-time high because they are actually being allowed to do their jobs. In breaking news this morning, Maria, the president signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act against Tren de Aragua members who have invaded our country. These are the most violent, heinous criminal monsters you could ever imagine. They have taken the lives of innocent American women like Jocelyn Nungre and Laken Riley, and the president invoked this authority to deport nearly 300 of them who are now in El Salvador, where they will be behind bars where they belong rather than roaming freely in American communities. This is a massive win for the American public, and it is going to save lives.
Yeah, it's a great point, and we're going to get into it right soon after this short break.
And I know there's a lot of people that honestly didn't know that. Well, we were having people from all over the world run through our border, all over the world. I'm like, not just Mexico, but China, India, Venezuela. I mean, a lot of places was just jumping ship to come over here to America. But China, they had the craziest setup out of all the immigrants. Like, okay, the Mexicans had the cartel and all that, and human trafficking, all that wild stuff with the fentanyl. But, bro, China was able to get their immigrants over here, in here illegally, and be able to get them financing and get them a weed farm. That's crazy. I mean, it's asinine, but this is what they were really getting off here in America. And that's why we had to get some of them up out of here, because I ain't gonna lie, some of them wasn't even following like the code to maintain a weed farm or any farm of that. But hey, it is what it is. But all right, man, let's get to Speaker Johnson on, let's see, on 11. It's actually a good conversation. I ain't gonna lie.
People as pawns, but Republicans are getting the job done, and we're sticking up for the country.
And this bill, what's in this bill generally? I mean, there's an increase for defense. There's a reduction in domestic spending, I understand. What pretty much is in this bill, generally?
Well, here's what we try to do. We wanted to pass a resolution that would effectively freeze spending so that the administration can continue its incredible work through DOGE and through the other efforts of the administration to go in and root out the fraud, waste, and abuse that we've been trying to target in Congress for decades. But we haven't been able to get to it because we didn't have the algorithms that Elon has. We didn't have the access to all the data and the funding. And so now the game has changed. So we needed to hold the line in what we're doing right now so that when we get to the next fiscal year, FY26, which we will begin work on immediately now that this is done, we'll be able to incorporate all those savings and all the new transformational kinds of policies.
No, I'm gonna have to kind of pull some of y'all card on this one. See, y'all kind of have no reason to be like calling out Fox. And I'm gonna tell you why, because I'm not here to listen to Fox. I'm here to listen to Mike Johnson. I'm here to listen to the press secretary Levitt. Is like, sadly, Fox is the only places that are hosting these. Well, no, shout out to Face the Nation, them too. But Fox is the only places that's letting these people talk. And these are people that are in our administration. So it's kind of asinine that y'all don't want to watch Fox when Fox are the only people hosting these conversations, basically. I mean, MSNBC isn't, CNN isn't, and we need to hear from these people. They are in our government. They are running key parts of our government. And y'all are mad at Fox about Fox. I don't give a fuck about Fox. I give a fuck about the person who's talking. Y'all got to grow up, man.
The administration is working with us to bring about. So this bill effectively does freeze funding, except that what you said, it adds a little to defense. That's what Pete Hegseth said he needed, the Department of Defense, some flexibility and $6 billion additional dollars for the immediate needs. And it reduces non-defense discretionary spending by about $13 billion. So overall, a $7 billion savings to the American people. And Mark, we are just getting started. We are going to reduce the size and scope of the federal government to make it look more like the framers of the Constitution intended. They wanted a lean, mean federal government that had clear oversight from Congress. We're going to be able to do that again, and we're excited about it.
I assume there's going to be another bill dealing with taxes. Is that correct? And when would that come up?
Yeah, so the next big thing on our plate is the reconciliation process, and that's what we call the one big beautiful bill. And in that will be all of our campaign commitments, the promises we made on the campaign trail, the big priorities of President Trump and the White House. We're gonna put it all together. So you'll have border security completely funded to ensure we stay on top of that problem. We'll get back to American energy dominance again. Thank goodness. That'll be good for the economy and national security. We'll help to continue to restore peace and exert peace through strength. That's one of our guiding principles. And of course, the tax component, as you said, Mark, along with regulatory reform. We've got to make sure that the Trump era tax cuts from the first administration are extended. And we're going to do it in a permanent fashion.
And you remember what they said? Oh, the first one was it helped the rich, but middle class and the middle class and lower are paying less in taxes too. So if we're going to get the same exact tax cuts from 2016, and be honest, I mean, everybody's getting a tax cut. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I do not get it where y'all go, oh, he's going to give it to his billionaire friends. I'm like, bro, so, I mean, no, really explain how that's done. And I don't know. Don't just say, oh, he's going to give it to his billionaire friends. Explain why. Explain what purpose that would serve. And then please explain how that would, I mean, because y'all won't be able to make this make sense, right? Please explain how that would honestly, please explain why you think that and how that would hurt the American people. I really need you to explain this to me. Why do you honestly think that Trump, right, cutting taxes, bringing back manufacturing is only helping the rich? I just need you to substantiate that, because if he wanted to really just help the rich, right? I mean, but just lower corporate tax and just leave it at that. Bro, screw the unions, screw everybody else. You don't have to work with nobody else. Just lower corporate tax and let that be that. If it was just about helping the rich, I mean, honestly, it's about helping the rich. We just keep everything to the Biden quota. Like, just don't change nothing. Just let everything run as if Biden had it. Because the rich was getting really rich off Biden. But when Trump's in office, though, hey, they got to give up some stuff.
And so what that will do is give stability to the market. So we'll make sure that we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what would happen by default if we failed in this mission at the end of this year. So a lot of big work, a lot of compromises and discussion and deliberation that has to be made over the next 5 to 6 weeks among the Republican Party. But we will do this on our own because I anticipate we'll have 0 Democrats to help with this. Mark, they have shown, as they did with this vote on the resolution to fund the government, that they seem to hate President Trump more than they love America.
Yeah.
So the responsibility of governing the country falls to Republicans, and we are going to do that. We're going to fulfill.
And that's the scary part about this. It do seem like, bro, it's more F Trump than we love America. And that's what's scary about the Democratic Party is like, bro, even with this whole, like at the State of the Union, when you couldn't even stand for fellow Americans, you couldn't grieve with them, you couldn't celebrate with them, you just sat there and piss and moaned. And I'm just like, bro, really? Are y'all freaking children? Y'all supposed to be leaders in our goddamn country, leaders in our nation. Y'all are acting like petulant children. Like what? Like, bro, even with the CR bill, Chuck Schumer, shout out Chuck Schumer, the only, now a sensible Democrat in my eyes, because he said, you know what? Look, bro, it just can't be F Trump to the obliteration of the American people. It cannot be F Trump to the detriment of the American people. Like, it just can't be that. But some of you Democrats do not understand. And then here's the thing. The government shutdown that'll hurt the American, bro, the government shutdown would have hurt the American people, but y'all claim that y'all are for the American people. These tariffs are protecting American jobs, but y'all are against them, but you claim you're for the American people. Like at a certain point, he has a stern ass point. It's like, yo, is it about helping the American people or is it just about spiting Trump? Because it's coming to a point where, yo, y'all spiting Trump so much that is looking like you're against the American people.
That mission.
And about when does this kind of a bill come up for a vote? When would this take place?
Well, I put it on a very aggressive timetable. The objective is to get this done before Memorial Day, hopefully to the president's desk for signature in early May. And why is that so important? Because we've got to make sure this is the bill that will deliver the real economic relief for the American people. It will give certainty to job creators and entrepreneurs and risk takers, the people that provide the jobs in our economy, our society. And all of these things, border security, stability on the world stage, it needs to happen immediately. So we're going to move that as quickly as possible through the congressional process and try to get it wrapped up by the early summer, middle of summer. And that will ensure that people feel the effects of it. And certainly before the midterm elections in 2026, that's going to be an important factor for us politically as well as in every other respect.
The debt is out of control. Biden blew it through the roof. Spending is out of control. Biden and his party blew it through the roof. You see through Doge and these reports, massive amounts of money, not just millions, tens of billions of dollars. Even in the last 3 or 4 months of the regime, they're pushing it out the door as fast as they can. Charles Gasparino did a report. He said that they spent near the end in order to try and get Kamala Harris elected $250 to $300 billion by manipulating treasury notes and so forth that the administration is having to deal with, trying to deal with, so interest rates don't go through the roof. It really has been diabolical. So my question when we return, Mr. Speaker, is what the hell do the Democrats want? How much more spending can there be? How much more debt can there be? How much more government can there be without crashing the entire private economy? That's my question to you when we return. We'll be right back.
That's a really good question. It's like, yo, how am I like, what do y'all truly want? I do want to ask a Democrat that, like, what's the goal here? You're fighting Trump, but what's the goal? Like, going against tariffs. All right, and give us a better solution than tariffs. Oh, you can't. Okay, then shut up. Like, all right, closing the border and stopping immigration. All right, give us a better solution than that. You can't. So a lot of the things that Trump's proposing, y'all kind of just criticizing, like, and I'm gonna be real with you. It's like an asshole opinion. It's like you don't like it's an asshole opinion because you're being a dick. It's like you don't got no solutions, but you got all criticism.
The Democrats want. Have they told you? Have they laid out a plan? Have they discussed what they want to do with taxes, what they want to do with spending? Are they opposed to all these things that have been found to get rid of them, the bloat, the waste, the fraud? All I hear is them the same thing like during the election. Oh, this one's a tyrant, this one's a dictator, tax cuts for billionaires. Will this Marxist pablum work? Do they actually stand for something?
Well, it is Marxism, and you've been pointing that out for years, where this party was headed. They've all become big government socialists, Marxists in their ideology, and they really want the government to control every aspect of our lives and to take all of our hard-earned our earnings and dispense it as they see fit. But we are the party of fiscal responsibility. Fiscal sanity is what is necessary right now. We love the theme that President Trump has reintroduced to Washington, returning to common sense. And if you look at that, the first order of business is to ensure that we don't crash the economy. As you noted, $36 trillion in federal debt. We're on a trajectory that is just simply not sustainable. And that's why the bond markets are nervous. That's why the people are looking at futures and they're concerned about it. And they're hoping beyond hope that President Trump and the Republicans can get control of this. We will. And we're demonstrating that day by day, step by step. One of the things that's going to be the big innovation for the next year's budget and appropriations process is all these amazing amounts of savings that we're going to be able to find, not only through the elimination of fraud, waste, and abuse, through the DOGE efforts and all these other, our committees in Congress working hard to root that out and work in conjunction with Elon and the team, but also because the new revenue sources that President Trump and the administration are bringing to the table. So we're going to reset the economic future of the country, and you're going to see that reflected in the appropriations process. Now, again, I don't think any of the Democrats have any intention at all of helping us with this. I think they want the government to continue to grow and grow out of control. And some of them have their heads in the sand, Mark, and they genuinely believe that we could never crash the economy, that the dollar could never be removed as the world's reserve currency. They actually theorize that since we own the printing presses, quote unquote, we can just keep printing more money. But
it's like a childish hold on power. It's like, oh, well, because we can print all the money and for funding, we should. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Because we have a strong military, we should be able to top over any government that disagrees with us. I'm like, no, we probably shouldn't do that. Seems like we're creating problems. It's like, I ain't gonna lie. It do seems like the Dems have a childish hold on, like with Biden. It was just like children playing with power. It's like, oh, let's spend money recklessly. Let's use like our force recklessly. Let's be authoritarian recklessly. It's like everything was just reckless about that administration. I mean, down to the lies in it, down to the administration itself was just outright reckless. Even Kamala's campaign was ill-prepared and reckless.
Defying the laws of economics, just as they defy all other common sense, and we're the ones bringing it back. So I'm grateful for the outcome of this last election. It was a decisive one. We could have lost the republic, Mark, but because we won, we're going to deliver for the American people, and we're going to ensure that we have many great years ahead for this grand experiment in self-governance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, you make a good point. There are many fools out there who are so-called intellectuals and scholars who keep writing about the ability to keep rolling over the debt. As long as you have the printing press, you can keep printing. You just keep monetizing the debt, monetizing the debt, monetizing the debt. And then I remember those black and white films of Germany after World War I with the big wheelbarrows and people pushing around paper money and so forth. If the Democrat Party has its way, true or false, they could destroy the currency. They could destroy people's savings and pensions and everything else. We are now at a point where we have never been in this country in terms of the debt. And we have a president and a Congress that's saying, look, we've got to tackle this thing. And so they're trying to sabotage Trump. They're trying to sabotage Musk. They're trying to undermine you. They're trying to use the filibuster where they can in the Senate to reverse course. That would be an absolute disaster for the country, would it not?
Yeah,
it would indeed. I mean, we have our debt to GDP ratio is higher than it was in World War II now. And we're going to be paying more in interest on the debt than we spend on our national defense. I mean, we can't continue on the trajectory we're on. And so the Republicans in the House and the Senate are working together to reverse that trend. We have to do the responsible thing. We have to save the country. And this is the way you do it, by getting our economy growing again. Now, Mark, here's the great news. This is not all theory on our part. We have done this before. After the first Trump administration, after the first 2 years that he was in office, we brought about the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were a growing economy. Every demographic was doing better in every metric of measurement. And then COVID happened, and then we lost the White House. Now we have President Trump back. He has a great team in place. He has willing partners in the House and Senate, unified government. The adults are back in the room, okay? And we are going to turn this economy around. We need a little runway to do it. I keep using this metaphor of a aircraft carrier. You know, it took decades to get into the mess that we're in. You don't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime, but you need miles of open ocean to do it. But we have begun that turn. The passage of this resolution to fund the government was a part of that turn. And now with FY26, the new budgeting, the new appropriations process, we're going to be able to make a massive shift in the direction. We will get America back. And that's what President Trump means when he talks about the America First agenda, making America great again. It's not just a campaign slogan. This is what we are about every single day. And the people can count on the Republicans in Congress and in the White House to deliver for them and get us back on the right track.
You know, Mr. Speaker, you've been around a little while, and even when you weren't in Congress, you were an observer. You were a constitutional litigator over the years. So I think I
kind of like that analogy that he used. It's like, yeah, like, bro, the change is going to be slow because, like I say, we're going full force towards economic collapse. And now it's not like we can just take a straight like skirt. Like I would think about it like driving on a highway. You realize you're going the wrong way on the highway. You got to take a little time to turn around. You got to hit the next exit, do the loop around, boom. You just can't hit that. You just can't hit that middle section, hit a U-ing on the highway at 60, 70 miles per hour. And if you can, I ain't gonna lie, you go. But yes, we need to make slow corrections.
I can say with confidence, Donald Trump is already one of the greatest presidents in American history. I don't know of any president who's taken this bureaucracy, who's taken the regulations, who's taken on the ruling class, who's taken on the Democrat Party, even members of his own party, taken them by the horns, wrestling them to the ground. Now he's up against a judicial oligarchy in many respects, Biden, Obama, Clinton, and some never Trumper judges. He's just taking on the whole system, and he's exposing the dirty underbelly of what's taking place in the.
And guys, do me a favor and double tap this video, double tap the screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, I'll be happy to engage with them. $2 and up. Go ahead and send a super chat. I'll go ahead and post it at the top of the screen, read it out loud, and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. Interesting conversation.
I've never seen anything like this before, and I thank God it's happening. What do you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mark, on the campaign trail last year, I traveled the country nonstop. I was all over the place trying to ensure that we kept the House majority for the Republican Party. And we did. And President Trump won the White House. We said all along, all over the country, everywhere I went, he could be the most consequential president of the modern era, maybe one of the most in the history of the country. And I think that is already being demonstrated, that he has done more in the first 60 to 70 days of this administration than most presidents accomplished in 4 years or 8 years. And we're just getting started. You're going to see dramatic transformational change because that's what the country needs to keep going. And we're excited to be a part of that, Mark. Just buckle your seatbelt. It's going to be a wild ride, but a great one for the country.
And if he succeeds, it'll be in part due to you, Mr. Speaker. And if you both succeed, you will go down in history as well. It's a pleasure to have you on the program. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, after the BS he was dealing with in the Biden administration, shoot, there's one guy who can tell it from both sides. From both sides. All right, now let's get into this video where I ain't gonna lie. This little Bill Maher episode kind of went viral because this lady was pretty much breaking down, the importance of Trump's tariffs and the importance of bringing manufacturing back to America. And it was kind of funny that, Bill Maher, he didn't even know. Bro didn't even know. He was like, damn, I didn't know how essential in manufacturing used to be to America. And I'm like, yeah, I know, right? Because most people now want these comfy ass office jobs and finance and government or whatever. It's like, bro, we done damn near kind of disrespected the manufacturing jobs that built the middle class. And then we just let it off to the Mexicans thinking that it's below us while destroying our middle class. Huh. Whoops. Let me get you right here. There we go.
Of interactions on this issue. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this right over here.
I want to answer the question about manufacturing in the 70s.
Oh, I don't blame you. I'll go back to that too.
So the reason people want to go back to the 70s is in the 70s, the largest share of our GDP was in the middle class. And that was not separate from the fact that 25% of our economy was in manufacturing.
Right, the largest share of our GDP
was in the middle class, the biggest chunk, the middle class,
most
people
of
who were
what was
middle
produced
income.
came from the middle, and now it comes from what? The rich.
Now the top 20% controls over 50% of the GDP. Our economy was an upward funnel of wealth, and the largest share, which used to be in manufacturing, which gave a lot of working class people a middle class standard of living.
Yeah, do nobody remember the time where, and I mean now just for my older cats in the chat, our older cats, like I'm pretty sure y'all remember the time where you could just have a factory job and be able to support a family. Now me, this is way outside. Come on, man. I'm in my late 20s. I don't remember none of that. Trust me, by the time I came into the game, man, those good times were long gone. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the older cats can remember, like, yeah, like when the manufacturing job used to be plentiful, you used to be able to support your family off it. It used to be great. And then they just all went away. Why? Because, I mean, we started practicing globalization with our manufacturing and we kind of screwed our people over. And then we sold it to them as, oh, don't worry, we're above those jobs. You guys are above them. Yeah, I know, right? Like, crazy.
Now the largest share is in real estate and finance, meaning that asset-rich Americans are controlling over 50% of the GDP, and they have left the working class out of all of that prosperity that was generated. That manufacturing is still being done. It's just being done in other countries. It is still
for wages we will not work for.
That's exactly right. You're right, Bill. That's what the tariffs are for. They are to make a...
Shut up, my man Fox Face, man. Man, coming in dropping facts already, man. He says... Yeah, he's like, they destroyed the nuclear family, so two incomes pay more taxes. Like, yeah, once they, I ain't gonna lie, I know women hate when we bring this point up, but I ain't gonna lie, man, y'all kind of fuck things up when it comes to the wages in the economy, man. When they start letting women work, it kind of like, it raises the supply of workers. Think about it. If only men were working in America, then that means only men could work. There's a limited number of workers. A limited number of men. Once you added women to the workforce and they were able to work the same jobs as men, that raised the supply of workers for every job. Therefore, they can lower wages. I mean, hey, it is what it is. But hey, women's rights, right? Women's rights, equality. Let's go.
American workers more competitive in the global market. Why are we accepting that there should be a race to the bottom? China, what is its competitive advantage over us? It's that it pays slave wages. Why should we accept that? They're still manufacturing our PPE, our pharmaceuticals, our cars. They're making all that stuff. Trump says there are 5 industries that we cannot have any kind of national...
Hold on, she's cooking. We got to go back because some of y'all going to miss this. You're going to miss it. All right, trolls. Sit on your fingers, okay? Look, take your fingers, man, put them under your thighs and just sit on them mugs for like 2 minutes, okay? Just 2 minutes, please.
That's exactly right. You're right, Bill. That's what the tariffs are for. They are to make American workers more competitive in the global market. Why are we accepting that there should be a race to the bottom? China, what is its competitive advantage over us? It's that it pays slave wages. Why should we accept that? They're still manufacturing our...
And that's what I'm saying. They pay slave wages so they can give us these low cost products, and it's not even as good as ours. And here's the thing, though, like the slave wages mixed with the fact that they don't got to pay tariffs. What do you think? What do you think, man? Of course, they're going to dominate us in some of these industries. Of course. They don't care about the environment. And they don't care about the environment. And they don't care about their workers. I mean, they're getting paid slave wages. Bro, here's the thing, though. Americans do not agree with slave wages or none of that until they can buy a Chinese-made product.
The most egregious human rights violators, but we don't care as long as we can do business with them.
Yeah, we don't care as long as we can get our stuff cheaper. I mean, bro, some of y'all need to lose. Some of y'all have already lost the moral argument by just standing against these tariffs.
PPE, our pharmaceuticals, our cars. They're making all that stuff. Trump says there are 5 industries that we cannot have any kind of national security without having a stake in them. Pharmaceuticals, lumber, steel, aluminum, and I forget what the 5th one was. But these are really important that we have a stake in the manufacturing of the things that we need as a nation so that when China decides that it wants to go to war against us, we're not relying on them for steel and aluminum in order to fight them.
She absolutely nailed it.
Which is hilarious. I did say it's asinine that we actually gave away our steel industry to the Asians. Well, America was built on the steel industry. It was one of our founding industries, to be quite frank. Like literally. So the fact that it's now China's and the fact that we're kind of like subjected to the fact that, if we get into a war, any war with anybody, we're buying our shit from China, it's sad. Considering that we used to run the steel industry.
You know, we keep hearing this free trade argument when it comes to tariffs. It's not free trade. It's not free trade if you start applying tariffs. We should have free global trade. But free trade was never free for American workers. It was a rigged frickin' game that benefited multinational corporations and China at the expense of the American middle class. 5 million good-paying jobs shipped overseas While corporate America certainly got richer, the stock market went up, but the working class, what did they get? Oh, right, they lost everything. And then we're told by these smug elitists to simply learn to code. Yeah, how is that one working, especially in the era of AI? And on top of it, just to make matters worse,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they completely disrespected manufacturing workers and just said, "Oh, well, learn a higher skill, then learn how to code, work a computer." It's just like you learn how to do these office jobs, and I'm just like, damn, that's hella disrespectful. You done made these people lose their jobs, and now you're telling them learn to code as if they didn't spend their whole life in manufacturing. Wreck. But okay.
As they were shipping the working class's jobs away, they were also flooding the country with millions of illegals to undercut wages for the jobs that were left. It seems like a deliberate, coordinated sellout, and both parties were in on it. But apparently, if you're against the gutting of American industry, you're against free trade. What an absolute farce that is. You know, this is why Trump's economic vision is so important. Tariffs aren't about taxing imports. They're about leveling the playing field. They force these globalist corporations, who feel no allegiance to the United States, they're multinational, to actually have to bring jobs back instead of exploiting cheap labor overseas. It's not a tax on Americans like the clueless media keeps parroting. It's a tax on China, Mexico, and every other country that's been exploiting America's open market while protecting their own markets. And don't even try to tell me that tariffs don't work. We already know that they work. When Trump imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum, American steel plants started reopening. It's literally that simple.
Hey, Steph, is everything good on TikTok now? Just making sure.
When he slapped China with tariffs, their economy took a massive hit, while American manufacturing saw a resurgence. The proof is in the frickin' pudding. And if people understood this, they'd probably realize how full of it the Democrats are when they suggest that Donald Trump only cares about him and his billionaire pals. Donald Trump is actually working against the interest of massive billionaires and in the interest of American workers. And once people start to see that, their eyes start opening up, like this journalist and author, Mrs. Bhatia. She is a self-proclaimed leftist.
When I first read you, you were a conservative Republican, but not crazy. Like I read you in where? Newsweek, Time Magazine. You went from just a conservative, leaning right to a Trump supporter. And I'm just wondering what you think now. We're approaching 2 months in. You must have a feeling in your gut that this is really going badly. And
I mean, that's the funny thing. I'm like, where is it going badly at? Because all the points where y'all say it's going badly, y'all lied about. Like, bro. And then here's the thing. Y'all talking about whatchamacallit, oh, egg prices, but that's Biden's fault.
That was a fail.
Yeah,
I mean, they've subsided, but by 35% now?
Oh, yeah, now they have. But they don't want to mention the fact that it was because of Biden that egg prices surges. You don't want to like bring into the fact that it was because of Biden that energy prices started surging. I mean, man. And then the reason why Trump couldn't solve the Ukraine situation in one day is because Biden gave long-range missiles to Ukraine. I mean, come on now, man. Come on. It's like y'all not willing to call out the Biden administration on anything. It's almost if the Biden administration never existed. It's almost as if they never existed, bro, because they don't get brought up when anything that they did went to hell.
It's that selective outrage I always talk about.
Man,
Trump can only do wrong and no positive.
Man, regressive tolerance out the ass.
And I shouldn't have thrown my lot in with this team.
No, I feel so proud of, I mean, I was never a Republican or a conservative. I was a leftist, and I am still a leftist. I'm just a MAGA leftist now because...
That makes no sense.
When I look at what President Trump ran on and the agenda that he's...
And first, though, look, man, we got to shout out Seth right now because Chef is showing us love on TikTok. Shout out Seth for sending us our first gifts on TikTok. Appreciate you, sis.
Enacting right now. He took a Republican Party that was built on social conservatism, foreign interventions and wars, and free trade and free markets. I mean, he's pretty pro-gay. That's pretty obvious. He appointed the highest ranking out gay person, Scott Bessent, our Secretary of Treasury, which is incredible. And he sidelined the pro-life. So he believes abortion should be legal for 12 weeks.
But
On foreign intervention, he's anti-war. He's trying to bring to an end to all of these wars, okay? He's on the other side of another party that is quite pro-war and wants to keep the war going, right? And he's not free trade. He does not believe in free trade. He looked at our destroyed manufacturing base. He looked at the fact that working class Americans can no longer afford the American dream. And he looked at why that was, which was there was a handshake agreement between both parties that we should somehow have free trade, which resulted in shipping 5 million good manufacturing jobs overseas to build up China and Mexico.
And some came here.
No, what they did was they brought in millions and millions of illegal migrants to compete with the jobs that remained here.
Exactly. Like, bro, like I said, the factory that opened up in Springfield, Bro, they didn't even let the citizens even apply. They rushed in a bunch of Haitians off the plane immediately. Immediately. This is what's happening in more cities than just Springfield, Ohio. More cities is happening in where it's a city that, I'm be real with you, that the whole population depends on maybe like a couple factories and they're pushing immigrants into them.
And I always say the easiest counter to the argument of, oh, who's going to work these jobs when the migrants get deported? I'm like, the American citizens who the job should have went to in the first place.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, it's going to open up the market for people who need the goddamn job. And who are here legally.
Oh, so you're going to work the fast food and all that good stuff?
Yes, if you need to.
If you need, bro, our youth will, instead of them running the streets and all that, want to be, everyone that want to be a content creator.
Like that's not a viable option for a lot of people. The youth, maybe somebody getting out of jail or prison, somebody trying to restructure, get their life together. Bro, some people have to do it.
Bro, some people got to dig some ditches and it just can't be for the Mexican. Like, I remember back in, bro.
Or any of the migrants.
Any of the migrants. Oh, shoot, I remember I was digging ditches for $18 an hour back in the day.
Sometimes you got to, man. I think bro, one of the most embarrassing jobs I had was probably like $8.50. Bruh.
I remember the most embarrassing. I think it was like close to that, like $9 stacking trays.
And the only reason why I had to work is because I didn't have a car. I didn't have transportation. I had to do what I had to do.
Bruh. Hey man,
sometimes you got
college endeavors.
Sometimes you gotta eat shit, as they say.
Bruh, for a couple months.
At least.
At least. Man.
And what Donald Trump said was, we have to stop selling out the working class. That agenda that he laid out, socially moderate, anti-war, and anti-free trade protectionist, that is a leftist agenda.
When confronted with Bill Maher that she probably regrets her vote at this point, as I mentioned earlier, she hits him with the frickin' facts. Absolutely not do I regret my vote. Oh no, is the stock market down a couple points over the last couple of weeks? Who frickin' gives a crap? Like a lot of people, she prioritizes the interest of the nation and the nation's workers above the elites in their stock portfolios. You know, I own a good amount of stocks, and I've watched my portfolio take a little bit of a hit, but I haven't lost a single night of sleep. You want to know why? Because frankly, it feels like a small sacrifice made for the greater good. A little bit different than what we saw with Joe Biden when the stock market was cratering, inflation was through the roof, and it was just a decline in growth and American productivity. Just because numbers go up doesn't mean good things are happening. You might be one of the privileged few to be in a position to take benefit, but if you look around, if you look at the world, if you look at the economy that you're leaving for your children, if you look at the middle class cratering in on itself and young people unable to afford homes or save money for the future, well, what's the point of seeing your stock portfolio go up while society around you is freaking collapsing? It's a no frickin' brainer if you actually understand the dynamics, if you have a basic understanding of the economic fundamental.
It's like, yeah, you don't think rich people care about what's going on? If rich people didn't care what was going on, then they would have stayed their ass in California. Like, trust me, rich people see what's going on and they're getting pushed out of the country, their states, their cities. It's getting crazy even for rich people. Think about rich people are going like, God damn, it's getting a little tough for me. Bro, you can only imagine how it is for the average person. And that's how it was with the Biden.
And so there's really no regret here. No, just more proof and more reinforcement on the idea that I believe I am on the right side. And funnily, or ironically enough, a side the Democrats used to claim as an identity, right? The Democrat Party was the party of the working class and their interests. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one anymore. And the issue of tariffs, I think, perfectly encapsulates the concept. There's a reason why working class people are ditching the Democrat Party. It's because the Democrats have completely abandoned them. They instead prioritize corporate donors, cheap foreign labor, and globalist trade deals over the hard-working Americans who break their backs and build and create everything around us. You know, in my view, seeing the Democrats' posture on this issue, they've made it clear that they care more about the profits of multinational organizations and stock market go up than they care about the interest of American workers.
Exactly. That's what it kind of seems like. It's like, bro, if y'all cared about the American workers, then I ain't gonna lie, these tariffs, y'all should have thought of these tariffs first. Y'all should have thought of like playing the strong game with China and Mexico first. It's like, I don't know why it took Trump to come in here and actually set things straight. Like, y'all lost all these manufacturing jobs for what? Let all these immigrants in for what? Just for men to come in and just turn everything around? Like, it kind of just shows like, yo, we didn't, look, bro, I think like somebody said, we didn't need a new bill. We didn't need no spending bill. We just need a new president.
Just good management.
Yeah.
It shows the agenda of the previous management.
Not for real. It's almost like a company who gets a better CEO.
And the stocks go up.
And the profits go up. And everybody's having faith in the company. So people are buying more stocks. It's kind of what America's going through right now.
Literally.
But all right, now let's get to this next one here. Now, look, this is kind of like a teaser for a possible conspiracy hour. Now, I want to know if you guys want to watch it or not, but I ain't glad it was a banger.
Additional forces will be needed later. and they will be sent as requested. This will make it necessary to increase our active fighting forces by raising the monthly draft call from 17,000 over a period of time. Once the communists know, as we know, that a violent solution is impossible.
What was the mission?
The mission was to go behind enemy lines and kill those son of a bitches. So I'm looking to see what I can do to get some of these guys out of there. And I run up on some soldiers and I killed the first 3. Shot them with my M16.
I've seen a lot of my friends go down the drain over here. All the emotions I had seem to be falling by the wayside because you can hurt for so long. Then you don't seem to hurt anymore. And once you don't hurt anymore, you seem to be just a shell. A human being without what we call a soul. Maybe God will forgive us for what we're doing.
Looked over and I saw another NVA looking out that way, and I got him by his mouth, and I ripped him, stuck my knife down in my cartridge belt. I killed him.
That renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas and the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply.
I took my 9mm. There was 2 others that was moving in between the trees, and I saw the first one. I shot him, double tap. Boom, boom. I killed as many as I could. Killed a lot of enemy soldiers. But it's up close, we have 7 or 8 men. And you're out in the jungle, most of that time. And we used to run those trails at night looking for them.
Okay. Okay, what you doing?
No.
You okay?
No, I'm all right.
All right.
Where have I been? I guess I took me back to Vietnam. Huh? Damn.
Took a little bit of trip there, huh?
Yeah.
Bro, PTSD flashback mid-interview.
Yo.
And I think he released this the full interview a couple of days ago. But yeah, like with a real Marine veteran that was in Vietnam.
Bro.
He said, he's like, damn, I was reflecting back. I caught 2 bodies.
Bro.
I was like, damn.
That's crazy.
Bro started looking around like, damn, I thought I was in Vietnam. I'm like, yeah, it gets that real.
They played the music and the marching band was there. And the general gave me a medal and everybody applauded that Major Capers is going home now. The legendary Major Capers. They gave me Purple Hearts, and now I understand they're trying to give me the Medal of Honor. Won't bring my men back.
You got a Silver Star for Ulap.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's a good possibility that's going to get upgraded to the Medal of Honor.
Those are stories that are real, because all the men on board saw the same thing. We were going down. High in the hell, there's a helicopter going down. All of a sudden, God grabbed it and kept it flying. God can do amazing things.
Well, I think he must feel pretty fondly of you if you saved that helicopter.
A guy like me who hadn't been a nice guy, but I want to believe that he'll forgive me. But I had to learn to be a human being again. I've been in the jungle for so long, I was almost turning into that person. I could eat anything, fight anything, sleep in the water. I'd gone to California after my wife and my son passed. I moved to California. I lost touch with a lot of things. But what I've heard about your show and what I was told to listen to it, I figured you were another candy-ass seal at first. But found out that you weren't.
You see that sword right there?
Yeah.
That's I interviewed a Don Graves, who was a flamethrower in Iwo Jima. And I interviewed him when he was 98 years old.
Oh, great.
He sent me that sword that took that off a Japanese soldier in Iwo Jima.
We're already. Hey, yo.
I should not take your honor. It's like, dang.
Hey, you know, for him to have to take a sword off him, he had to have been dead.
All right, man, oh God. And all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and get into some of these Charlie Kirk debate, and then we're gonna move right into social hour.
Let's do it.
All right, let's get right to it, man.
Like that video, guys.
All right, you seem pretty educated on foreign and domestic policies. I'll try not to. You seem pretty educated on foreign and domestic policies. What's your take on rectifying the homeless crisis in LA, as far as it goes with Karen Bass and Governor Newsom coming from, San Francisco and such? What can we do moving forward? Is DEI the next way to fix these programs, allocating these funds, figuring out what the council members are doing? Where should we go with this? What's the next step for Californians and locals?
It's very simple. When Xi Jinping visited San Francisco, all the streets were cleaned up and it looked like Singapore and there were no more homeless.
Bruh.
We can solve the homelessness problem overnight.
That's correct.
If we choose to do it. But your leaders are choosing not to clean up the streets. It takes the will.
Instead, it's like we always said, like fix the homeless crisis and put yourself out of a job.
Man,
if your job is to oversee the homeless and manage the homeless population and crisis in your city, I mean, why would you fix it completely?
Yeah, the fact that you made the attempt to fix homelessness profitable, that was a problem.
Because that was egregious how when Xi Jinping came in to tour the city, they had the homeless crisis in the streets cleaned up in 48 hours.
Oh, yeah. Kicked them all off the block, kicked them all off the street, cleaned it up.
Scooped the shit up.
Yep. And then said, all right, man, you got Jinping coming through. He about to put some money into this, whatever. Let's clean it up for him. I'm like, yo, we can't do that
over here.
We can't do that for the American citizens that pay, I don't know, billions of tax dollars, you guys.
One of the highest tax cities and zip codes to live in.
I'd be like, bro, I don't know how much Jinping is paying y'all, but he ain't paying y'all more than y'all citizens. I know that.
Egregious.
Every homeless person should be given a place in a shelter, should be given 3 meals a day. They should be given a shower, but they should never be given license to stay on the streets. The streets are not their home. You clean up the streets and you give them the help they need. Period. End of story.
Another big YouTuber, Channel 5, Brandon Cunningham, does a lot of hit pieces on San Francisco's homelessness crisis and how bad the issue is. There's a lot of programs that don't work because it's enforced by the city. They hand out needles, they hand out kits.
Correct.
So what can you do to stop that? That's obviously for the harm.
Democrats.
Yeah. So this local election, right? For the local election, a lot of people didn't turn out for the election. How can we increase the voter turnout to change those?
I mean, it's as insofar that people want to keep on living in this hellscape, then you will.
Yeah.
But you do not have to have the homelessness problem. You do not have to have the crime problem. It is a casualty of choice. It is a choice to have the streets the way they are. And as long as people don't show up, I guess they don't care enough.
Hey, we had a conversation earlier.
Make it quick because I don't like to do repeats. But
well, absolutely. Well, I'm talking about a different topic this time. You made some interesting points. About the crime statistics in the African American community. You think crime and poverty are intrinsically linked?
Not always, but they could be directionally close to each other. For example, poor Asians are not necessarily more likely to commit crime than a poor black person.
Okay. Do you think there's systematic functions in place that prevent African Americans from moving upward?
No. I mean, he's not wrong, though. He's not wrong. Like, bro, he's like, yeah, you're right. Poverty doesn't always mean you're going to commit crime. Sometimes it is just your culture. And due to the fact that we do have a culture that, glorifies being a criminal in the hood, I mean, come on now. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, I would say there's several factors that might contribute to that. And I think we maybe have the propensity to commit violence because we have the physical capabilities. Maybe an Asian man might not have those same capabilities.
Key, you hear what you just said?
Yeah.
You basically said an Asian person can't whoop another Asian person's ass.
Not in the same community. Not in the same community. But if the Asian person is purporting crime outside of their community.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I was like, hold on,
No,
wait.
no.
All right, then I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure.
Or
Does not exist.
you don't think so?
No.
You don't think they've ever enforced any
Well, they
policies or any actions?
maybe
to-
40 or 50 years ago, but nothing in the last, nothing in our lifetime, not even close.
I would say in our lifetime, right? Within our
That's a
last
big deal,
our
though,
last
right?
20 decades, our last 2 decades, right? We've had a lot of opportunities for upper mobility, right?
And for whatever reason,
but at a systemic
it hasn't
level,
worked.
at a systemic level, there's a history of prejudice within the American system against African Americans and Black people.
But there's also historic systemic bias against Asian Americans and Jews. It hasn't held them back.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about them.
No,
right?
but it's important to compare. Why is it that it held Blacks back, but not Asians or Jews?
So I'll answer that. So Jews, well, let me speak about Asians. As a model minority, right? They've had more opportunities for upper mobility.
How?
Well, in terms of getting business loans, setting up in different neighborhoods.
No, there was a lot more anti-Asian discrimination in California than anti-Black discrimination in the 40s and 50s.
So you agree
A lot more.
100% that African Americans have getting the same opportunities?
No, I'm not. Look,
as far as redlining goes,
groups are sometimes treated poorly. Whether or not you're able to overcome that is the.
You know what? I hate to do this, but man, I stand on what I said though. It do just seem like, bro, when you brought the point about the Asians and that they commit less violence even though they're in poverty, I'm just like, you're right, because it ain't like perpetuated. But in our community, it is. So it's just like I can see where the point's coming from. It is a special case with us, and you're right when Asians, you say they might not have the want or the ability to commit that type of violence
Outside of their community.
outside of the community.
Oh,
But if we're being fair, we are talking about like in poverty, we do commit the most violence against each other.
Yeah, I would say that we do have the propensity or the statistic likelihood of doing so. So
yeah, because usually back in the day it was just you be ganged up against a race of people be ganged up and then they go against another race of people.
Right. But now we got gangs going against other Black gangs.
Yeah, wild. Like hey man, see, I know we need to go back to when white people were doing gangster stuff, like when it was the Jews against the Italian mob, or it was the Italian mob against the Polish or whatever.
Shit like that, respectable beefs. The shit they make documentaries out of.
Like for real.
like
this,
bruh.
This is just self-destructive.
It's low class. But shout out Big Wave Dave, $2. Silly victim mentality. Grow the hell up.
Nah. So it's about, but we were born in poverty and we're Black. We were Black in poverty. Oh God.
Tell me a
Question number 2.
So treated poorly doesn't cover it. I have a couple things. I have a couple lines right here.
60 years ago, Dr. Linus Pauling, a 2-time Nobel laureate and vitamin C pioneer, warned, quote, "The world is sick due to a lack of minerals in our foods." Today, depleted50.com.
So treated poorly doesn't cover it. I have a couple things. I have a couple lines right here. So we have the Tulsa Massacre of 1921, right?
Yeah,
where African Americans established a black. Well, they established a Black Wall Street, right? And that was taken down. We have the Black Panthers.
How does that
in
impact
San
you?
Francisco?
How does that impact you?
I'm saying there's a history. I'm trying to establish a link here.
No, but I think again that you're trained to do this in the college. It has no bearing on whether or not you can make good decisions or not.
Well,
right?
College has no impetus on my thinking. This is
No,
organic.
I know, but I reject the whole premise. You are not a creature or a victim of what happened 104 years ago. You're your own being with your own agency, your own ability to make decisions of
And
right
I
or
agree
wrong.
to not subscribing to victim mentality and taking
I know,
accountability
but I
for
don't
your
think
actions.
I don't think any of that plays into your current status.
You don't think so at all?
No.
Can you list more reasons as to why?
Yeah, the number one problem with Black America is the fact that dads are not around. Not the fact that
and
there
that's
was
enforced by the government.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Actually, that was not enforced by the government. To be quite honest, it was our own people who chose the government over fatherhood. We chose as the Black community. This is a choice that the Black community made. We chose government assistance over fatherhood. We chose government assistance over a nuclear family. We chose Section 8 over a man in the house. Remember this. This is on us. Just because the government provided the option doesn't mean we should have took it. Like, that's on us.
I would say on an individual basis, there's different programs that
Two out of 3 Black youth did not have a dad around.
Yeah, there's a crack epidemic. CIA moved crack.
I mean, did the Black man have to do the crack to be separated from his family? No, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. It's all personal choice. It's like, did the Black man have to go out there and sell crack to the community and get himself a 10, 20-year sentence? No. There's got to be a certain point where it's just like, all right, bro, we got to turn this one on us. Okay, yes, the CIA put crack into our community, but it didn't mean we had to sell it.
Nope.
Okay, then.
Into the hood. We went into different hoods in Los Angeles community.
Yeah, but you have to still choose to do drugs.
Thank you.
So, like, the point is, you're a victim of your choices, not your circumstances. That's what makes us conservatives
I
different.
think you're removing culpability from people, but I agree with the accountability.
We believe choices.
No, bro. Look, I always keep saying that the white man's been running the same damn plan for like 60 years plus, and black people ain't still do nothing about it. Ain't still change the play, change up, but do a different move or nothing. We're just still falling for the same BS, but we're complaining about the white man. It can no longer be the white man's fault if it ain't changed the sauce up. We're just falling for the same damn shit. It's our fault.
Or what determine what you're in, not what's around you.
Yeah,
so,
your choices inform your environment, your outcomes. I agree with that.
Yeah. So then if people choose to do crack cocaine and therefore your kids don't have a dad around, that's your own choice. If you choose to commit crimes and you're in prison, that's your own choice.
Yeah,
but no other community has had this problem. Why is Black America have this problem?
I think there's a direct link between the prison industrial complex and incarceration.
Well, but how does one get to prison?
And the profiling African
Well,
Americans.
hold on. But first of all, it's not a profiling when it comes to that. Blacks are far more likely to commit.
See, this what kills me. It's like when it comes to our community, bro, it's like they take everything away from, like, they just take the personal choice out of the equation.
Accountability goes out the window.
Bro, they act like, all right, so yeah, the CIA dropped crack in there, and then every black man was just like, we must sell. We must destroy our community with the crack. It's
and
like,
I would summarize it by saying we were swindled. They sold an alluring dream to us. I mean, or an alluring lifestyle with by crack or drugs, and we were swindled.
Yeah, I mean, bro, what you mean, bro? They sold it with the rap game. Now you got like everybody wanted the Gucci with the baller chains on and the bro. Come on, you gotta understand.
White folks were doing it. It was a party drug.
Yeah, like bro, it just wasn't just drop crack off. It was drop crack off through the music industry, propagandize it, get us to sell and do it,
merchandise it.
Yep, and now look where we're at today.
Crimes than any other group associated. It's like 3 to 4 times more likely. It's not even close.
Comprehensive ploy.
So
But
how does that
Well,
work?
I'm not here to debate numbers because I don't have the numbers.
It's okay. When you get home, you can look at it. Black Americans are 13%.
You know what makes it even smarter is that they didn't have to change nothing up. The same system is running on autopilot.
Oh yeah, it's like a set and release.
Yep. It's like a program. Just it really is like a program.
Of the population, they commit 55% of the violent crime.
A statistic I've heard before.
Right.
Again, I don't have the numbers.
It's fine. You could independently fact check it later. I don't anticipate you to have it off the top of your head. But why is that?
I don't have a direct answer.
I know. That's what I want you to think about it. And I'm not going to put you on the spot. Here's our answer. It's easy and tempting to say systemic racism, redlining, right? All that. Or you could say, maybe it's because dads aren't around, because dads being with their equivalent others or spouses is not a value in the Black community anymore. It's acceptable to have men impregnate women and flee. It's not a cultural expectation.
I think our cultural expectation is for African Americans to stand with their families and increase, because there's a lot of evidence that shows when two parents are present in a household, they have a higher chance of the children succeeding.
I agree. Then why does that happen?
Upward.
So why don't Black dads stay around?
I think that's a progression in our community. I think that's a progression.
But
now,
why is
I'm
that
saying
happening?
that the reason that we're here is there's a lot of factors that led us to this point.
I don't but it's a decision that a Black man can make. He's impregnated a woman, so he's not in jail. So he's like a free citizen.
Yep.
Why not stay with that woman and start a family?
And I'd say for the most part,
66% of the time,
we're moving in that direction.
It's getting worse, not better, actually.
Yeah.
The single fatherhood rate is getting worse in Black America. It was 25% in 1965. It was 50% in 1980. It's 75% in certain cities. It's beyond comprehension. It's like the worst of the industrialized world. And there's only one explanation. It's that it's not a cultural value.
The increase in liberalism and feminism in the Black community. I mean, I was LGBT, the LGBT agenda is going on as well. I mean, they're pushing Black men to be gay. They're pushing Black women to not only be childish, single, and independent. I mean, bro, I was dog. I was literally kind of getting into it. This one chick, I mean, early 30s and all that good stuff, talking about she don't want no kids. And I was just like, and she was highly liberal and everything. And I'm just like, yo, what is it about y'all liberals that one, y'all don't want to put into the future? Y'all have like a doomsday scenario about everything in life, and it's kind of what's been fed into the Black community. It's like we have a doomsday scenario about everything. Like the white man's always out to get me. I'll never make it because the white man's right there, and all they wouldn't do is protect billionaires. And it's like, bro, if you think like that, that will become your reality. I promise you. It's not the reality of everybody. It's just gonna be your reality if you keep thinking like that.
I specifically like the last point he made. Like he said, it wasn't culturally valued, and I would say, like, even on a personal level, I go around and, my black peers, it is almost a rarity to find somebody who's married my age, younger or older for that matter. It doesn't seem as if the importance or the highlight is there on marriage and long lasting relationships as, it once was in the black community.
You know what's so funny though? It's like, I always just say, this is why somebody always did tell me, like, people who like avoid kids or who like don't want to have kids rarely see success, because like these liberals, they always see the worst. Like, bro, one of the arguments that the young lady said to me that they rarely see truly happy mothers. And I'm just like, you know what? I can relate that to a business and be like, you rarely see a truly happy businessman. You rarely see anything worthwhile. You rarely see somebody truly happy. And like, if it be business, it be your family, if it be your hustle or your athleticism, you're always going to eat shit in the beginning. So to just expect everything you to be truly happy throughout, and I mean, a journey such as, I would say, parenthood or entrepreneurship, anything like that is asinine. It's like you're thinking about things in a completely childish fashion. If you just think everything's going to be fair and happy. Like, no, that's not how the world works.
You in Black America right now?
I think we have to disagree. I think it is a cultural value moving forward, and I think it has been a cultural value. And I think post civil rights movements, and especially during the civil rights movement, that was a major impetus. That was a major focus of the Black community, and that's how we got through that movement.
Black America,
that structure and that family.
Black America's actually gotten poorer since the Civil Rights Act.
Well, yes, I understand that. I don't have an answer for that.
It's okay. Think about it. And I'm not saying it's one or the other, but the Civil Rights Act is revered as this amazing thing. But Black America is actually poorer, more likely to commit crimes, more poverty than it was before the Civil Rights Act. There's a lot of explanations. Thomas Sowell's written entire books about this.
And I've read on Thomas Sowell.
Good. And I want you to keep reading Thomas Sowell because he'll push your boundaries and he's phenomenal. Here's our belief system. The most important thing is dads in the home. If you do not have two parents around, everything falls apart. It's not about government checks or welfare. It's the nuclear family. The nuclear family is a guarantor more than anything else that a kid is going to.
And I 100% agree with that.
Right. So we have to figure out then, it's a riddle. I think I know the answer. Why so many Black youth do not have dads around.
I personally think the answer is more convoluted than that. I think it's a bit muddled. I think going forward, there's going to be an upward progression in that area. I have to look.
All right, let's get to it.
I would hope so. I mean, it would only be for the benefit of the Black community specifically.
Not for real. All right, man. They said this guy was simping for DEI, so let's get into it.
Simping for DEI.
Yeah, I was like, okay, let's hear it.
Yeah. So last year you said something about DEI, unqualified Black pilots. You see a pilot on a Black pilot. Don't you think it was an irresponsible statement suggesting that maybe these pilots aren't qualified? Or
I mean, shit, you low key. But hey, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Hit the three dots up there in the corner to like the video. Make sure to like and subscribe, man. We do this every night.
No, but I'll tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, DEI, unqualified Black pilots. You see a pilot on a Black pilot. Don't you think it was an irresponsible statement suggesting that maybe these pilots aren't qualified or unqualified?
No. But I'll tell you exactly what I said and why I said it.
Okay, go ahead.
I said, the pretext, I went through a whole windup. I said, United Airlines is saying that they want 40% of all their pilots to be people of color or women. We have learned that we have relaxed standards anytime that we try to reach racial quotas. Anytime we reach racial quotas, we relax the standards. Standards for air traffic control, professors, or college admissions. Therefore, when it comes to pilots or surgeons, if I see somebody who is Black, as I said on the show, I'm going to hope that person is qualified. That's what I said, which of course is legitimate.
All right, man, let's go ahead and get our man Big Wave Dave up here, man. What's good, brother?
Yo, what's up?
It's all good.
What's going on, Dave?
As for the last subject that was going on about the dude like crying about like, oh, well, we're worse off and blah, blah, this and that. Well, look, if you want to go into systematic racism, right, that goes on with our government, that would be the welfare program.
Yeah.
But they still want it. They don't want to get rid of it. They want the welfare program.
They do.
So as much as they hate it and they talk about it, oh, the systemic racism in America, well, then that's the freaking welfare program.
Bruh. Exactly. And I was just saying, yeah, like I said, like, bro, we sold out our independence for government assistance.
Yeah, and bro, that's why I was trying to get on sooner, like, because you're kind of killing my point set.
All right, what's up?
not killing it, but like going along with it. But look, they want these certain things, but they want to cry about it at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's systemic racism. Well, you keep freaking doing it. Stop it.
Shit, good point.
Stop using it. Don't want to be a part of it. Get your life in order and move on.
And
You
get
keep
off
letting the government like take advantage of you and keeping you on these programs. And exactly, if you're on welfare, if you're, you have mom and dad with the kid, you get less money.
Yeah. I think
Because
on
both parents making money equals less money for you. So the mother gets the kid, gets child support from the father, but still gets welfare at the same time.
Yeah, I have heard of that setup. I've heard of a girl talk about, I'm getting my welfare and my child support. I'm like, damn.
I think on a personal level, I mean, I can tell you like racism and prejudice does exist, but on the systemic level that people complain about, I don't know if it's as egregious. Like especially
it's not. Key at the end of the day,
a lot
it's
of people exaggerate and they do kind of contribute to that like victimhood mentality. Not to say
if you keep being a victim, go ahead. I'm sorry.
like, you've encountered a white guy in your life who said something about not even just black people or another race of people that maybe made you a little bit uncomfortable. Like, that was kind of a funny comment. So we all know people can be racist or prejudiced, but beyond that, I think a lot of people do kind of play into it a little bit too much.
All right, I think somebody got the wrong argument. Like, we're not arguing if there's more black people on welfare. We're arguing about the facts of it. What?
Yeah, if you're a single mother and you kick out the father, you get more money from welfare and you can get child support and welfare and live on that.
It's very true. There's certain
it's lazy ass people.
There's certain benefits that you can't even access if you have a father in the home.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I want
subsidized housing. So go ahead.
Okay, but I pretty much wanted to say somebody was trying to argue in the chat, pretty much saying that, oh no, there's more white people on Social Security. Yes, we know that, but we're arguing the facts we're talking about the effects that the welfare system have on the black community, not if there's more black people on welfare. No, we know there's more white people on welfare, but the effect that welfare has on the black community is pretty bad, and it causes, I ain't gonna lie, it just causes underachievement. Like people don't want to achieve.
It's still that's across the board. Look, it may be more or less on either side, but the damage it does is the same across the board. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Like it has nothing to do with the race. The damage it does is the same across the board.
Yeah, because the rules apply for every race. You're not wrong. All right.
But it's still damage. And to call it like, okay, so drowning, it's so easy to call racism. Yes, exactly. It's not all racism. It's I'm sorry. I did have to go on another chat and moderate, but we were kind of having the same conversation. The Democrats and the liberals, they don't want you to own anything. They don't want you to have money. They don't want you to have your guns. They just want to take over. And this kind of goes hand in hand, right? You rely on the government and then you're their pawn.
All right, man. Stand by Big Wave Dave. All right, man. We're going to keep it pushing, brother.
All right. I had more to go on, but go ahead.
Wait, really? Should go on cook.
All right. So, look, I actually have family that's on welfare. I have family that's on Social Security disability. Do I think they need it? No. They're just too fucking lazy. And this is like white people.
Yeah.
So I don't call racism on that ever. That's just lazy ass fucking people that don't want to fucking work.
Agreed. And who want to, not work at all or just stay below a certain earning potential because they don't want to lose benefits.
Oh, they go around the system in certain ways. I'm not going to lie. There's a reason why I don't talk to my family anymore, because I don't work like that.
Dang. Oh, man. They be shifting the system, man. They be finessing the system.
My older brother, he's claiming Social Security disability for a benign tumor at the base of his brain that doesn't grow. It's been the size of a pea since he was born. Well, not since he was born, but it got there. But it's the size of a pea, and he's a year older than me. And my mother put in his head that, oh no, you don't have to work because you have this.
Oh wow.
So he lives with my mother, and they both live off welfare, Social Security disability. And they are the definition of fucking white trash. Not gonna lie.
Do you think if it hadn't been for your mother telling him he couldn't work or reducing him to
definitely.
like the benefits, you think he could have did something productive with his life?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, for sure, man. At that
She
point,
told him
programmed.
all the time when we were younger, like, "Oh no, you have this. You can do this. You can and can't do this. This is what you're capable of." Like, don't ever tell a child that.
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Dave. He's kind of screwed if that's the case, because.
But no, he is screwed, and it's not his fault. It's our mother's fault.
Yeah, because like at a certain point, you get programmed if you just keep getting told it every day.
Yeah.
Like if your mom said, "Oh no, this doesn't hold you back at all. You got to still do what you got to do." It'd be a different result, especially for something that is not growing or anything like that.
What's funny is she used to get mad at the other siblings and me for telling him otherwise.
Be like, Dave, you're being too mean, Dave. Like, see, Dave, you always been a mean guy. Isn't that so messed up, bro?
No, I'm fucking honest. There's a difference.
Good point. Yeah, actually, there is. Trust me. Not a lot of people know that. Trust me, I get hit with the same accusations as well.
You can call people mean all you want. We don't care about your fucking feelings.
Man, for real. Because, boy, that truth is going to help you a lot. Bro, that truth is going to help you out way more than me just comforting you, telling you, oh, yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, no, I'm not bothered. No, that ain't going to help me hopping
And
on
I hope
your
you
ass.
guys understand this is why the way that I am now. Because I've seen it done. I've seen people coddle people and tell them, it's the same shit with the fucking victim mentality. If you get told that over and over and over again, you're going to have that mentality.
And that's the truth. But all right, man, you have any more else to share with us?
No, I'll leave it alone for now.
All right, man. You was cooking on that one, man. Appreciate you, Dave.
All right, guys.
All right, man. Get right back to it. And shout out Big Wave Dave. All right, let's get right back to it, guys. And go ahead and double tap that screen for me and like the video, and make sure to subscribe to the channel.
They're begging the question, we're not hiring based on merit anymore. We're hiring based on race. So when you see a black pilot, you wonder, boy, is that person there because they earned it or because they were placed there? That's what DEI does. It makes you ask questions you otherwise would not ask.
So
shout out Fox Chase. He says, Key, you look high as fuck, bruh.
Industry is going to take an unqualified person just based off diversity.
Underqualified, not
correction. Yeah,
underqualified,
underqualified, whatever, uncertified, and put them in a cockpit and risk people's lives.
Those are two different things. Under and un are two different things. Of course, United Airlines will not take someone off the side of the street and put them into a pilot. But in order to reach a 40% goal, they might cut corners. They might accelerate the process in order to reach a goal. We know this through all sorts of DEI examinations and projects over the last 10 years. You have to choose in life. Either excellence or racial quotas will end up being the most important. And both cannot simultaneously exist. It's never happened before.
Okay, so when we talk about DEI, well, who benefits the most? Because black people really don't. It's only like maybe 3 to 4% of black people actually benefit from those programs. So who benefits the most?
Women.
I'm not sure your question. I mean, theoretically,
I can answer that question. I'd say women. Yeah, women. Like that's kind of women and transgenders. I would say that. Like it's not really more DEI. It is about race and lowering the standard for certain races. But what I've seen it mostly applied to is women. Pretty much getting more women in leadership positions or more women in male spaces. That's what I've mainly seen it applied for. So if you're asking who it mainly benefits, I would say women of all shape, colors, and sizes. Oh, even the ones that pretend to be women, even them too.
40% of all pilots end up being black people are
But
people of
but
color.
that's not. I actually looked it up. It's only like maybe about 6% of
No,
pilots.
their
are white.
goal is 40%, right? That's the point. It's like that's actually a great point.
Okay, that's funny, bro. Shut up. He said, I'm selling my white privilege card. I'm like, man, what's the price on it, bro? What's the price on that white privilege card? You know, like, bro, I could use that.
Point. So they wanted to go from 6%.
Apparently, people in my community hold it at high esteem. They're saying you can get anything in life. It is the golden card throughout life if you ask people in the black community. Oh boy, that white privilege.
And to 40%. And so you have to wonder, boy, you go from 6% to 40%, there's going to be a relaxing of standards.
Okay, I guess the way let me see if I can rephrase this. So essentially, when you talk about DEI, affirmative action, or anything to that effect,
I'm against all of it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that would be fine. The thing is that now it's actually referenced as a slur against essentially if you see a black person in a position or minority or whatever, the assumption is that that person is not qualified when literally, and you have to be qualified in order to even to get in that position.
Well, so let's take college admissions. So this is a great example. At Harvard, we learned because of new revealed documents that black students were having test scores that were 30 to 35% lower than their white counterparts.
Okay.
And so therefore, if you saw a black kid at Harvard, it's a fact that they were not having the same test standards as their white counterparts.
Still doesn't matter. The kid has to get through. He's got to get through the classes, do the tests, do all the research.
Well, they actually drop out at a greater rate too. But the point being is just the idea that they were there. Number one, took a spot from an otherwise qualified individual that might be white, and they were not there on the same
white or Asian. And this is what was really going on. Like, through this whole, it's also going on through affirmative action as well. But like through these little, I guess, initiatives, it was wild as shit. I'm gonna tell you why. Because it would be kids who would honestly do well in anything but Ivy League. If they weren't in an Ivy League school, they'd have been a top student.
Any other PWI.
Yeah. But the problem was that we're letting in these students who would normally rank high into another school, but we're letting them in these Ivy Leagues like Harvard and Yale, and they're failing because it is too much. It's too much. They can't compete. They can't keep up. But they'd have been that guy if they'd have went to, like, I don't know, maybe like Ohio State or, I mean, man, name some colleges.
Bowling Green.
UD. Yeah. Well, these are Ohio colleges, but you know what I mean. They could have went to a state college and they'd have done just fine. But they got accepted in the Ivy League because they lowered the standard for certain demographic of people.
And shout out Big Wet Dave, $5. Yeah, I know my white privilege is BS. I have some of my family as reasons why that's crap.
Yeah, I would just say, I'm like, white privilege is fair, bro. I mean, white privilege is kind of gone now. I mean, bro, it's like the most.
It disappeared almost.
Yeah, it disappeared. Like, bro, to be a white straight man is the worst thing you can be in America.
They're vilified right now.
I think the next sub is a black straight man, but bro, at first place is a white straight male.
How the tides have turned,
man. So I'm almost be looking at y'all like, you know what? Y'all don't got white privilege anymore, but at least y'all women still. I mean,
that card ain't never going to decline.
Yeah, like white privilege for white women. I mean, it's somewhat there, but for y'all dudes,
they got it tough right now. I don't know when it started or who started it, but
man,
they got it tough right now.
Honestly, I blame the liberal white women. I think they're the ones who took it from their own guys.
Put a target on their back, essentially.
Yep. And then blame all the world's
what we want is the same rules for everybody.
You're making the assumption that they're not qualified in order to get in. In order to even,
I do feel for you, white man. Trust me. Our black women do the same thing. We're the problem for everything in our community as well, even things we have no control over.
Get there,
it's not the assumption, it's the data. So for example, it's literally at Harvard, you had kids with perfect SAT scores, perfect ACT scores that were white.
So that makes a degree from Harvard worthless.
About race, it brings up those.
Well, you're exactly right. Yeah, actually, Harvard's degree is becoming more worthless because it's more race-based than merit-based. You're exactly right.
Okay, now we talked enough about that. So in the past, you said you've made segments about black privilege. So can you explain that to me and what it is? And
yeah, of course. I mean, it's easier for a black person to get into college than a white person. You get with lower test scores. It's called affirmative action.
Okay, so that's been so college admissions has been affirmative action for college admissions has been struck down.
Thank you. Yeah.
So
I'll give you another example. What percentage of TV commercials have black people versus white people?
I'm not sure about that, but
about
white
40,
people are also in commercials.
About 40. Oh, this is important. About 40 to 50% of all network TV commercials have a person of color right now. What percentage of America is a person of color?
At least for black people, I know we're about 13%.
Yeah, it's about 13% of the population, nearly half of all the TV commercials.
12.
White people are still in the commercials.
Yes, but under.
It is like, bro, it used to be 14, now it's 13. Next year it's gonna be 12. You wanna know why? Because we're aborting more kids than we're producing. Bro, women. I mean, bro, y'all gotta chill with this
Get
abortion.
busy. Get
Yeah,
busy.
y'all need to get busy. I need to start getting like these Muslim women, man. I need like 5, 7 a pop out of each one of y'all. We need to get our numbers up. I mean, the reason why we need to get our numbers up is so we can have more voting power and a stronger community. I mean, it's crazy how we want more voting power. We want all this nice stuff, but we're not willing to work on our community, especially our numbers.
More representation.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, you want like, bro, people power is the strongest power, and the fact that we're losing in population is crazy. Like, bro, we've been in this country for how long, and we're still only 13%. Like, we're only at 13%.
Not a good sign for our future. Not a positive thing moving forward.
Look, been in this country way too long to just be 13% now.
Be on the decline. Shout out Big Web Dave though, $2. Silly white cis. Oh yeah, like I said, white cisgendered males are under attack right now.
Those silly white cisgender males and their colonizer ways. It's like, bro.
Another 5 from Dave. He says they want to talk about percentage and it's not in their favor. STFU, man.
Okay, man, shut the fuck up. And shout out Big Wave Dave.
Thanks,
man. All right, let's get back to it.
Represented as proportional, though. The point being, I can give you another example. Easier to get corporate jobs. There are entire departments that are dedicated to just try and expand racial quotas.
You know what would really to fix this from the beginning had you not had all the. So why do we have DI in the first place? Because this is the problem that creates. So why was DI necessary in the first place?
Did you know that over 85% of grass-fed beef in stores is in just
good catch.
Excellence of the country and elevate racial tribal politics.
Okay, so if you don't have the racism, right, and then you'll need that program. So you eradicate the racism, then and that eliminates the need for any kind of program.
No, but if you have excellence, you're going to find the best.
That tries to take people and put them in place because they're minorities.
You want the best in everything. So let me just ask a final question, okay? If you were about to board a United Airlines flight from Tallahassee to Atlanta, and you find out the airline pilot says, "Hey, everybody, I'm a pilot. I was hired because of diversity. Let's have a great flight." Would that make you feel good or not so good?
No, but I know he's still got to be qualified in order to fly that aircraft.
But he said, "I was hired because of diversity," and you're like,
you still got to meet the standards in order to get into the cockpit.
Well, again, we know because air traffic controllers and many others, they relax those standards. When you have a surgeon,
you're saying that, but look, you're not. It does not make sense. It's irresponsible. Not only to say that, but to actually put unqualified people in risk lives.
But we know that's actually happening every day, and that's why it doesn't make sense. But racial quotas end up mattering more than excellence. When I go in for surgery, I want my surgeon to be the best surgeon, and here's where we can agree.
With that.
We want a merit-based society, not a race-based society.
I say we should have started that way from the beginning. But at any rate, then the last thing, I don't want to hog the mic, but I'll just say this last thing.
And shout out my man Big Wave Dave. He says, actually, never mind. Great song for this. Tom McDougall, Black and White. Play it. Perfect for this time. Actually, yeah, let's go for it.
So you talked about black fathers, absentee, and all this other stuff and everything else. I actually agree. Okay, more fathers in the home and everything else. That's wonderful stuff. The thing is that you also said, and I'm looking at some of your stuff previous, that there's a system in place that actually incentivizes women to make babies without husbands.
It's a great society.
Take that away. And then that problem essentially goes away.
I agree.
Now, I would ask this question also: what % of black men do you think are abandoning their homes right now?
Well, we know that it's actually 60 to 70%.
Okay. Then you'd actually be wrong because the CDC actually submitted a report in 2023 that says 54% of black men don't even have children.
But that's
54%.
Hold on, G. Now you're separating the well, I'm gonna be real with you. The sample size or the groups. Right, we're talking about dudes who stayed in their families and actually, and who stayed in their families and who left their families, or the dudes who just never had families at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, nah, you can't compare those groups, G. Nah. Let's talk about the black men who did have families, and let's count the ones who stayed and the ones who didn't. And to be honest, I've heard statistics that black fatherhood is up. So I'm looking optimistically at it.
And the statistics show children do better under black-led households or black father-led households.
Oh God, because you got somebody to put the foot down on their ass, bull, break a stick off in their black ass, man. That's why. Okay, let's go.
Those are two different numbers. I'm talking about those that impregnate.
And fatherhood.
Okay. Well, most black men. Most black men are actually producing children and within the construct of marriage.
I'm talking about just the kids.
So you're saying black men are getting married and then leaving their families?
Not getting married. That's the problem. What I'm saying is the data. I'm saying 2 out of 3 black men impregnate women and don't stay with them.
Sir, I'm telling you that 54% of black men, according to the CDC study 2023 National Health Statistics Reports, literally says that 54% don't even have children.
I know that's a complete different stat. Everyone knows what I'm saying and not what you're saying. That's a complete different. That's like a.
So
what I'm saying is that if you have a black child, which obviously exists for some reason, right? Somebody did something to make that black baby.
Okay.
2 out of 3 times, the dad will not be around. Fact. Done.
Done.
All right.
I mean, and let's be real. It's not a statistic that I like to hear, but it's real.
Yeah, it's realistic.
It's real though. It's like, bro, shit, bro.
It's not very necessarily comforting. It's not sexy, but
like, bro, we got friends who are part of that statistic.
It's a staunch reality.
It's like, bro, there's dudes. Yes,
and
make
for
kids.
any black viewers in here, I mean, for as many friends that you probably do have who are dutiful fathers, active fathers, you probably have just as many, if not more, who are absent.
Yeah, who are just said, oh no, F the girl or F the kid. Or there's just some dudes who just say like, yeah, I'm just not effing with the girls, I'm not effing with the kids, and I mean we've heard it all here on this side. Okay,
Yeah, it is what it is. We don't say this shit to down our own community or portray any type of self-hatred. It's just stats aren't always friendly. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your interpretation. They're here to statistically be accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only out of. Thank you. The statistics are actually out of only those who have kids.
So you got black men who are married also. They're not abandoning their children and families at high rates.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the vast majority of black babies are born out of wedlock with abandoned fathers.
Okay, so let's do this. Now, if that's bad for black babies,
it's bad for all. It's bad for everybody.
So then it shouldn't that be your main line then?
It is actually. Everywhere I go, I talk about
when
that.
you do it, you kind of focus on black men as if somehow we're the only ones that that's part of that problem.
Well, no, it is a black men abandonment issue, of course. I mean, would you agree that's probably the biggest issue facing Black America's lack of dads?
It's one of the issues.
Okay, what is the biggest issue?
I don't know. I haven't kind of thought
That's
about
fine.
that.
I want you to think about it over the next couple of days. We as conservatives believe
because we got a lot of problems. But
the breakdown of family, we believe, is the original sin of what's happening. We think that truth transcends color. It's true for white people, black people, Asians, and Hispanics. Final thought.
Okay, fine. Good question. I mean, good conversation. That's just my thing is when I hear you talk about it, it seems like you're framing it improperly, and then people are here saying that I'm doing it improperly. But I'm a black man in America. I know something about
I'm just offering you grace. I'm not saying that your number is wrong. Just saying that it's a statistic that wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was saying. So thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, he's not lying. It was not relevant. But let's get over to my man Big Wave Dave's music suggestion, man. Shout out, man. He said Dax is back, but we're having a Dax day with Tom McDonald.
Hop in the truck. 10 of my buddies are already drunk. We don't go nowhere.
Nice. Shout out Big Wave Dave for that song suggestion, guys. Anybody else want to share a song suggestion, 5 or more for non-members? And 10 for non-members, 5 or more for members.
Yep, shout out, man. Shout out to the members. All right, let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, Charlie. How are you? I was wondering too. I want to start by saying I don't agree with you on very much, but I hope we don't see each other as enemies. I just want to have a discussion about something that I am a little concerned about. I do feel a decent deal of concern about the White House Faith Office, which was recently, I believe, established around February 7th to combat Christian discrimination. I see it as sort of a violation of our First Amendment rights, particularly the Establishment Clause. I wonder if you could give me a little more information on that.
Biden had a faith office. Every administration has had a faith office the last 100 years.
Is that true? Huh. Well, I guess I don't have a whole lot more to...
A faith outreach arm, that's right.
So I don't particularly agree with the idea that there's Christian discrimination in America. I think emboldening or establishing something that's supposed to combat Christian discrimination, which is not particularly an issue in America, I feel like it steps too close to establishing the Christian religion to not be somewhat of a violation of the First Amendment.
All right, we'll just disagree on that, but thank you.
Well, agree to disagree.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any disagreements, guys? We got to wrap soon. Yes, sir.
All right. So I just want to. We might have opposing views on this. I'd like to extend my gratitude to you as like an advocate for the voice, as a voice for the voiceless, such as me. I'm Armenian. You always voice your thoughts on us. But my question stems down to this. What is your position? Earlier you said you think Turkey should be kicked out of NATO for this, but I don't think countries could be just kicked out of NATO like that. So what is your position on America's involvement with NATO? you think we should like stem away from NATO because they're kind of leeching?
I mean, if NATO is going to get us involved in this Ukrainian war unnecessarily, yes, but NATO's generally been a good thing. But why do we keep on expanding NATO? NATO is an irritant to Russia. We should not go out of our way to try and antagonize Russia. It is stupid. It is self-defeating.
Yeah.
It's not good for America, period, end of story. And what we should do is we should configure all of our force and our attention against our true enemy, the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party is our true enemy, not the people of Russia.
But moving forward,
I can agree to that. And I'm gonna say this. It's like, look, I don't agree with the way Russia runs their government or anything, but when it comes to like, you know, the threats to America, yeah, it's China. It's China over Russia for sure. I mean, bro, threat to our economy, threat to national security, man, bruh. These guys have low-key been going off on us. They've been low-key doing the most egregious stuff to us, and we have not talked about it. Actually, we've been so focused on Russia that we're kind of ignoring how China's been doing us dirty. I mean, for forever now. Let's be real. So I really don't understand this whole like why we put Russia as the front man, as the most evil villain in the world, when he doesn't do half the shit that China does.
And I mean, let me put it on a scale that you guys may be more familiar with. All these Chinese cyber attacks, the Chinese spy balloon from like a year or two ago. Like, yeah, they're the imminent threat.
Chinese immigrants start coming over to start weed farms.
I mean, that's the type of shit we need to be worried about. The type of shit they're not highlighting, but that's what we need to be worried about.
Yeah, like stuff that's happening on our soil. But it's, I don't know, when it really does come to like Russia though, yeah, we honestly shouldn't have no beef with them because we should honestly understand them. We do kind of understand where they're coming from, because if any military alliance was ever try to take over Canada or invite Canada into there and they're not one of us, bro, we wouldn't stand for it. Canada would no longer be its own sovereign nation. Mexico would be the same thing. We'd go in there and take it right from them.
And due to certain geopolitical aspects, I mean, there's a potential partnership with Russia in the future, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather be part. Look, I would rather the U.S. and Russia work together than China and Russia working together to work against us. Because why wouldn't they?
I don't know. Something scammy about the CCP.
Yeah, that and like, bro, isn't China and Russia both part of BRICS? Yeah. So it's like, why?
But they're essentially dismantling.
Yeah, exactly. But why we want them to be any closer than that? There was already like kumbayaing over the fact that they're over the plot to overthrow our dollar. Already creating plans over that.
Forward, Russia and China have always enjoyed like very good relations with each other. In recent times, we've seen Trump has been trying to get closer to Putin and, you know, potentially establish a connection with Russia. Do you think that would be more economic?
Did I read this one? Hey, yo, shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, my older sister has 4 kids with 3 different black fathers.
God damn.
And he says he's a fat. Oh, yeah, I think I did read. Yeah, he says she's a fat white girl. So,
damn.
You know, I mean, Key, you know how some of these brothers be.
Yeah, there is a, let's just say, a type for some of my fellow brothers out there.
Yeah, a type, all right. But I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes a type got me thinking.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Respect to Dave's sister and all, but
yeah, but I'm gonna say this, like, guys, black guys, if you're gonna date a white girl, can you date a white girl that even the white boys want to? Y'all do that?
Not the slops, not the leftovers,
not the rejects, you know, not the trailer trash, but the white girl that the white boys want to, man. You know, like, come on, man, come through in the clutch come through in the clutch.
The Hillary Duff.
It's beneficial to America as in contrast to us being with NATO.
Which part?
Us aligning more with Russia than we are with NATO.
Oh, and shout out my man Big Waves Dave. He said we all need to continue to push out the truth and squash the nonsense these spoon-fed libs believe. Facts. Shout out Big Waves Dave. Nah, honestly, we do. Because, dog, like, bro, the fact that me and Key was on here, like, what was it, yesterday? I think we was on here yesterday breaking down the CR bill just to discover that not only was y'all lying about cuts to Medicaid went from 1.2 billion to 1.8, $600 million into Medicaid that was added through the Trump administration. No, they wasn't cutting Medicare or Medicaid. No, they were cutting the fact that Medicaid money was being sent to the Department of Homeland Security to a little, office out there?
Cuts in government positions.
Cuts in government positions. So wait, hold on. And this is what we found. Government from Medicaid was going to pay the salaries of government government employees that was working for the Department of Homeland Security. So yes, Medicaid dollars were paying for these salaries of employees that was working for the Department of Homeland Security. That's what got cut.
So their benefits got cut. So they claimed that Medicaid was getting cut, essentially.
Yep. The lies, but okay.
Well, we're not. I mean, I
read
think
this
that, but first of all, remember, Russia wanted to be part of NATO back in the early 2000s.
Page 95, section, I'm about to say 2207 through 2210. Yep, page 95.
There is not a good argument to overly antagonize Russia the way that we have. We should be friends with both, but like Russia is not killing Americans. Russia is not currently involved in like poisoning our youth with fentanyl, or Russia is an unnecessary enemy largely created by the U.S.
And shout out my man Skip Dredman. He said for breaking down the CR. Well done, gentlemen, man. No problem. Hey, man, we have to. Because they was talking too much. I'm just like, dog, I got to see it. I got to see it, period, point blank, if he's cutting Medicaid or Medicare. And we found out that none of it was getting cut. And it's kind of like just a mix up with the words. Like as Keith said, because they're cutting government employees that, I'm gonna be real with you, the Medicaid money should have never went to, because last time I checked, the Department of Homeland Security got their own damn budget. Why are they taking money from Medicaid? Don't make no sense. But because we cut that wasteful or fraudulent, in a way, I'm gonna be real with you, it is kind of fraudulent spending. We're paying into Medicaid, but for somehow it's getting paid into the Department of Homeland Security. We didn't pay for that. That's not what we know Medicaid to do. So hey, it is kind of crazy how we cut that off, and they're saying we're cutting Medicaid. Oh, we increased the funding for Medicare, and they're saying that we cut Medicare. It's like, bro, where are y'all getting this from?
In short, there's no cuts to Medicaid. It's a misrepresentation of the bill.
Thank you.
Like security state.
Gross misinterpretation.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Signed up, please?
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
Anybody any disagreements? You got an IDF search? No, he's already gone. Yeah.
IDF?
Yeah.
I come?
Sure.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Sharifi. Wait, I have some notes real quick. Let me just pull them up. Hi, Charlie. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to start off with that I admire you a lot regarding your logic and your thoughts on wokeism. I think wokeism is very bad, especially for the minors of our country. My name is Sharifi, and I'm a proud Israeli Persian Jew. As a Zionist, I want the best for Israel, which includes bringing the hostages home, and Israel obtaining peace with its neighbors. I hope one day to see a world where Jews and Arabs can coexist.
I mean, I like that perspective.
Not necessarily a Zionist myself, but I can respect it. I can respect the young man's perspective.
Honestly, I don't even think that's a shared view of Zionists to have a working relationship with our neighbors. With their neighbors, I mean,
yeah, I think
most Zionists kind of want to go to war with their neighbors,
or just kick them out from their land.
Yeah,
or the land that they're. I'll just say the land that they're in. Don't crucify me here.
Yeah.
In the Middle East, how can Israel obtain peace and more diplomatic ties with its neighbors surrounding them?
I mean, Israel, first and foremost, has to destroy Hamas. And by the way, you know what no one's talking about is Hamas should have to do an unconditional surrender.
Yes,
no
sir.
one's not a peace deal. We need an unconditional surrender like we had in Japan. Absent an unconditional surrender, I don't believe peace is possible.
Okay.
You notice no one has mentioned that term unconditional surrender. That needs to be reintroduced. I mean, we did it in World War II. We need an unconditional surrender.
I mean, here's the thing, though.
You know what we had to do to Japan to get them to do that?
Like, dog, we had to blow these. I mean, we had to drop 2 nukes on these guys to get them to do that.
God damn.
And I even heard rumors that Japan was already willing to, like, bend the knee already.
Yeah.
We just did that just to test the damn thing out.
We made it at that point. Gotta use it on somebody.
So, I mean, like, dog, to get them to unconditionally surrender, like, let's be real. We'd have to put them in, like, a very hopeless and gruesome situation. I mean,
to be honest, I don't like the implications of that.
Yeah, me neither. It's like, bro, I think
they've already suffered enough bloodshed. I mean, on both sides.
On both sides. So
if we were to be realistic,
to get them to unconditionally surrender, and I'm gonna be real with you, you'd have to start taking out more Palestinians. You'd have to make it so drastic, make them feel so hopeless. They're like, bro, just please stop. Please stop. I don't even want to do it for Allah no more.
Literally, like a tactical nuke. Not a large scale nuke, but a tactical nuke that would just low key like decimate Gaza.
Decimate them. I'm talking about you only got maybe like 100K of them left. I bet you they'll give up then.
Right.
It's like that's what I'm saying. I don't like the implications of it because it kind of sounds like beat them down until they have nothing left.
I mean,
an unconditional surrender means that, bro, we done took the soul right out of you, bro. We done took all the fight out of you and everything, dog.
I mean, it just goes toward the ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, the whole narrative.
I mean, if we were able to get an unconditional surrender without that, it's great,
Sure,
fantastic.
perfect.
But the way these Palestinians have been acting,
and to compare it to Japan, like,
bro, I don't think it's happening.
That comparison was low key. I don't know. The indicators right there is. I don't know.
I don't know.
Pretty
like,
negative.
I mean, do we have to do the same type of damage we did to them to Japan? I don't like that.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. May I please have a hat?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Anyone disagree?
Can I get it signed,
Yes, sure.
please?
Hi there, Charlie. I just want to say I've looked up to you for many years. You're the one who got me into the conservative movement about 8-9 years ago. I really love you. And out of everyone in the conservative movement, you're the one who I feel matches my moral ideals the most. One thing I just want to ask you, as a Christian,
AKA, she trying to slide in my man DM.
Right. I looked up to you for years. In other words, Charlie, you're my idol.
Christian woman who wants to start a family, and I look around me nowadays,
with you, Charlie.
especially living in California, I'm really afraid of what my child's going to be exposed to. I live with a 6-year-old, and every time she comes home, I worry that she's playing dog. She's going to pretend to be a furry someday, or I don't know. I get scared of that stuff, honestly. What do you think is the best way to prevent our children from being influenced from those ideals and growing up in with the proper Christian ideals? Even though we keep it in our household, they're still exposed to it outside.
Yeah, first of all, don't send your kids to government schools. That's number one. Number two, have a very robust church life and attend church regularly. Honor God in all that you do. And also marry a godly man that was willing to defend your kids and to wall off all of the negative, poisonous content that might come after your future children. It's very, very important. And then finally, I don't want to say leave California, but it's getting worse around. The cultural poisons and toxins that are out there is so dreadful. It is so heavy. So that would be my
honestly
about the government school part specifically.
Cool. I thought about finding a whole godly man.
No.
I mean, like if you base it down to what religion you want that man to be, then yeah, it's gonna be tough.
No, it's just unfortunate though, because I mean, there was a part of Trump's policy that said he was trying to expand private school access or religious school access, and that's why I say it's easier said than done. Because right now, as is, the only access you'd have to private school is if you have that income, that disposable income. I mean,
Or
sometimes these schools can be 10, 20, 30K a year.
Or the scholarship that you rarely get through the lottery.
I mean, so it's slim pickings and it's very tough.
Yeah, if there's a way we can standardize it to where all kids can get like a private school education.
At least they had the option to.
I mean, bro, we'd be on top of things.
For sure.
We'd be on top, but that's the problem though, is the fact that I mean, look, richer neighborhoods get a better education than poor neighborhoods. And honestly, it isn't because of the wealth. It's honestly, I think it's just because the richer kids get better teachers. They just get better teachers, dog. I remember when a teacher that used to work in a
said you think Turkey should be kicked out of NATO for this, but I don't think countries could be just kicked out of NATO like that. So what is your position on America's involvement with NATO? You think we should like stem away from NATO because they're kind of leeching?
I mean, if NATO is going to get us involved in this Ukrainian war unnecessarily, yes, but NATO's generally been a good thing. But why do we keep on expanding NATO? NATO is an irritant to Russia. We should not go out of our way to try and antagonize Russia. It is stupid. It is self-defeating.
Yeah.
It's not good for America, period, end of story. And what we should do is we should configure all of our force and our attention against our true enemy, the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party is our true enemy, not the people of Russia.
But moving forward, Russia and China have always enjoyed like very good relations with each other. In recent times, we've seen Trump has been trying to get closer to Putin and, you know, potentially establish a connection with Russia. Do you think that would be more economically beneficial to America as in contrast to us being with NATO?
Which part?
Us aligning more with Russia than we are with NATO.
Well, we're not.
Key, what the hell were we talking about for that cut out on us?
Yeah. Whoops.
I mean, I think that, but first of all, remember, Russia wanted to be part of NATO back in the early 2000s. There is not a good argument to overly antagonize Russia the way that we have. We should be friends with both, but like Russia is not killing Americans. Russia is not currently involved in like poisoning our youth with fentanyl, or Russia is an unnecessary enemy largely created by the U.S. security state.
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Sign that, please?
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
Anybody any disagreements? You got an IDF search? No, he's already gone. Yeah.
IDF?
Yeah.
I come?
Sure.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Sharifi. Wait, I have some notes real quick. Let me just pull them up. Hi, Charlie. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to start off with that I admire you a lot regarding your logic and your thoughts on wokeism.
Yeah, situation.
I already answered it.
Oh, you already answered?
Yeah,
I'm
on.
Can I get a hat by any chance?
Yeah, I'm on Armenia's side. Thank you. Yep.
Armenia's on.
Look at that poem.
That boy fresh.
What's up, Charlie? So I agree that Trump's tariffs will make America rich, and I agree cutting outside spending is a good way to kind of counteract inflation. But I think there's a lot of waste and spend inside of our country, as majority California. A lot with homelessness, a lot with the fires. There's no infrastructure, there's no system here, and Californian dollars are getting wasted every day on a lot of things. What do you recommend we do to minimize that?
I mean, you got to stop electing Democrats in this state, right? I mean, here in California, you guys have the highest poverty rate. You have the highest homelessness. You have the highest wealth inequality. You guys have the highest cost of living. You have the second highest home prices. And you have the highest what we call quality of life crime in the country. Break-ins, burglaries, thing of that nature.
Even just fires by homeless people.
What?
Even just fires by homeless people. There's a lot of waste on resources that are getting sent out.
And so you need to change who is running your state, and that starts with the California Democrat Party.
All right. And then last question. College enrollment rate has been dropping every single year for the past few years. Education feels much less regulated, not up to date, and pretty not advanced anymore. What do you recommend if you want to get educated but don't think a college education is the best way?
It's a good question. It depends on what you want to do, right? It depends on what you want to actually,
For example,
pursue.
Sorry to interrupt, but this college here has promised to raise their tuition 35% over the next 5 years.
Damn.
7%.
I mean, it's incredible. I'm going to be honest. In the next 10 years, we're not there yet. These colleges are going to be completely irrelevant.
Absolutely.
AI is going to take away 90% of the jobs, and advanced robotics is going to basically take over the world as we know it. So find something to study.
And shout out Big Way Dave. He says, look at the map for Trump in New Jersey and Cali. Oh, yeah, no problem. I'll go ahead and pull that up.
And be good at that AI can't do.
Thank
It's
you.
the best piece of advice I have for young people.
Thank you, Charlie.
Find something to be good at that AI cannot do.
Thank
It's
you.
a short list, by the way.
Yeah.
Because AI is getting pretty advanced, as you well know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
That's the truth.
Yes, sir. If you guys disagree, make your way to the front. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie. First, I want to thank you because you're a big reason why Trump won the election in the youth vote. So I just want to thank you for that. Now I know your stance on DEI is, no DEI based on race, religion, ideology, political beliefs, which I 100% agree with. My question for you is, what are your thoughts on DEI I don't know if DEI is even the correct term, but based on context or circumstances. So I just want to use applying to college, for example. So let's say someone like JD Vance, who grew up in a very rough circumstance, probably went to an underfunded school, versus just another applicant who maybe went to private school, had more opportunities, had the opportunity to take higher level college courses. And
Yeah, people do forget that JD Vance did not come from a rich background. JD Vance came from a single mother household, bro. Damn near, bro, he had the hillbilly lifestyle and grew up to be I believe a billionaire. They said he's a venture capitalist. I forgot if he's a billionaire or a millionaire, but either way, the man wealthy. And it really don't matter. He came from the bottom and rose to the top, and he's our vice president. Hey, shout out Ohio.
Seated. So on paper, you could say that the one that took harder classes has, more merit. But would you also consider the fact that the other applicant didn't have the opportunity?
On the surface, it sounds good. So number one, this is the way they're getting around affirmative action is they try to have these what they call context cultural scores, and they try to get around that way. The answer is no, that should have no bearing because you need to have a system based on excellence. And if you do not, you will then discriminate against people that otherwise are very qualified to be there in those positions. It is not the goal of the institution to try to open the door to as many people as possible. It's to be the most excellent possible institution and be able to protect knowledge and pursue knowledge. That is what the goal of college should be.
But what do you think the best solution is for people that don't have those opportunities to begin with?
I mean, first and foremost, try your best to graduate high school, make the most of your life. Maybe go to two-year college or technical school. I mean, these are just general life advice. I mean, if you want to stay out of poverty, it's not hard in America, by the way. And everyone in this audience, it's not hard. It's very easy to stay out of poverty. You want to know how to stay out of poverty? Don't commit crimes. Get married before you have kids. Get a job, any job. Yeah, exactly. Get a job, any job, right? And be not awful with money. You do those four things, you can stay out of what is classified as poverty in this country.
Okay, just one last point, because I remember you were talking about, or at least I heard that you were talking about that character can be a part of merit. Could you make the argument that someone has a lot of character if they do come from a harder circumstance and was still able to
potentially
achieve?
Yeah. I mean, I think character does matter a lot. How you weigh it in an admission process is very complicated, though.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very complicated.
Appreciate it.
Can
Thank
I get
you.
a hat?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and shout out to Big Wave Dave. As I go ahead and share this for you, because you did want me to bring this up. And AP do not have that election map that they had during the election. They took it down and they thought they upgraded it, but really is not as fun. But yes, California president election, 54 electoral votes for the state of California. And yes, Kamala did win that mug. I mean, 9 million to 6 million. And if you actually look at the map here, it does show that yes, these low population areas is if you really do look at the map of California, it's going to look red. It's going to look red as hell. But in these high population areas like San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Aldama County, Santa Carla. It's escaping my mouth. Sorry, I can't even pronounce it right now. But due to these high population cities that mainly go left, yeah, that's what kind of turns these places to the liberal cesspool that they are. I mean, really, we're talking about California. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to ask Big Wave Dave, but I don't think New Jersey's that bad. Not compared to California. But if we go ahead and move on to New Jersey, get the New Jersey breakdown real quick. I know this is the best they're giving us, Dave. This is the best they're giving us. Let's see. Kamala Harris honestly didn't win by that big of a margin as she did in California. I mean, it was like less than a million difference. But like I said, as you go into New Jersey, these big counties that I'm pretty sure Dave know about. Isn't this where Dave at? Yeah. These big counties, where all the people at, is where all the Dems get to vote. They pretty much overruled the conservative votes. I'm gonna be real with you though. In New Jersey, they have more highly populated conservative cities than they do in California, but still, them Democratic cities carried them straight over to the Democrats every time. All right, shout out Big Wave Dave. Let me go ahead and read this super chat real quick. Let me see. No, I'm south of that. He said I'm south of that. Trenton. And shout out Big Wave Dave said the only reason Trump lost Cali and New Jersey was because the big blue cities voted that way. That is the reason you can't get rid of the Electoral College. Otherwise, we would be under sheep rule. Yeah, exactly. That's why they wanted to get rid of the Electoral College. They said, oh, bro, now they did. It's funny how at first they wanted to get rid of the Electoral College because Trump won it. And they was like, nah, we should have went up the popular vote. Then when we start with the electoral college, well, no, we should get rid of the electoral college, but we should just go for it for the population. It's like, bro, it don't make no sense. Look, I get it. Y'all don't want Trump to win, but y'all got to take this L. Y'all lost the popular vote and the electoral vote. Even if, think about it, even if y'all got y'all way and we just took out the electoral vote and y'all would just to go off population, we'd have still won. So guess what? Even if we did, but with Hillary, yes, with Hillary, y'all had us. Y'all had us with the popular vote.
Just want to send greetings from Pastor Jesse as well, from Legacy Family Church. Under his leadership, he just sends his greetings. But I did have a question. I just wanted to know your stance on tariffs. Like, what would you define a tariff is? And also, what are your thoughts on the tariffs that Trump is doing, like he's imposing?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works. I mean, I think we need an equitable agreement. I will say this. The import tariffs are necessary, and the American people voted for them. The idea is bringing back American manufacturing and try to put America workers first. But if they raise prices, which they might, then they should be pulled back.
Awesome. Would I be able to get a red hat?
Yes, I'll sign it for you too. Thank you.
Hey, and shout out Big Way they coming in the Kings here. The TDS is real and they keep pushing. I mean, yeah, that's all they got, though. That's all they got is to make every Trump policy sound like it's against the American people. And then when you really look into it, you realize that, well, it's the Dems that's speaking against the American people, sadly. And the reason I say sadly is because, well, they didn't used to be like this. Like the Democrat used to be the party of the people, but now it's a party of corporate rule. Well, of covert corporate rule. It's like it obviously has corporate rule in it, but they deny it. Bernie.
Yeah, good job, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. I'm a big fan. I just want to say, and I want to tell you, I was at a protest on Pico Robertson, which is in LA. They came, the pro-Hamas guys, they came to our neighborhood, to our synagogue, and I got my nose broken, and it was all because of them. And here's my question. My question is, for the people who are Christian, for the people who are Arabs or whatever, and the Jewish people also, how are we supposed to go about all those people like that are right in the back right now that are chanting that they want for us to not have a land, for us to not be living comfortable in UCLA campuses and over here, all over. So I'm asking you, how should we go and respond? This is to the Jewish, the Christians, and the Muslims. How do we go about this?
I mean, Israel has to defend its homeland first and foremost.
But what do we do? What do we?
I mean,
do
I
right
wouldn't
now?
give them too much oxygen, but what we as Americans need to do is, if any of them participate in flag burning or an anti-American behavior and they're on a student visa, they should be sent back to their country of origin, and they should not be going to school here in the United States of America.
And let me ask you, if someone is saying, because I hear this a lot of Christians say that I'm a Christian, I'm dealing with my own problems, I don't want to be involved. Do you think that that's the right thing to say because you're Christian?
No, Christians should be involved in the public square. They should be salt and light. They should be engaged in the public discussion, not just quarantined off to one area.
And what about Arabs? Because they could say like, oh, okay, these are my people. Listen, I
mean, look, they're entitled to their opinion, but it just seems as if they're taking over every European country right now, and it's very disturbing.
And should we fight back?
I think we should say we should absolutely dramatically restrict immigration. Yes.
I hope there was going to be some kind of disagreement, but
no, sir.
I agree with you.
Thank you. I'll give you a hat.
Thank you.
There's not that many places like that.
Hey, Charlie.
All right, now let's get into this. What's this guy's name? Because I ain't gonna lie, this guy, I like him. I like this guy right here. This guy, he be cooking these reporters for real. Let's get right to it. And then after this, we're going to get into the social hour, which is going to be a little bit fun. You know, we're going to get into the dating and social commentary, people. Let's get right to it, guys. And let's use this video to close out political hour.
What you're proposing here, what the president's proposing here, does not sound like it's in keeping with American tradition when it comes to immigration. The Statue of Liberty says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. It doesn't say anything about speaking English or being able to be a computer programmer. Aren't you trying to change what it means to be an immigrant coming into this country? If you're telling them you have to speak English, can't people learn how to speak English when they get here?
Well, first of all, right now,
it's a requirement that to be naturalized, you had to speak English. So the notion that speaking English wouldn't be a part of our immigration systems would be actually very ahistorical. Secondly, I don't want to get off into a whole thing about history
Here's
here.
the thing, though. I mean, why do people get offended when we say immigrants should learn English? I never understood that. It's like, well, no shit, they should learn English. Like, shouldn't they be held to the standard of all Americans? Like, bro, if you're an American and you don't know English, you will not get a job. Like, what? If you can't speak correctly, you won't get a job. It is kind of, and then here's the thing, though. The fact that we have people that can come into this country and find work means that we have, I ain't gonna lie, we have factories, I mean, restaurants, we have places that are in America that are taken over by immigrants. We have workplaces that are taken over by nothing but immigrants. And this is how I know, because the fact that an immigrant come over here and not know no lick of English and be able to get a job, work, and all that stuff without knowing English at all. You're in an English-speaking country, predominantly English-speaking country, and you got by without learning how to speak English at all. That means we have places set up for you to where you don't ever got to learn our culture. That means we got to set up for you that nice. Bro, no country has that set up for us. If I go out there to Mexico, there is nobody out there going to hold my hand or put me in a place where it's English-speaking people so I can communicate with them and get through. No, they're not doing that for us. Nowhere in the world they're doing that for us. So it's crazy how we do it for them.
But the Statue of Liberty is a symbol of liberty enlightening the world. It's a symbol of
all right, I got you, big way there. Go ahead and call in.
American liberty lighting the world. The poem that you're referring to that was added later is not actually part of the original Statue of Liberty, but more fundamentally, the history. More fundamentally,
you're saying
that
that does not represent.
I'm saying that.
What
I'm
the
saying that
country
the
has always
notion.
thought of
I'm
as
saying the notion that
immigration
I'm saying the notion.
2 minutes.
Sorry.
No,
that sounds
Jim,
like
let me ask you a question.
That sounds like some national park revisionism.
No,
the
what I'm asking you is
Statue of Liberty has always
Jim,
been
let me ask you a
a beacon
question.
of hope to the world,
Jim,
for people to send
Jim, do you
their
believe
people to this country,
Jim,
and they're not always going to speak
Jim,
English, Stephen.
Jim,
They're not
do you
always
believe
going to be highly skilled. They're not always
Jim,
going to be
Jim, I appreciate your speech. Jim, I appreciate your speech. So let's talk about this.
It was a modest
Jim, let's talk about this. In 1970, when we let in 300,000 people a year, was that violating or not violating the Statue of Liberty law of the land? In the 1990s, when it was 500,000 a year, was it violating or not violating the Statue of Liberty law of the land?
Was it violating?
When it was 700,000 a year. No, tell me what years. Tell me what years. Tell me what years meet. Tell me what years meet Jim Acosta's definition.
And all right, man, let's bring up Big Wave Dave. All right, how's it going, Dave? You say you got some comments for this one? Yeah.
Yeah, so that whole not speaking English thing.
Yeah.
You know I know about it.
Oh no, I know for sure you know about it, bro. It irritates my soul that goes down, bro. Because I know for a fact I go to any other country. I'm not getting that. Yeah.
So going through divorce court, right?
Yeah.
The ex had to have a translator there for Portuguese.
Wait, hold on. She still don't know English?
No, because it wasn't her intention.
Wow.
Like she tried, but I think she was using that as a crutch. So when we were in court, all right, so I think I went through this quite a few times with you, but we went to mediation. She had a translator there. I had to take the time to wait for the translator to say everything I was saying, and it took a lot of time. And she agreed to everything, and then after it was done, she was like, "Oh no, I don't agree with this."
Man,
then we went. Months go by because the freaking U.S. government and the court system.
Yeah.
So months go by, and then the judge brings us to court, and the judge tells us, like, "Look, this is going to cost you a lot of money. If you can't come to an agreement, it's going to cost you money." So we come to an agreement. And then as soon as we get out of that, and I'm like, okay, we came to an agreement, good. And I'm like, okay, so I can have my son this amount of time. And she was like, well, no, that's not what I agreed on.
Wait, dang. What?
Claiming she didn't understand.
Okay. So even with a translate, that's the problem too. So it's like, yo, if things get missed in translation, then Who fault is that?
Yeah, but the other thing too was, and so this is why the judgment came down to what it was, is, I told the judge, like, look, I only have him this amount of time. When he gets to me, I have to speak to him in Portuguese for like the first day or two, or no, the first day before he starts like coming back to English. Like I have to mix it in. Instead of being 50% of the time. And her lawyer, when we were in court, tried saying like, well, you knew she only spoke Portuguese at the time. It wasn't a problem for you then. But yeah, now she's in America. She needs to know English.
Especially if she's going to be going through all these proceedings and all that. It's like, come on now.
Yeah, is it that freaking hard? And when she was with me, like we were both doing Duolingo.
And I'll be real with you.
What's that?
Now, Dave, now I ain't gonna lie, it does speak to your point, though. Like the fact that they're not willing to learn English does speak to their intentions in this country.
Yeah. And the fact that she wanted a passport for our child, I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening.
Oh, heck nah. Boy,
And thankfully, the judge was like, yeah, no, you're not getting a passport for that child.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, dang, that's wild. We all see what she tried to do with that one.
Yeah, well, another thing I want to say to any fathers in here that are divorced and anything like that, it's not all about the mother anymore.
It's getting a little bit more fair out here now.
They're trying to go the route where the father and the mother are, if you're willing to do it and not be that scumbag, if you're willing to do it, then the courts will be more favorable to you rather than they were in the past.
Oh, shoot, I think, hey, man, I hate some words of encouragement. I know a lot of guys who's going through that, that family court, divorce court, all that stuff. Man, they usually feel hopeless in those situations. They feel like, man, they might as well just bend the knee to whatever the girls say in court. But
I got guys older than me that went through that, and I went through it with my older kid. It's not the case anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot, hey, you live and you learn, man. Live and you learn. You try to put yourself in better situations.
All right, so my main thing was talking about the English thing. Like, if they're not willing to come here and learn English,
keep them out.
Like, there's a problem there.
Exactly. Like, there's a whole conflict of interest. Like, all right, what's your true intentions here? Because if you're really for America, you love us, you want to be here because it's better than where you're coming from, man, you should have came over here with the dictionary in your hand.
Yeah, why do we have to bow to you for every language that you speak? Portuguese, Spanish, Chinese, Russian.
Like, why are these like corporations creating these, I would so-called say safe spaces for you guys where you don't even got to learn English? Like, bro, back in the day, I ain't gonna lie, though, they would have a translator. Like back when I was working in the factory, they would have a translator there for these guys. Just for them, there's one translator walk around. Like, oh, if you had a little conversation, you wanted to talk to me, you had to go get the translator just to talk to this one employee. It made no sense. I'm like, bro, can you imagine having to do this for an American employee to get your ass up out of here? But we're doing it for these guys who don't know English.
Exactly, and you know, like I said, same thing with the court. Like, she had to have a Portuguese translator, and even with the Portuguese translator, like, she wasn't all there. I don't know if she didn't care or just tried to play it off or whatever the case may be. But look, if you're not willing to learn English, that's the main. You know, they're trying to say now Spanish is the main thing spoken in this country. Well, who created that problem?
Man, oh God, like, bro,
Spanish. Like, I can curse at you in Spanish. I can curse at you in Hindi.
Now, I just don't believe that. Like, so you telling me Spanish is the most spoken language in America?
They tried to say that. I've heard that quite a few times.
I said, there's no way. Now, you couldn't sell me on that just because I'm like, bro, this is America. Everybody, like, come on now.
Yeah, look, and you have countries in Europe that speak mainly English. Like, stop.
Yeah, like, y'all gonna chill with that one. trying to act like, oh, there's more Spanish people. I'm like, bro, we're not gonna start speaking Spanish. Y'all are insane.
Look, I'm not gonna lie.
Spanish speaking country, then why, bro? Why aren't none of us speaking Spanish right now?
Oh, tú quieres mis huevos, sí?
All right, damn it, Dave.
Chúpame la verga, pendejo. Pendejo.
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, no, I don't know if to curse at you, but that's about it.
Bro, all I know is Dora level Spanish.
You know what?
Dora level Spanish. You know Dora?
No, I don't. Oh, Dora level Spanish. Okay, yeah, the map and all that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the best. That is the best I got from you.
All right. Well, look, again, like, it's terrible. Well, you can't come to this country and take advantage. If you feel like these people can come to this country and take advantage, then you're not American.
Yeah.
Just get the fuck out at that point.
Yeah, at that point, just go back to your country. It's okay. It's okay. You can go ahead.
No, not even that. Like, even Americans.
Oh, really? Hold on.
Yeah, if you don't feel like it's wrong for them to do these things, you're not American. Get the fuck out.
Oh, yeah, true. Because like I feel the same way. There is some people that will create the argument like, oh, why they got to speak our language? I'm like, bro, why are we like?
Because you live here.
Yeah, like why are we compensating these people for this? For making it hard on us? We're literally compensating these people for making it hard on us. Like, we got.
Where do you think our tax dollars go?
Communicate with them. Exactly. So it's like not only paying for these people to our tax dollars, but we gotta socially we gotta socially bend the knee to them. We gotta socially capitulate to them.
So just case in point is the translator that had to be at court that day. Well, not be in court, but on a Zoom call. You think she was paid by us and our lawyer fees? No. She was paid by you dumbasses paying taxes.
And
taxes are legal theft.
Man, the forefathers been saying that, but man, you ask these Dems, man, and it's the thing that saved America from the corporations. Ask them if you ask they dumbass.
I don't know, man. It's irritating. Like I said before, I don't know if I said it in this channel or the other channel is modded on, but you have your income tax. You have the tax you pay on the things you buy after you already made that money that you paid income tax on. Then you have your property tax. For instance, I own my home, but if I don't continue paying the property tax, I will not own my home any longer.
Yeah, no, that was trust me, Dave. When I discovered property tax growing up, I was like, bro, what type of BS is that? You tell me I worked this hard to pay off a house and I still got to pay on it? Yeah, on the land. Yep. I'm like, yo,
taxes are legal
is there
theft.
really such thing as home ownership?
No, at the end of the day, no. Because the government can still own your home.
I mean, if you don't pay them property taxes to them.
Not even that. They have, I think somebody else mentioned it in chat earlier. What was it? Eminent domain. If the government decides, like, we need this, they can take it from you.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. Like, yeah, we need this special operations, or we need this for military use. Yeah, you got to go.
So you can understand why I want less government, less bureaucrats like deciding what needs to be done for us. Stay the fuck out of our lives. Stay away from us. Let us live our lives.
Man, and just handle what we paid y'all to do.
Yeah. You want to pay property tax to the state? Okay, I get that to a point. But they also need to be held accountable for that. Like, for instance, I live near a shitty ass fucking highway where it's on the property line of where I live, and we pay a shit ton of property tax, but it's like you're going over speed bumps on the fucking highway.
Ouch. What the fuck? Speed bumps on the highway.
Yeah. No, literally it is. It's fucking brutal.
Jesus.
And also because you, even though you pay those property taxes to have that fixed, if there's a pothole, right? And you break your tire or rim on that pothole, they're not held liable.
Yeah, I always just feel like the city should reimburse you. Like, as soon as they figure out that it's a pothole incident, they should just go ahead and be like, yeah, we're going to call AAA for you, get you that new tire. We got you. Our bad. Our bad. This was on us. We're supposed to fix this. And you're a victim.
But they don't give a shit.
I know. It's like, now it's up to you. Like, hopefully you got that AAA or whatever service you got. But it is crazy how some of these cities will let their city like deteriorate. And then when that deterioration becomes your problem, they just completely skirt accountability.
Yeah, tax on tax on tax.
Man. With no progress. Yep.
All right.
All right, big dog. Go ahead and get back to it.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Let's get right back to it.
Definition of the Statue of Liberty, poem, Law of the Land. So you're saying 1 million a year is the Statue of Liberty number. 900,000 violates it, 800,000 violates it.
You're sort of bringing a press one for English philosophy here to immigration, and that's never been what the United States has been about, Steve.
But you're also your statement's also shockingly ahistorical in another respect too, which is if you look at the history of immigration, it's actually ebbed and flowed. We've had periods of very large waves, followed by periods of less immigration and more immigration. And during we've had
a period of immigration right now. The president wants to build a wall. You want to bring about a sweeping change to
surely,
the
Jim, you don't actually think that a wall affects green card policy. You couldn't possibly believe that, do you? Actually, the notion that you actually think immigration is at a historic law, the foreign-born population in the United States today, Jim,
talking about how border crossings.
Do you really? I want to be serious, Jim. Do you really at CNN not know the difference between green card policy and illegal immigration? Are you really don't know that?
He came to this country in 1962, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, and obtained a green card. Yes, people who immigrate to this country can eventually. People who immigrate to this country not through Ellis Island,
as a factual question,
ways, do obtain a green card at some point. They do it through a lot of hard work, and yes, they may learn English as a second language later on in life.
So,
but this whole notion of they could learn, they have to learn English before they get to the United States. Are we just going to bring in people from Great Britain and Australia?
I mean, how about this? How about we bring in the most smartest of the smart? Let's bring in all the smart asses of the world who are smart enough to learn English, and we'll let they ass in. If you ain't smart enough to learn English, take a crash course in English and at least learn some broken English, like enough that we can understand you, then yeah, you don't need to be here. If all you can speak is your language, you can't push your mind or push yourself to learn another, then yeah, I think we should be like that. I mean, bro, it's about bringing in the best of the best, right? It's about bringing in talent, right? So if you're a talented individual, you should be able to speak these two languages perfectly. Spanish, English, Portuguese, English, German, English. I don't give a damn. You should be able to do both if you want to get into here. Why not? Before you get in here, yes, before, make your ass actually have to do some studying.
Oh yeah, Jim. It's actually, I honestly say, I am shocked at your statement that you think that only people from Great Britain and Australia would know English. It's actually, it reveals your cosmopolitan.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, dog, people in Japan study English, like China, Asian countries study English, African countries study English. Like, yes, bro. South American countries study English. So yeah, their English is spoken around the world. So, and it is one of the hardest languages out there. So I'm gonna be real with you. If there's an immigrant out there that can learn his language and our language fluently, oh yeah, we want him. We want him. He's a talented guy. We want him. He'll do great over here. But if he can only know his language or broken English, I'm gonna be real with you. He can stay his ass over there with the rest of them.
Bias to a shocking degree that in your mind, no, this is an amazing moment. This is an amazing moment that you think only people from Great Britain or Australia would speak English is so insulting to millions of hardworking immigrants who do speak English from all over the world.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I know some hardworking African immigrants that said, yo, and I had to learn English, literally learn English before I came over here. They know French and English. And they may not, and their English isn't the best, but I ain't gonna lie, they know it enough to where they can communicate with you. They know enough, they even know the lingo a little bit. And that is where I honestly appreciate that. I appreciate immigrants like that. All right, you came over here and you learned the best English you can before you get over here, enough to at least communicate. Not to where we got to give you special privileges and all that good stuff. Those are the immigrants we respect. Like, I'll be real with you. My stepdad's one of those immigrants. He's an African man that knows French and English, and his English is fluent. I mean, you thought he was American damn near. So those are the immigrants that we respect, the ones that actually take our culture serious, as one to learn the language. And if you learn I ain't gonna lie to you immigrants, let me give you some sauce here. Let me give you some advice. The better you know English, the more likely you'll be successful in this country. Yes, the better your English, the more successful you will be in this country. I mean, ask this Hispanics. Usually the most successful Hispanics is the one with the best English.
Jim, have you honestly never met an immigrant from another country who speaks English outside of Great Britain and Australia? Is that your personal experience?
Of course, there are people who come.
But that's not what you said, and it shows your cosmopolitan bias. And I just want to say,
engineer the racial and ethnic flow of people into this country.
Jim, that is one of the most outrageous, insulting, ignorant, and foolish things you've ever said. And for you, that's still a really the notion that you think that this is a racist bill is so wrong and so insulting. Jim, the reality is that the foreign-born population into our country has quadrupled since 1970. That's a fact. It's been mostly driven by green card policy. Now, this bill allows for immediate nuclear family members to come into the country, much as they would today, and then it adds an additional points-based system. The people who've been hurt the most, the people who've been hurt the most by the policy you're advocating are apparently just unfettered, uncontrolled migration. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy. The people who've been hurt the most by the policy that you're advocating are immigrant workers and minority workers and African American workers and Hispanic workers.
And the African American community. Now you brought it up again. You said you wanted to have a conversation and not target. Is it going to be a target?
This is what we want to do.
The African American community. Are you going to target? I'm not trying to be funny.
Right. I know what you're saying. What you're saying is 100% correct. We want to help unemployed African Americans in this country and unemployed workers of all backgrounds.
And that's going to help if you stop pushing these immigrants over them. I mean, bro, it's not only happening in Ohio. It's also happening, in Columbus. It's not only happening in Springfield, Ohio. It's happening in Columbus, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. Bro, we can even take it out of Ohio and go to Chicago. Ask them about it, bro. They losing their job to these immigrants, and that's what a lot of these young men are out in the streets. It's like, that's a problem. And I will say this, like, sometimes the Dems do have me on this point of, in these high poverty areas, and this is where y'all might have me, bro. There is less job opportunity because immigrants are put over us. It's not because I'm gonna be real with you. It's not because we're lazy. It's not because we're too busy doing crime. It's because, bro, when these young kids go out there and try to find a job, bro, they're losing them out to the temp agencies. And then what else you got to do, bro? You got to feed yourself. You got to find a grind or something. And some do play sports or some turn to the streets. It be like that. It just be like that. I'm sorry, but there isn't enough like jobs in the black community to go around, sadly, especially in the most hostile like environments. I mean, the most hostile communities, the most hostile cities in like that blacks live in, bro. You'd be surprised how much jobs there are around there. I mean, look at every city that black people are in that have high crime, and then look at the jobs that are around there for those people. You will see very, very minimum of them. And then you'll see what I'm talking about. You kind of see how these things line up.
Get jobs. And insinuations like Jim made, trying to ascribe nefarious motives to a compassion immigration measure designed to help newcomers and current arrivals alike, is wrong. And this is a positive, optimistic proposal that says 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, we want to have an immigration system that takes care of the people who are coming here and the people who are already living here by having standards, by having a real clear requirement that you be able to support yourself financially, by making sure that employers can pay a living wage. That's the right policy for our country, and it's the president's commitment to taking care of American workers. I apologize, Jim, if things got heated, but you did make some pretty rough insinuations. So thank you. Thank you.
Question for Mike. Sure. Steve, I can start with you. There have been reports that
it's like bro was being racist and he didn't even know it. It's like, man, boy, a whole racist. He didn't even know it. Now y'all got me sound like Rick Ross out here. But all right, now let's get into the social hour. I know we done did so much political. Let's go ahead and just do some social stuff, man. Let's go ahead and get into some dating topics, some social commentary. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, guys. And where do we want to start it off with? You know what? Let's start it off with my favorite community within the Black community, the FBA. And if you don't know the FBA, these are the foundational Black Americans. Now, these are the Americans. I mean, these are the Blacks that want reparations. I mean, want reparations, free handout from the evil white man that they claim that's also evil, but expecting them to give their ass a handout. I mean, quite the delusional set of people. But let's get into it.
In my head right now, I can't think of one, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. And then the other one was, do you think that you're falling for what the media wants you to think about Black people?
Okay. What do you think the media wants to think about Black people?
Well, most of the time when you hear about Black people, they promote degeneracy. So do you think that you're just falling for what the media wants you to think about Black people? Pretty much.
Okay, so are you insinuating that the media promotes that Black people promote degeneracy?
No, they are degenerate. But they don't promote the good side of Black people.
No. But what I'm asking you is are you saying that media, popular media, promotes?
Shout out Big Wave Days. The Leaves. I'm not the Leaves. The libs keep talking about who is picking your food or who is going to clean your toilets, make your hotel beds. Like, libs are racist, bro. Yeah, libs are racist. It's like, bro, really? Like, who's gonna be Consuela, man? Who's gonna be your maid, man? Who's gonna be your roofer? Like, what? You have to, like, bro. Like, last time I checked, I know Black people that own a cleaning service, so yes, we can take over those jobs. I mean, who's gonna pick your food and all that good stuff? I mean, we could always do that. I mean, we could put it for our youth. I mean, these low-paying jobs were honestly supposed to be for our youth. These are supposed to be the jobs that, well, the high schoolers were working, like, you know, the 14 to 16 years old. Get them out there into the workforce early. Let them learn some financial responsibility. You feel me? Early. But now y'all done pushed the immigrants into it, kind of took that opportunity away from them and just said, oh, yeah, no, just go to school and rack up debt and have no work experience at all. I mean, shit, look where that led them.
What's that? Black people push out degeneracy. Are you saying that?
Yes and no, because there is good things in like the.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's like them saying I'm sorry. That's like saying, oh, well, we're gonna start deporting Africans, and then white people say, well, where are you gonna get your drugs from? Like, who's gonna sell you guys your drugs and your weed? Like, really, bro? Really? That's really how y'all are. Like, well, who's gonna clean your house and pick your food and like what and clean your toilets? I'm like, damn, that's all you thought about Mexican people? That's really all you thought about them? Like, y'all wild. Huh.
The Black culture, but it's not pushed as much as the bad things, I guess.
I'm a little, bro, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little confused by your question here. Can you phrase it in a way that's a bit more understandable? Because I don't know what you're trying to ask here.
Me either.
So the media pushes that Black people are a certain way.
What is that certain way? Be descriptive.
Like degenerate, like rap music, but they don't push a lot of positive things about Black people just because the bad things are popular.
And this is what kills me, because I ain't gonna lie though. They be pulling our card on our music because look, now guys, look. By no means do I consider myself a hood guy, gangster, none of that. I was never even in a gang in my past life when I was doing dumb shit. Never even did that. But I will say though, even when I grown up, even when I'm starting maturing myself and establishing myself as a man, I'm gonna be real with you, I still listen to that gangster music. I don't know what it is. It got a hold on me. I mean, bro, plenty of professionals. Bro, the nerdy guy with the glasses is just listening to Young Thug, listening to Moneybagg Yo when he get off work, bro. It's just how it is. I don't know what it is with our music. And it is degeneracy. Bro, I could play some music right now. It's gonna be straight degeneracy, but it's a banger, god damn it, it's a banger. Like, come on, bro. I'll be real with you. Just maybe it does have something to do with even the professionals in our community like this degenerate music. Maybe we need to take a scroll down to jazz or something, but I always go back with the point of y'all don't say nothing about white people in metal or rock. Yeah. Like, bro, if y'all not trying to say nothing about white people in metal, bro, leave Black people and rap alone, okay? God damn it, man. Let's have our music.
And do you think that you're falling for what media is pushing?
I would argue I'm going against what the media is pushing.
What do you think? Don't you think that the media is pushing that Black people are degenerate?
No, it doesn't. It pushes the opposite. It pushes their music. It pushes the violence. It pushes the BLM movement. It pushes DEI. It's not only until Trump got into office that we started to maybe push back on this stuff, but for the past 4 to 5 years, we've been championing diversity in blacks and minorities. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Shoot. Like, I always just say, bro, during the Biden administration, it was probably the best time to be a black woman. I mean, during the Biden administration, bro, that black women, that was your time to do whatever the hell y'all wanted, because y'all could have done no wrong. Under Biden administration, black women, I ain't gonna lie, y'all had the free card to do almost anything. It's crazy to me that y'all didn't take more opportunity, to be honest with you, because y'all could have done nothing wrong under the Biden administration. I mean, look at Kamala, and she wasn't even black. She just went under she just said she was black, and she got a whole lot of grace.
I guess it's the more popular stuff is like the rap music and
yeah, but they glorify that is my point. The media glorifies it. They don't talk about how it's fucked up. I talk about how it's fucked up.
Yeah, but like it's bad. It's a bad image of black people. Like the rap music is a bad image. It's not a good representation.
I'll give this to you, Dave. I'll give this to you because your metal is a bit more like rebellion music. It's more rebellion music. I'll give you that one. There isn't metal that's going around pretty much saying, you know, kill and hurt people and slide on the ops and go steal some dude's girl and make sure you sell drugs and make sure you hit it with the Fetty and go sell it to the crackhead over there. Like, yeah, we're y'all not doing that in metal. Trust me, I listen to the words in metal and it's more of like a revolutionary tone. You feel me? I get what you're saying on that. I get it. But some of y'all be tripping. But some of y'all metal artists be tripping. Come on now, y'all got to give me that one.
But what I'm saying is popular media, but what I'm trying to explain to you is that popular media glorifies it and makes it cool.
Yeah.
They don't criticize it the way I do. Criticizing it the way that I do gets you canceled and labeled a racist.
Yeah, that's the point of that. They're pushing that image, and maybe you might be falling for that.
It's actually quite literally the contrary. I see it and I say, this is fucking retarded. Other people see it and glorify and say, this is awesome. This is so great. I look and I say, this is retarded. This is like this should not be promoted. I actually go the other way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think
like I say the same thing. Like, bro, as much as I listen to the rap music, I don't watch the video. I don't watch rap videos. I mean, no, I can't watch rap videos. That's a little too degenerate for me. But I can still listen to the music. And I'll give them that. I also promote like, yo, you guys hear this music, bro? Y'all need to low-key stop listening to only trap. Mix it in with some jazz, some R&B. Have a whole R&B day. Go a day where you listen to no trap music and just listen to nothing but R&B and jazz. Okay, you'd be surprised how that changes your temperament.
if you're seeing a lot of negative things about black people, you're going to think that they're a certain way.
Oh man, shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, God damn. He says, pick that cotton illegals and we pay you less. Libs say, like, come on. They are blind as to what they say after all they have said. Nah, for real. It's like, pick that cotton illegals. We have pay you less. We pay you less. Bro, it really is. Like, pick the cotton. No, pick that corn, man. Go out there and pick that tobacco, Julio, and we're going to pay you less, okay? Like, Handalay.
And the media just pushes that as well. But there might be that might be the exception.
All right, look, bro. Look.
It is, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. Now that I'm really thinking about that super chat, bro, it is wild. I keep saying it's wild how they do people. It's like, bro, the most stereotypical jobs. Just because we're deporting them, they're going ahead and bringing them up. Like, who's gonna fix the houses? Who's gonna clean our houses? Fix our roofs? Clean the pipes? Pick the cotton? Pick the fruit? Pick the tobacco? It's like, dog, really now. Okay.
See, here's a problem. We got to go back to telling people what they're.
But you know what, bro? I don't know why. I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but I would pay good money to see a white person working in the cotton field. I don't know why, but I would literally kick up a seat and be like, you know what? I'm trying to be racist, but I just want to see you work the cotton field. Just it just seemed like it'd be a spectacle. Something I'll probably never see again.
They're stupid. Because you're fucking stupid. I'm going to tell you why you're stupid. We have a society that promotes everything about black culture. Okay? You can't use pejorative racist terms against blacks. You can't criticize their culture. You can't criticize their music. You can't criticize their women. You can't criticize their obesity rates. You can't criticize their attitudes.
Not as slaves, but as employees, okay? As employees, like I said, we get rid of the Mexicans and we filled it with a bunch of young white people. We watch white people pick cotton. Like, I just feel like that would be slightly interesting.
None of that stuff. Gang culture, none of that stuff. And if you do criticize it, you're labeled a racist, bigoted piece of shit, okay? For the past 4 years, especially under the Biden administration, we've done everything in our power to empower black fuckery. I'm one of the few people that's critical of this shit, okay? And obviously, I paid the price, whether it's death threats, people getting me banned, etc. I would argue that I've taken the contrarian stance to popular black culture because the mainstream media promotes it, glorifies it. I say this shit's stupid. And that's why they all come at me and call me a fucking racist. So the stance that you're trying to make here where, oh, you might be falling for the media. No, I'm contrarian to what the media puts out there. I've said before, and I've actually been saying this for years, that Black Lives Matter is a domestic terrorist organization. A lot of people don't like it when I say that, but they fucking are. I said literally the other day, Derek Chauvin should be pardoned and released. Why? Because he didn't get a fair trial. Someone that sat in his fucking jury was a Black Lives Matter activist and lied during voir dire and said that he wasn't a fucking Black Lives Matter activist. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I give extremely contrarian views to a lot of this stuff. So don't fucking sit there and try to tell me that, oh, you agree with the media. I go against the media, retard. That's why I get death threats every single day from a bunch of fucking retards. Saying that they're going to come find me and kill me and those other shit because of my views. So I am completely contrary to the mainstream media narrative push when it comes to the black community. I'm against reparations. I'm against BLM. Yep. I'm against DEI.
Shoot, I'm against reparations on the pure fact that I don't feel like we should be asking people for nothing, especially if we want to sit there and call them people evil and all this good stuff. Like, bro, it made no sense. Like, so what? You want to sit there and slap white people in the face and then be like, give me money? Yeah, that's not how it works. But then again, these are the same. I mean, it's a very liberal stance because like we're taking the same stance for Russia. It's like we're smacking Russia in the face and saying, well, let us take NATO. Now, this not related to what the FBA's want. Literally want to slap white people in the face and be like, give us money. Actually, put yourselves into an economic debt to give us money. I mean, it's insane. It's insane what these people think. And I really do think it's a victim mentality once again, because you feel like you won't go nowhere unless you get this white man's money. And I'll tell you right now, it ain't coming to you. It ain't coming to you because y'all coming at it with the wrong energy. And I mean, really, if y'all had the right energy, you wouldn't be asking for it at all, or had the right mindset, I say.
I'm against victim mindset. I'm against systemic racism. I'm against fucking critical race theory. Against all that bullshit. I believe in colorless meritocracy of American citizens, not foreigners. Let me be specific. When I talk about colorless meritocracy, I don't want fucking H-1B visa motherfuckers coming here either. These views have gotten me in a lot of trouble, has obviously hurt our ability to bring people on. Literally, me and Fresh out of discussion. A certain rapper doesn't want to come on the show because of my views. Oh, well. So don't fucking sit there and tell me that I take a mainstream media narrative to black people. Absolutely not.
I don't care. I wouldn't care.
I'm one of the few people that criticize them that's also black because I'm the only one that.
I mean, like, yeah, I wouldn't care either. Like rappers, I mean, let's be real. You could always come on here. We can have a conversation, have a good fun time, smoke a blunt or two, and talk about music, politics, and social stuff and conspiracies. We can have that. I could do that for y'all, but bro, I do not care. I do not care if y'all are offended by what I say. I don't. I will always sit there and say in y'all face that most of y'all are a minus to the community and y'all all need to be locked up on the real. And I think y'all should be able to get relate to that. Some of y'all are scumbags and y'all don't produce nothing but degeneracy. Now, I ain't gonna lie, dude. I've actually had there's some local artists in our community in Columbus that are actually pretty good examples. I can think about maybe like one or two. The rest of them, complete scumbags and try to get you to do degeneracy. And they want to put under the guidelines of chase a bag, but I'm like, chase a bag how though? And they usually tell you through drug dealing, scamming, Grand Theft Auto, anything but go out there, get a job and stack your money up and boost your credit, anything but that.
I could do it. Anyone that's white will be literally canceled off the face of the earth. And they're still trying to cancel me. So yes, I take a very serious point of contention with your fucking stance here that I go with the mainstream narrative when it comes to blacks when I've done everything to actually oppose the degeneracy and the bullshit and the victim mindset? Dr. Umar Johnson's scared to debate me for this reason. Tariq Nasheed is scared to debate me for this reason. They cry about white supremacy being
bro. Those are easily cookable people, though. God damn it. Yo, what's going on with my super chat thing? It's not even like blinking. All right. But appreciate you, Big Wave Dave. Thank you for letting me know. He's like, and shout out, he says, cotton gin is a thing for a reason. Republicans told the Dems no more. There was an innovation because of it. Yep. Pretty much. I'm weak. Hey, Dave. I mean, it would, don't tell me. I know I may be framing this wrong. But that is wild as hell. Can you imagine if the Dems said, look, bro, I know we got this cotton gin thing, but look, bro, we still want to use black people, bro. What the hell, man? I like watching my black slaves out there pick cotton all day, bro. I don't want no cotton gin. I like seeing black slaves pick cotton. Can you imagine that? Oh, shit.
Ultimate problem. Oh, well, we know what it really is. And they won't admit that shit because they know that their fucking banks and their YouTube channels will be fucking demolished within a day if they actually talked about that shit. So yeah, dude, I'm one of the few people on the right that's colored that talks about this shit and it unapologetically does so. I go further than Candace Owens even on a lot of these topics. So fuck off. You know what you're talking about.
Damn.
I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, damn, I ain't gonna lie. My run had enough of these FBA dudes. Look, guys. I mean, I didn't even have my run-in with the FBA community. Trust me. I mean, I didn't have at least like 4 of these dudes trying to attack me on live at once. And I dispatched all of them because they, I mean, let's be real, they're easily debatable. These are easily debatable people, and they'll just go to insults as soon as they can't substantiate their points. I mean, look, guys, easiest people to debate are the FBI community. I mean, it's just so freaking easy. For no reason, it's too easy.
Give you a different view. Your
view is retarded. Your view makes no sense, and your view is stupid. And we need to go back to telling you niggas that you're stupid. How old are you?
Dang.
I'm 27.
Yeah, that's the fucking problem.
Damn.
No one told you that you were a retard growing up in school.
Obviously.
I've heard it plenty of times, but
yeah, well, I think you need to formulate your arguments or your positions a bit better, or do some research before you go ahead and make a ridiculous accusation like that. That I am someone that promotes popular black media. Fuck no. People hate me for my views. Literally, people hate me for my views, bro. I'm the opposite of that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so much promote, more like fall for it, but yeah, I'll let it go then. And also, I think
I don't know. Hate's such a strong word. I say people are uncomfortable with my positions. They don't hate me for my position. They're just uncomfortable with me because of my positions. Friends, family, and randoms alike.
If someone disagrees with you, I don't think it makes them stupid. It's a different view, but
no, this isn't even a disagreement. You mischaracterized my position. That's why I'm calling you stupid. I'm calling you stupid because you can't even characterize my position appropriately to formulate your argument.
Oh wow,
that's why you're stupid.
Well,
and all right, Fooly or whatever. Yep, Big Wave Davis paid for you. All right, man, go ahead and hit that call-in link and come on up, bro. Let's go ahead and get these topics rolling. Let me know what you want to debate about. We can go ahead and go down one by one. Now, Dave. Hey, man, Dave said he hopping on too. So hopefully you're able to substantiate your arguments as well as you do in the chat. Let's go.
Well, I could say the same thing. That's the same thing he did.
All right, nigga, get this guy off the line, bro. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit,
bro. Why the monkey sound like? Come on, bro. The monkey sound is crazy. That's crazy as hell. All right, let's get into one more dating video that we're getting into a bit more of some more. I'll say take a little bit more into the social topics. Why? Because, bro, women could be a bit I don't know. It could go in a circle. That's what I'm gonna say. It could be a bit of a continuous circle with these women.
But yeah, I think the bottom line with the finger test is just to show that I think women are far more replaceable than men are, as much as women try to say that they're special. I mean, look, man, I know girls don't like hearing this because you guys are told you're a princess and you deserve the world from the time that you're a kid, right? Women are told that they're princesses and shit, but like, you know, gotta keep it real with y'all. Like, you guys are not as special as you guys think you are.
You just say y'all don't have dads and they don't tell y'all these things, and now you saying that they tell us we princesses. Which one is it?
It could be your father, it could be society.
And all right, man, let's go ahead and get this one ready, man. All right, so Big Wave Dave in Flofi? Flofi. All right, how y'all doing, guys? Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you.
All right. Hey, how you doing?
Yo, how you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good.
It's all good.
So,
All
so
right.
I just wanted to hop on to talk about the Medicaid stuff.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so y'all were talking about the Medicaid yesterday, and
Yeah.
I feel like you were sort of misrepresenting that bill, the continuing resolution. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You were talking about how you were saying they were increasing the funding for Medicaid because there was like
Medicare.
Medicare. So yeah, so
Mhm.
that's not actually what that section of the bill meant. The Medicare Improvement Act, that's like they're putting in money there for the future to be spent potentially in the future. That's not money they're spending right now.
So whoa, bro. I'm sorry, but that was very disingenuous. You're pretty much saying, yeah, they're adding money to it, but they're just not spending it now. They're still adding
It's
money. They're still
money.
increasing Medicaid.
Nah, it's money that can be spent in the future. That can potentially be spent in the future. You know how much gets spent on Medicaid every year?
I'm like, all right, but you know what a CD account is? It's like money, you can put money into it and you can lock it up for a certain amount of time. It's money that you have that you can't spend yet, but still
Right,
you
but
added money to your pockets. Same
okay,
concept.
it's a rainy day fund for the future. And you know how much gets spent on
That's
Medicaid
what
every
it's
year?
still an increase in funding.
No, but do you know how much gets spent on Medicaid every year?
All right, go ahead and explain to me, sir.
About like 500, 600 billion, right?
Uh-huh.
So that bill changed the Medicare Improvement Fund from, I don't know, 1.2 to 1.8 billion. That's not really making too much of a difference in that 500 to 600 billion.
Now, like I said, you're being very disingenuous because you were saying that they were cutting it.
Yeah,
But
in
we
the
showed you
budget
that
bill.
they increased it.
In the budget bill, not in the continuing resolution.
It's
In the budget bill,
in the continuous resolution that it is also being increased. So it's in the CR.
all right, it's money that can be added to Medicaid in the future, and it's an increase of about like 500 million or something like
No,
that.
bro, I gave you the
In
example
a
of a
budget,
CD account. You cannot say that. So are you saying that because
it's
it can't be
500
spent
million.
now? Are you saying, okay, I'm just trying to get your point. Are you saying because it can't be spent now, because it can't be spent now, that it's not considered an increase in funding?
It's just not money that's being spent. It's money that's being put into a fund
We're not
that
talking about
can
money
be.
that's being spent. We're talking about the increased funding. So in case it does need to be spent, it can.
Yeah, but okay, I'm saying it's 500 million more. Compared to the 880 billion that they're cutting in the budget bill, that's nothing.
Bro, there was all right. Where are they cutting this 80 billion at? And you
The
said
budget bill, the 2025 budget bill.
All right, now, bro, we're talking about
What are they cutting it from, though?
Yeah,
From the Energy and Commerce Committee. And the Energy and Commerce Committee, all of their money pretty much goes to Medicare and Medicaid. So
Why is
cutting
the Energy and Commerce Committee putting their money into Medicare?
That's how committees work. Okay, I feel like you don't really understand how the government works. I'm sorry, bro.
Okay, so you're okay with the
wait.
corruption. Okay, I get it. All right, I'm gonna mute my
All right,
mic.
but that's not corruption. That's not corruption. That's just how the government works. I'm sorry. They give
No,
monies to
it's not how the
committees.
government works.
bro.
Jesus
The
Christ,
government is
man.
not
All
supposed
right,
to
bro.
operate outside of its department. Bro, you're kind of just, that's wild. You're pretty much just saying
Nah,
it's okay for a
okay.
government to pay money from outside its department. That's what the point I was making with Medicaid
That's not
earlier.
how the
Though.
government works. That's not how the government works. They give money.
It
Congress
should
gives
be
money to
how it
committees.
works.
Can you let me
It
talk for
should
like
be
5
how it
seconds?
works. Are you that
No, you're not gonna let me.
retarded? All right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
No,
All right, I'm good. I'm good.
sorry, bro. All right,
All
yeah,
right,
but
have at it, Set.
explain your point on committees. I want to
Yeah.
hear your point on committees.
Well, because I feel like you should be researching this shit, right? Because you're kind of
No,
like scrolling through
bro.
these.
Bro, I'm sorry, but we have a difference of opinion. So please explain
It's
your
not a
point.
difference. That's just how the government works.
No,
That's
bro.
how it works.
Trust me. There's everybody's
Congress,
in agreement. Bro,
listen to me.
G. You may be disagreeing with me,
real
but
quick.
everybody in the chat is also kind of pulling your guard here. Like, bro, you're pretty much saying misappropriated funds is the way the government's supposed to work.
That's not misappropriating funds. Congress gives money to committees. Committees spend money on Medicare, on Medicaid, Social Security, defense. That's what committees do.
Bro,
Okay,
I
they
get
decide how
that,
the
but you
funding.
just said, nah, bro,
They
you're not
decide
hearing
how the
then what you're
funding is going to
saying.
get appropriated.
Bro, you're not hearing what you're saying. You're just saying that an energy committee
bro.
is paying
Any
money
committee.
into
Okay,
Medicaid.
sorry.
That doesn't make sense. Or did you just mean Medicaid is paying money into an energy committee?
No, there's a committee, right? There's a committee in the government. They get money from Congress. Congress gives them money. All right. You got it? Committees in the government, they get money from Congress. And that committee decides how that money is going to be spent. That committee is made up of, politicians from both sides. They decide how the money they get is going to be spent. And the Energy and Commerce Committee spends a vast majority of their money on Medicare and Medicaid. And Trump is going to cut 880 billion from that committee over 10 years. So he's basically cutting 880 billion from Medicaid over 10 years.
In the budget bill.
In the budget bill, yes.
No, let's stop that question right
No?
there. I don't
Wait,
care
what's
about
wrong? No, what's wrong? What's wrong with what
their
I said?
committee. Their committee is meant to do a specific thing.
Spend money on Medicare and Medicaid. That's what they do. Bro.
No, that's how energy is for.
Energy and Commerce Committee. Dude, I'm sorry, you're a fucking idiot. You have to look this
No,
shit up.
okay,
I can't
all right.
explain this shit to you.
I'm
okay?
sorry,
I'm
bro.
sorry,
No,
bro.
GG. You can't call nobody an idiot when you
Bro,
can't
I
even
can't-
say
I
that
can't-
misappropriation of funds are wrong. Like, dog, come on
I
now.
can't.
Let's be
I
real.
can't listen to this shit, bro. I'm sorry. I can't explain this.
Okay, then
I'm sorry,
bye.
but you're
Get
not
out.
honestly explaining your
Bro,
point
I
right.
paid for
and
you
kind of
because you're
trying to
poor.
No, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. I can't explain the same thing like 5 different times back to back. You have to look up what the
You didn't
Energy and
explain
Commerce
explain it right
Committee.
the first time. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And then
All right.
okay, and no, bro. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna give you some grace, right?
Yeah.
Where does it say it in the budget bill? Because I said where my stance. I said page 95, section 22.
Okay.
Where does
you
it say
realize
it in the
that?
budget bill?
I'd have to look at it.
Why the fuck, bro?
Wait,
you were
can
just
you-
getting
You
on my
came
ass
in
talking about
unprepared. Get the
why don't
fuck
you know
out.
this?
No,
Why
no,
don't you
no.
know that?
Wait, can you listen?
Why
Can
don't
you
you
listen for a
have no
second?
resources?
No, I
But
don't
please,
remember
please,
the
go
exact.
ahead and look it up.
Can you listen?
I was just being entertaining. Go ahead and look it up.
All right.
Yeah,
But all right, let's
give
go ahead and
him a
look-
minute. Give him a minute.
Yeah, but
Holy
shout out my
crap.
man Fox. He said, just saying how government works is not bringing receipts of facts.
Exactly.
Fox Chase, he's like, what does he identify as?
There's a reason why when you say, "Oh, this is the way the government works," well, there's a problem with the way government works, and that's why Trump got voted in. Like, come on, bro.
Well, you do know, like the majority of the U.S. is not okay with how the government is running. Like the reason for the election, like the reason why he won the popular vote, and approval ratings are high.
Like, just fact,
Like, bro, what you said, we already knew that, and that's misappropriation of funds. That's what we, bro. I was explaining that in the CR bill. Hold on, my man. Hold on. Before you come up with your facts, I was explaining that in the CR bill how they cut fund that Medicaid was giving to the Department of Homeland Security. They cut that out, and the Dems was calling that cutting Medicaid, and it wasn't.
No, they're cutting money to the committee that handles Medicaid. That's why we're saying
No, that committee should not handle Medicaid. That's the freaking point. There are specific committees for Medicaid that should only handle that.
That's the committee. That's the committee for.
Oh, that's the way the government
Energy
works,
and
right?
Commerce.
Bro, bring
Yes,
facts.
yes.
Otherwise, shut the
Bro,
fuck
bring
up.
the facts, G, because I ain't gonna lie.
Give me a second.
I'm
I'm
here on
looking for the bill.
Congress.gov. I'm here on Congress.gov, G. I'm ready for any page you got. Just point me in the direction, just like I pointed you in the direction of my sources.
All right, I got the bill here. I'll give you the section. Just give me a second.
But in the meantime, though, Dave, you got anything to say? Cause
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm flabbergasted by this guy.
Yeah.
Sorry to give that dude's too many syllables, but flabbergasted.
All right, hey,
Like,
I got it.
how
I
is
got
he?
it. I got it.
Mute him for 1 sec.
No, I got it.
Say.
I got the section.
No, hold on. Mute him for 1 sec.
All right.
Okay.
All right, what's up?
Look, if you want to say that somebody that's part of energy and whatever else he said, that committee, that has nothing to do with Medicare. Why are they giving money to government programs that have nothing to do with their committee? Is that hard to understand? Like, I don't I don't get it.
Yeah, and I don't think bro, you're not understanding our argument of, bro, we've been knew this. We've been knew misappropriation of funds were going on. But here's the strange part, the fact that you do not see that one department is giving money to another department when each of these departments have different goals isn't suspicious. And you just say, oh, these are committees. Yeah, these committees are misappropriating funds.
And he's saying that's the way the government works. Well, no, we don't accept the way the government works, and that's why we voted the way we did. Like, what don't you get about it? Like, I don't understand. Cool. It's not that freaking hard.
But can I talk, please? I got the
go
section.
Go ahead.
All right. Section 2001 of the 2025 budget bill.
Introduced in February 18, 2025?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, fantastic. All right, and you said which one? Where?
Section 2001.
Oh, gotcha. Section 2001. All right. Well, while I go ahead and look at that, Dave, you did have a question from 2001. All right, no later than March. You got some questions from him. Let me just read over this right here. It is Title 2, Reconciliations and Related Matters, Section 2001, right?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Now, while I go ahead and read this, you and Dave can have your back and forth because they want to know, like, why do you think that that's okay? Now, I hear you're saying that that's how the government works, but do you honestly think that's okay?
Yes, because all right, Congress in their budget bills, they give money to committees, right? And those committees handle how that money is spent. Okay, follow that, Dave?
Bro, now I'm gonna disagree with you right there because their committee is not meant to handle that.
Yes,
that's
it is.
where
That's what it's meant to handle.
Oh, energy.
Yes, Energy and Commerce Committee.
How so? Explain why the Energy Committee is meant to handle Medicare.
Because that's the committee that's been handling Medicare.
Oh, there's no other committee.
That's the committee that handles the
No, you didn't answer my question. There's no other committee that handles Medicare?
Yes, this is the committee, Energy and Commerce Committee. That's the committee that handles the Medicare funding.
That's the only one.
I don't know if there might be other ones.
Oh, of course you don't know. You're a fucking idiot.
Please.
No, you said you don't know. Shut the fuck up, bro. All right, I'm muting my mic, bro, before I go off on this fucking retard.
Wait, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go
ahead. All right, bro. I feel like he's a little bit heated up, but that's okay. There might be other committees that spend money on healthcare. I'm not sure. But the Energy and Commerce
you're not
Committee,
sure. You don't know. That's my point.
All right, can I talk? Am I allowed to
All
talk
right,
here?
now, my friend, hold on. Now, I do have
You're
to.
uninformed and you're a retard.
Now, my friend, I do have to cite your sources here because.
Hell, man.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on real quick. I got you on this one. Now, you did say Section 2001, and I'm looking at Part 4, the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The Committee of Energy and Commerce shall submit changes in laws within the jurisdiction to reduce the deficit by not less than $880 billion for the fiscal year of 2025 through 20.
That's correct.
So let's see. Hold on. Submit changes to laws within the jurisdiction to reduce the deficit by not less than All right, hold on, bro. To reduce the deficit. So, bro, I'm not sure you read this right.
I think I did.
Now, what is it? Okay, but bro, it doesn't say anything about Social Security.
Yeah, so I'll explain again. The Energy and Commerce Committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, they spend pretty much all of their money on Medicaid and Medicare. So that's where all of their funding goes. So if you're taking away $880 billion from that committee, that means that $880 billion less goes to Medicaid and Medicare.
Actually, let's see. The racial policies. Well, actually, I'm on their website right now.
And
shout out to their website. So let's go to about the committee. All right.
The
Committee on Energy and Commerce is the oldest thing. Let's see here. All right, go ahead, Dave.
I have one question. Is Luffy aware of any other committee that takes care of Medicare and Medicaid or Social Security or anything like that? Is he aware of that, or is he just like, oh, these Congress committees have blanket, you can spend money anywhere you want, and that's the way government works? Because that's the way that he's been explaining it.
No, the energy and commerce, and I don't have a political science degree, neither do you, or neither does anyone here. I'm not an expert.
Okay,
But
so
from what I
we're going
understand,
back to what I know and what you know.
do I get to
You
talk?
don't know what I
Do I
know.
get to, wait,
Shut
do
the
I get to
fuck up.
talk? Do I get to talk? You can tell me to shut the fuck up, but like I can just leave. That's fine. If I can't talk, if you just interrupt me anytime I say anything.
All right, now hold on, guys. Now look, I did have to look up the Energy and Commerce Committee just to make sure you're not BSing us. All right,
Am
the
I?
committee has responsibility for matters including, no, you're not actually, in telecommunications, customer protections, food and drug safety, as you said, public health, research and environmental quality, energy policies, interstate and foreign commerce, among others. So here's the thing, though, that 880 billion is stretched across, well, to be honest with you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I don't see 5, 6 different endeavors that they go on. So no, it would not be all cutting from 888 billion from public health, because they handle way more than just public health. If they just, and think of it, they work with all this. So that 888 billion means that they would have to divide that among you. So if you could tell me which part of that 888 billion is getting cut from public health, then there we
The
go.
vast majority of their spending.
Look, you
is
guys
in Medicare and
you're
Medicaid.
getting off my topic here. Hey, is there a specific committee that handles Medicare and Medicaid?
Yes, Energy and Commerce Committee.
No, you said you weren't
that's the committee.
sure. Now you're sure? Come on, bro.
That's the-
Is there a
that's the committee that-
specific committee? Is there a specific committee that only handles those things?
No, there's the Energy and Commerce Committee, which primarily, almost all of their money goes to Medicare and Medicaid. Yes, they handle other things, but a vast majority of their money goes to Medicare and Medicaid.
Still not
So
my
that's what
point.
they're
Is
spending.
there another
Hold on
committee?
here. Hold on, guys. I do have to make some corrections here. The Energy Committee only handles a very small part of public health, actually, very small part. The real people who actually cover it in the U.S. Senate is the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. HELP handles public health and healthcare policies.
See, there we go.
Medicaid? Is that Medicare and Medicaid?
Healthcare
Because that's
policy.
public health. Yeah, healthcare policies. That doesn't necessarily mean Medicare.
Public handles public health and healthcare policies. And this
Okay,
is,
so does the. Have
no,
you,
no,
what?
no. The energy commerce that you're talking about handles public health, but not healthcare policies.
Okay.
So these,
you know
so
what
that means it's the
does
the
that
health
mean?
committee that works with both Medicare and Medicaid. So these are the
Okay.
real people that are making the
Have you
shot.
found?
not
Wait.
in-
See,
They handle
again, tell me
Medicare
I'm
and
wrong.
Medicaid? Huh?
I said, see again, tell me I'm wrong. They're not
What?
they're not the main
not the only
committee for that.
No, they are. That's what
Oh,
they spend
okay,
their money
you-
on.
Dog, I
Okay,
just
bro.
read it to you. There,
Yeah,
bro.
you
I
didn't.
read it
Wait,
to
no,
you.
you didn't prove. You didn't prove that they spend their money on Medicare and Medicaid. You said they handle public health. What does
Wait,
that
bro,
mean? We
bro,
don't know.
that's what they broke. They both say that they both handle public health.
Okay,
What does
but
that
I'm telling you,
mean?
Energy and commerce spends their
Bro,
money on Medicare and Medicaid.
bro,
That's where
I'm
they
telling
spend
you
a
that this
vast
right
majority
here
of their money.
is literally telling me that no, it's actually the committee help that spends their money on Medicare and public.
Where does
Medicare
it
and
say?
Medicaid.
Where does it say that that's the committee that spends money on Medicare?
It
and
says
Medicaid?
that on the on the energycommercehouse.gov. It says it there. Senate Help Committee. So www.helpsenate.gov. Oh, another one, senate.gov. So there are 3 sources you can go look up yourself. Oh, and shout out to Google AI.
Wait, you didn't say it said Medicare and Medicaid. You just said it said public health.
Well,
That's
my
not the
Oh my
same thing.
God, bro! Like,
Wait,
bro,
no,
what
that's
is
not the same
bro?
thing.
Oh, come on, G. Now you're just not trying to be wrong, my friend. Let's just be honest. You're not trying to be wrong.
What?
You're not.
You're
trying
saying that? Okay, wait. Let me read. Let me read.
yeah,
something.
one second. Hold on. Mute him 1 second so I can say something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Look, Floofy is one of those beta male little, like, looking at everything and turning it into everything he wants. He's not realizing the truth. And at this point, I'm going to mute my mic set and let him try to explain what you just found. And please explain to him what you just showed him.
But yeah, I'm about to break it down. Look, the Senate Health Committee, the committee has a broad jurisdiction over healthcare, education, labor, and retirement policies, including public health. Now,
Okay,
the
can I
committee
read you something?
the committee oversees agencies like the FDA, the CDC, the National the National Institute of Health. I'm like, come on, bro.
Can I
Substance
read you
abuse.
something?
Yes.
Can I read you
This is,
something?
huh?
Okay, so can I
Go
read
ahead.
you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is from the Congressional Budget Office. It says that the Energy and Commerce Committee has a 8.8 trillion budget for 2025 to 2034, and Medicaid outlays account for 8.2 trillion, or
Bro.
93% of that amount.
Bro, we were just in the budget bill together, and we just seen 880
Yes,
billion.
those are the cuts. Those are the cuts. But the budget is 8.8 trillion currently for 2025 to 2034, and Medicaid is 8.2 trillion of that, or 93%.
You still haven't
So
proven your point.
Yeah.
yes, I
Against
have. Yeah, I have.
mine.
So what I'm saying
Against
is,
mine? No, you haven't.
so
No,
what,
but please explain.
okay, can I talk, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, let him cook for a little bit, Dave.
All right, so 93% of their money goes to Medicaid. Trump is cutting 880 billion over 10 years. He's going to primarily cut from Medicaid. All right, you understand? Do you want me to show you the link? Because it's a pretty
Bro,
important.
actually, no, they're not. That's what I'm saying, bro. They handle 5 different departments, and you can't
Okay,
prove that
but
they're cutting
93
that from Medicaid. You can't prove that.
Okay,
And
there
I know
just
you
isn't
can't
any.
because you brought up the budget bill. And we brought the deficit out. So go ahead and bring up the link, or just where did you find that again? I'm pretty sure I can find it myself.
Okay, this is the look up Congressional Budget Office.
Mhm.
Mandatory spending under jurisdiction of the House.
Okay, gotcha.
You got it?
All right, say that again now. The federal spending treasury. Let's see here.
It's a PDF.
No, I mean, say the whole thing again.
Oh, sorry. Congressional Budget Office.
Mm-hmm.
Mandatory spending under jurisdiction of the House.
You said you got it from congressionalbudgetoffice.gov?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, fantastic. All right, here. Now, and all right, so where would I find it at? Oh yeah, Pacific Docket, like what page and all that good stuff?
It's a PDF.
I know, but oh, the 3-page PDF?
Is it 3 pages? Yes, it is 3 pages. So this shows the spending of this committee, of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and you can see how it's overwhelmingly they're spending money on Medicaid. On the second page, there's a graph of all the things they spend on.
Budget and mandatory outlays. Okay, about 9-year span. Medicaid outlays for 2 and 93% of that. Let's see here. Mandatory outlays. Let's see here. Let's look at the graph then. Yeah, okay. It tells me with their jurisdiction, but I'm not really seeing I see the jurisdiction of what they can play with, but I'm not really seeing the jurisdiction of what's being cut or where it's being cut.
Well, so the point is that Trump is cutting 880 billion from that committee. So from that 880 billion, they're gonna cut Medicaid because that's what the committee overwhelmingly spends on.
So, and you know how much this committee has. You said it has $8 trillion. Is going to have that over a span of about 9 years.
Yeah.
Now, they still got $8 trillion to play with, right?
Yeah, but that's like a 10%, 15% cut to Medicaid?
Bro, I mean, you might be underestimating how much $8 trillion is.
Not specifically, because there's still another committee that handles it. Apparently, at this point.
What are
Yeah, that's yeah. I already told you. There's another committee that spends money into it. Help.
Well, give me a source for where it says it handles Medicaid.
Gotcha. Because the source you gave me didn't even tell me it was taking away from Medicaid. You know that, right? It just told me that.
Okay, yeah,
yeah. So you come on, bro. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but it shows that overwhelmingly that committee spends money on Medicaid, and cuts to that committee.
Yeah, but it shows
Well, bro, here's the thing, though.
they have to do that because that's what I've been spoon fed.
It doesn't even say it there that it's being taken away from there. It doesn't even say it there, so I can't take you at word. I'm sorry.
All right,
it does not say it there.
Okay, but my point is that if they're cutting money from that committee, they're going to be cutting money from Medicaid, because where else are they going to cut money from?
Actually, according to the chat, there's a number. Actually, shout out to my man. Hold on, man. I gotta get to the. All right, so shout out to my man, Fox Shakes. He says, well, he definitely sounds like a spoiled white kid. And shout out to my man Castro. He says the CMS primarily controls Medicaid and Medicare. The CMS. So I guess that's another people that that also controls it. And I guess we can look into. Oh wow!
Just give me a source, all right?
My man. Okay, well, look up the CMS. There you go. There's your source. That's another pit. That's another place.
No, wait, no. You asked me for a source. I need a source from you.
Dog, I already gave you my sources. I already gave you my sources, though.
Bro, you are so unprepared. It's
that's what I'm saying. It's like
ridiculous.
I'm the only one who's giving a link, a web page.
Dog, bro. You only gave me that because I kind of have to force it out of you.
Wait, so now I'm forcing it out of you.
No, hold on. No, he's right. Somebody else.
What do you want? Then what do you want?
Give him a link.
Yeah,
because he's so ill-informed, it's ridiculous.
Wait,
if he thinks to mute him,
hey, buddy.
No,
shut the fuck up.
I just remembered. You said you wanted a link for other places that pay into Medicaid. And
you didn't research it.
I'm gonna be real with you. Castro just gave you your answer. No, Castro gave you your answer right there.
No, still mute him for 1 sec. Keep him in the call.
Buddy.
Bro, you don't need a link to look up the CMS. I'm sorry, bro. You do not need it, bro. It's right there. Okay, shout out Castro again, bro. You're being childish. Talk about you need a link to look up the CMS. You're being childish.
I gave you a link. You wanted
bro,
a link?
There's a link right there.
There you go. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, good job.
Where does it say there that it spends money on Medicaid?
Bro,
go look it up.
Look it up.
It's not my. All right,
but
this is
you're coming. No.
This is price.
Mute him for 1 second.
Spending on Medicaid.
1 second. Hold on. Wait. No.
Talking about you're done.
No. Okay, he's done.
You're done.
All right. Look, Set. Let me talk. So, look, bro. You came in here and you linked one thing. You had the link to go look it up and research for yourself. Don't come into a Republican conservative channel and be unprepared. You need to come at us with facts. If you come in here spouting off, of course we're going to come at you, come at us with facts. If you don't come at us with facts, then we don't care.
It's like, and I'm sorry, bro. You just kept saying, "Oh, look this up, look that up," and I would look it up. And bro, what you said was going on wasn't there. You're saying, "Well," I'm like, "Bro, well, where is this proof that the spending is being taken from Medicaid?" Oh no, it just shows that they handle funds. I'm like, "Well, no shit. We've been proved that part." And then you asked us, "All right, well, give us another place that handles Medicaid and Medicare." And I'm like,
"Yeah," and he couldn't. He could not do it.
Medicare services.
He couldn't do it because he was so focused. Set. He was so hyper focused on one. Oh no! And then when he said, he said that, "Oh, I don't know of any other." And then they were being brought up. Oh well, okay, you don't know. So then come prepared or get the fuck out. I'm sorry.
And Castro, what he's saying to you is like, I'm talking about congressional committees, and I'm just like, bro, they still put money.
Are we not aware of what Doge is doing with cutting? Look, you don't need 2 congressional committees spending money on one thing. You need those congressional committees doing 1 or maybe 2 or maybe even 8 things, but separate from each other. Is that hard to understand?
Nah, Dave, you know what's pretty much crazy? Where he kind of admitted that he's okay with fraud in the government. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I really don't care that Medicaid.
Yeah, that's the way the government works. Yeah, just keep doing what you do.
It was gone. I was like, huh?
Right? That's fucking stupid, bro. Like, yeah, no, the way the government works is not working. Like, don't be a fucking idiot.
It's like, dog, you came onto a conservative channel pretty much trying to like argue for the government that we voted against. That's the problem.
There you go, Set.
Like, I don't know why you thought it was gonna work out that way. It's up like, bro, there's a reason why we're in support of Doge. You know what Doge is doing. So why would you come on here talking about congressional spending and all that good stuff? When I'm like, bro, we know congressional spending is flawed. There's a reason why a whole bunch of waste and fraud has been caught in Congress and they control this spending. And we can't even trust them to control it because we needed Elon Musk to expose it.
Yo, Set.
There's a problem. But
all right, so we got him trying to chime in again. All right, so let him come back in and prove his point. If he doesn't prove it within 5 minutes, he's done.
Gotcha. All right, man. I'll go ahead and let you back in. All right, go ahead, big dog.
Floofy, you're back in. We're gonna let you talk. No?
All right then. All right.
No, he's done. All right.
We broke him. It's like, let him cook. Hey, bro, G, man, we tried. But I mean, come on, bro. All right, I mean, come on. He came in with the classic condescending liberal attitude. Like, and then he tried to pretty much make it act like we don't know what we're talking about. I'm just like, dog, like you can't even tell me you can't even like explain where your facts are, where your sources are coming from. And then when you give me the sources, you have this twisted interpretation of your sources.
And not even sources, one source or whatever the fuck he gave you. Like he
gave me the bill, right? And the bill kind of proved that, all right, so there's a deficit in this energy commerce community. What does it have to do with Medicaid? I'm like, what? Actually,
energy commerce. This is what I'm saying. And this is the same shit like that goes on. Hold on, I'm going to crack a beer here. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. Same shit goes on like with Congress. Like, why is it that 20 things are introduced into a bill? Or even, going to the Senate or whatever. How about push one thing at a time? Why do they got to push like a majority of one thing and then hide a bunch of garbage underneath? That's fucking corruption.
But like I said, though, he just kept. Okay, so he's saying that, and I just want to make sure I had this together here. He's saying that they're making cuts to Medicaid. We look up this energy commerce place. $880 billion is going to be cut from it. Boom. We went straight to the budget. And then we found out that, we know that the spot's getting like $8 trillion within the next 10 years, but it doesn't tell us that what's getting cut from Medicaid. So he couldn't even really substantiate that. But that's where he lost me. I'm just like, bro, you cannot prove to me. You're just pretty much telling me to look at this and the fact that, yes, they do handle a big amount of money over 9 years.
Yeah, but it's one committee and multiple, at least one or two preside over that. Why do we have multiple committees on the same budgetary thing going on? Like, no. One thing for one, like I said before, why do we have these bills that go through that have multiple things in them? No, one for one. Don't try and push this, pork fat through with everything, and everything that they do, like cut the fat out of government. Less government equals less taxes. Less taxes taken from you, less taxes taken from everybody. I don't get what they don't understand. Like, they're like, oh no, it's only the rich. No, if there's less government, you get less money taken from you.
Man, ain't that the facts, man? Shout out my man Guest Dude. He says, end Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security and replace them with a national dividend payment like Alaska has that pays all citizens. That pays all citizens monthly. And I'm like, damn, that sounds clutch. What?
That's going a little far. I agree to a point.
Yeah, but yeah, you know how Guest Dude.
Yes, getting calling.
Man, Guest might as well hop in the call in, bro. Because I almost want to go. I almost want to run through with him. It's like because
look, I agree with Guest to a point, but at the end of the day, like that's not going to work out everywhere, and it's going to be a problem. Like you tend to go down a slippery slope with that sort of thing.
And all right, but I do want to stick to the main argument of the Medicaid and Medicare. Like, all right, Guest Dude.
Hi, Guest.
Hey, my man. Now, I do want you to like, bro, what's your knowledge on this whole well, I know you came in late to the stream, but what's your knowledge of this whole Medicaid and Medicare like getting cut thing?
Okay, so the big issue, well, the main issue is Social Security. Medicare and Medicaid ties slightly into it. Like Medicaid, my understanding of it is it's a federal/state program. Medicare is a federal congressional program, so they're separate, but they both kind of overlap with each other. And then Social Security it's supposed to be taken out from your Social Security taxes, but we never get enough in to cover. Right now, there's too many baby boomers for Gen X and Gen like millennials, and now Gen Z to cover. And right now, as the Gen X is aging out, we're running into the population overlap that's eventually going to create this huge financial burden on the nation.
And now, all right, now, yes, like, so during our debate, we was pretty much going over the whole premise of how Medicaid is funded by, honestly, like different sources. And
well, the big issue that we're running into right now is all three of those programs are supposed to be funded individually from a separate tax pool, but not enough is being taken in, so it's coming out of the income tax, which is supposed to be funding stuff like the defense budget and infrastructure programs and normal government programs, which is why we keep having to take out loans from effectively the Federal Reserve.
Hey,
all right.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah,
go ahead.
All right, bro. What's up, Guest, by the way? Hey, so I noticed on the checks that I used to get, like they always took out separate Social Security. They always took out separate Medicaid, Medicare.
Yeah, it's all supposed to be separate, but we don't ever get enough in.
No, but what I'm saying is they took it out of our checks. Like they're taking it.
Yeah, but they never get enough in the pool. So the problem is when they don't get enough in the pool, they have to then tap it out of the income tax. And when we're not getting enough in the income tax.
My question is why are we not getting enough out of it?
There's
not a
large enough tax pool. We keep doing tax cuts and we keep doing too much spending. The budget's not balanced.
No, okay, all right. I will.
I ain't gonna lie,
say like we're spending too much, but
the big issue is, and it's an issue that comes from any population that reaches post-industrial status. We're not having enough kids. And because we're not having enough kids, we're not getting enough workers. And because we're not getting enough workers, we're not since we're in what's called a welfare capitalist society, just basically post-industrial neoliberalist society, we're not getting enough workers to offset the fact that in order to cancel out socialism, FDR instituted the New Deal, and then Johnson instituted the war on poverty in the 60s.
Hey, Guess.
I actually have one question for Guess. Like, what's with all these establishment of these committees? You're right, because I'm starting to see like the overlying thing what you were talking about. Like, okay, well, it does seem like Medicaid is funded by like 3 or 4 different committees.
It's basically okay. Like if you had like a corporation, you'd want to set up sub suites within the C-suite to oversee different operations within the financial. You have a CFO that oversees the overall operations, and then that CFO would set up, okay, this department oversees these expenditures. This department oversees these expenditures. They're supposed to maintain their budgets, but then they go, okay, we're over budget here. We need to take a little bit from over here. Because we keep running into this problem, they then have to take extra loans at the end of the year, which is why we just had this, again, near government shutdown that required us to raise the debt limit again.
Oh man, and for everybody in the chat, so Medicaid has the Energy and Commerce Committee's hands on it. It has the Ways and Means Committee's hands on it. It has the Finance Committee's hands on it.
Because they keep having it, to tap into other budget sources to fund it.
Hey,
so it's almost like you can cut from you can cut from the Energy Committee, and the Finance Committee and the Health Committee could still pretty much front that up.
Which is why I and a lot of other people have argued that the best way to go about it is if we were to end these programs, just flat out, boom, end these programs, and then go the funding that we would get out of that just by ending it would basically balance our budget overnight, because a lot of our spending comes from these. We would cut the budget overnight. The budget would balance.
Said it right.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Hey, so what's up, brother? All right, so I don't agree with ending them. However,
well, the thing is, okay, listen to the back end.
Yes, okay. Let me finish. And I appreciate that, brother. So I don't agree with ending them. However, I don't agree with like multiple congressional committees handling the same thing.
Well, that's the thing is it's not so much the committees handling it. They have to have these multiple committees handling it because they have to have some way of sourcing the funds for it. It's not so much the committees handling it. They don't have a choice but to do it, because every time they go over budget, they go, okay, now because the new budget limitations and the new budget increase, they have to hand it over to the next department to go, okay, you're now in charge of finding the next source for funding. And then the next time they raise the budget limit, they're like, okay, we have to source it out to a new committee. And it's been doing this since the 90s. And
look, yes, I get that, bro. But at the end of the day, like, that's the system that needs to stop.
Well, they don't have a choice in the matter, because we're going to have, like, by 2030, the United States government will be bankrupt. There is no ifs and or buts about it. If we keep Social Security around, just Social Security, the United States will be bankrupt.
No. Look, I understand. But at the end of the day, like, how much money are we paying these congressional committees to
the committees the committees aren't getting extra money. The committees are just there to oversee where the money gets sourced from to fund these operations.
Now,
so they don't get extra money. They're just like the congressional people that are like, okay, let's say you put AOC and Bernie Sanders in this committee over here. They're still just getting their normal congressional yearly, salary to do it. There's no extra money that goes to them to do it. Their job now is just to go, fuck, we don't have any money to fund this. We have to find money. Okay, we're going to take it from the nuclear department because that's the only other place we can get it. So they have to source it out of the nuclear department. They don't get any extra money.
I got to pick his brain on this one. I do got to pick his brain on this. Well, why don't you think that they want to put it under one committee? Like,
because at this point they have to basically shell game it, because if they don't, the American public's going to be fully aware of the fact the United States government is going to be bankrupt at the very latest 2035. We will hit
dang
100.
Spread it out to make it look good.
Yo, guess you just brought up a point for me, bro. So that beta mail that was in here earlier, I don't know if you were on.
No, but, I just popped in because I was dealing with. I've been dealing with family stuff all week. My mom was on vacation, and a bunch of crazy stuff happened while she was on vacation. So,
well, shit happens, bro. All right, so we had some beta mail in here that was like, oh well, this committee does most of the work for that. And we're Set and I are like, well, there's 3 committees, and that's not the role.
There's actually probably more like 20 committees that are handling this right now.
No, I get it. Look,
I mean, this problem goes back to Johnson's era. They've been fully aware.
The problem that I have with it, and I'm getting a little back off topic to what I was talking about, is why is it that there's so many people looking after one thing when you could just have one committee look after the one thing? And I get what you're saying. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
like
it's the pure, like, the accountants and the government have known, because there's the debt to GDP ratio. And we are right now, the last time I looked at it, our debt to GDP right now is sitting at about 90%. Somebody in chat might be able to look that up and correct me. I don't have the exact numbers, but I think we're like 92%. Once Social Security, once the baby boomers are fully vested into Social Security, and then the Gen Xers are fully vested into Social Security, I think our debt to GDP is calculated to hit, I think, 120%. And by 2032, it's supposed to be somewhere around 130%. And 2035, it'll be somewhere around 150% to our GDP.
We are currently at 121. We are 120.
Yeah. Okay. So it's worse than I thought it was. So we are at the point now where we are insolvent. We are bankrupt right now.
We've been bankrupt for quite a while, but either way.
The best way to solve it, and this is not just me spouting off. This is not just my normal socialist rant. This is a economically sound argument that has been pitched. One of the most viable states in the union right now is Alaska. Alaska, as it stands right now, because of the way they do their dividend program, every citizen gets, I think last I checked, is $1,200 paid out to them. We could do a lot better as America, where if we liquidated Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security and just said those programs are over, that would take our debt to GDP down rapidly, because we would be able to bring our budget down. We'd be able to start paying down our debt rapidly. Within 5 years, I think we'd drop our debt. I looked at it last time, down to, I think, 29 trillion within 5 years.
Hey, guess.
Well, let me run this by real quick. 29.
This is a real quick point, bro. You realize you're gonna have every libtard hate you in this chat, right?
Well, they already hate me, so I don't care. So the socialist gets hated by libtards. It's funny. So the strategy you run with that is you replace those programs with a dividend program where every American's starting at birth. Actually, you don't do it when you're 18. You start paying it out. Starting at birth, you start getting paid out a dividend based off the growth of the GDP in America. And it's a dividend where if the growth is, let's say the GDP growth for the United States is at 3%, you pay out a dividend that flows through the market to every citizen. You'd have to actually have a team of economists come in and do the calculations. But last I looked at it, it'd be something like $1,200 to $1,400 a month that every citizen would be getting paid. So that's just an extra little paycheck every citizen would be getting paid a month.
I'm sorry, but guest, where does that come from?
It's just something that gets cycled through the market. It's just because it's getting cycled through the market, it's liquidic money that actually grows the market. Almost like how stimulus checks during the Bush administration, W's administration, were cycled through the market, and it actually would trigger massive growth in the market, which would take our GDP from, last I looked at it, instead of it being a 2% growth, we'd actually be hitting a 5% growth, which would start to cancel out inflation. So our inflation would drop. And instead of dumping money through a printing, it would actually deflate the inflationary forces, which would drop our inflation down.
Yeah.
And
that didn't answer my question. Where does that money come from?
It gets cycled through
No. Where's the money start?
It would get paid through like the stimulus checks do. It would get paid through the treasury, but it would get paid through based off of how it cycles through GDP growth. So it would be just a stimulus that gets paid through monthly. You'd have to go through like ID.me, that government program. You go through that program. You go through the whole process of you put your social security number through. You get verified through ID.me, and you get paid through the system. There'd be obviously some sort of blockchain or crypto checkbox system that gets verified. There'd have to be a whole system put into place to make sure that it's only getting paid to citizens. A whole lot of infrastructure would have to be put up to make it happen. But because we're the three major programs that are currently hemorrhaging our economy, and then we're replacing that with a dividend program that's coming off of the growth and that's stimulating the economy on a daily basis, you kill huge problems in our economy, and you're stimulating the economy, and you're causing a growth pattern through the market all at the same time.
I got another question for you, guest. How long do you think that would take to implement?
I would wager a guess that would be a 2-year program to implement.
I think you're wrong.
I would wager it would take about 2 years if we dedicated to it. Remember, we're the same nation that a man got up and gave a speech and said we can go to the moon, and we got to the moon within a decade.
I understand you, brother, but how do you think that's going to happen now?
We'd have to grab ourselves by the balls and literally become America again and stop being whatever bitch beta nation we are now.
Okay, again, guess.
1776.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, guess.
1960s Kennedy style America. We do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard.
Again, guest, how do you think it's going to happen with people talking about
I
AOC
don't know, man.
replacement?
We got to
for
become
Schumer?
America again. I'm tired of watching America be whatever this weak version of America we are, where we black bag people because they're protesting.
See, guest, we do get along.
It's like I want America to be America again. It's hard. I'm tired of it, dude. Like, I didn't serve this country to watch America turn into whatever this is. It hurts.
So you disagree with the Palestinian protester getting arrested?
I disagree with the precedent it sets. I disagree with it heavily. That's a man being like, we black bagged a man in the middle of the night who has an American citizen wife because he was using his First Amendment right.
No, hold on. So the question I have is if he actually had ties.
That's really vague though. That's just fucking Patriot Act shenanigans. That's malarkey of the Patriot Act going.
Okay, I get the Patriot Act, and I hate it too.
This one, because they were supposed to show us the flyers during the press conference.
Like
the press,
tomorrow
is too graphic.
Like tomorrow, tomorrow we could be designated a terrorist organization, and they could be black bagging us. Like that's a bad precedent. Like that's scary.
I perfectly agree with that. With what the FBI did with the people that were going up against the schools.
I mean, the Obama administration going after conservative organizations, like this is dangerous precedent of black bagging somebody in the middle of the night.
No, I get that, but if they have actual proof, look,
but they haven't shown it, and they haven't charged him yet with anything. Like that's scary, man. Like that's a bad precedent.
What did they do with all the people with January 6th too? Look,
this is a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Like January 6th, like we're not on a good path.
I'm not forgiving it. I'm just saying, like, they need to show it.
Yeah,
just
but at this point, I don't know if I trust it if they did show it. Like, this is scary.
All right. Well, I get that.
Like for a visa and green card revocation, they're supposed to give you 30 days. They're supposed to give you a notice 30 days prior that your green card has been revoked. They didn't. They black bagged the dude in the middle of the night.
Well, now hold on. Now, in defense of whatever BS these guys are trying to pull off. Hey, and shout out my man Castro. Now, in defense of this BS they're pulling off. Now, look, we don't know if he was Whoa. Hold on.
The fuck is that?
No, he's
That
probably
was
at the
Castro.
factory.
Hold on. Well, look, we don't know for sure. All right, hold on, big dog. We're gonna wait till Castro
Yeah,
get his
mute
sound
his
together.
ass.
But hold on. Now, what I was about to say was kind of lost my train of thought on that one. My bad. Well,
Technical difficulties.
what was I about to? No, okay, now, okay. To defend it now, to kind of defend, I guess the Trump administration on this. We don't know if he was pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas, and we don't, and we still don't know what the hell was on those pamphlets. I wanted to personally was on the pamphlets that he was passing out.
Yeah, but even
was it
then,
pro-Hamas or
like I like the Watts versus USA, man. Like that, the Watts versus USA was a Supreme Court. It stated to the level that you can make threats against the president of the United States, and that is protected speech if it's political.
You're right.
Like we are going on on the downtrend right now. And this is after Vance goes to the European Union and speaks in Munich and talks about how they're turning into a tyranny.
Damn.
Like
Guess we're not turning into a tyranny or anything
I know,
like that.
but at the same time, like
let's announce
black
the elephant in the
siding
room.
somebody is scary.
But let's announce the elephant in the room.
That's one
It's all for
person.
Israel. Let's
But
announce that.
it sets a precedent, and everything in America runs on precedent.
Bro, I understand you and I get it, but at the end of the day, again, like I said, they need to show proof. Otherwise, they're going to get to that point where we're like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like they need to show. No, the United States. That's the thing about the United States. You need to show proof before an arrest, not after.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Now,
however,
they did say they have proof. They just hadn't disclosed it to us.
That's the thing, but they're supposed to show proof before an arrest. Like that's the thing. Like we have so many cop videos
not to
all over
us.
YouTube Shorts.
Not to us, though. Not to us.
But in a court of public appeal, you need to show these facts right off gate, or you create a distrust or a tool to drive a wedge in people.
I mean,
Yes, Castro. Yeah, when it goes to court, then yes. Now, if they don't show it in court, then we can get on their ass. You got what I'm saying?
But did they trump up the? But that's not to use the pun. Bad pun.
Yeah,
at the wrong time. Not to trump up, but not to trump up. But that's the thing. Are they going to trump up the evidence after the fact, like they did with the freaking January 6 people who were held without charges for months, and then trumped up charges on them after the fact?
But they had no proof, though.
Yeah,
It was just a liberal judge.
I know, but that's the thing. It doesn't matter if they were liberal or conservative, red or blue. Look, again, the anarchist is always going to come at you with the neutral opinion. It doesn't matter which jersey the person was wearing.
Understood. Look, yo, guest, I got you, bro.
Yeah,
I understand.
I know. We're on the same. Right now we're on the same side because the anarchist is speaking neutrally. But I'm saying very simply, that's a scary precedent. Like that's the kind of stuff we were doing in Iraq. We were black bagging people, and I sat in an air traffic control tower and looked down while special forces brought in actual terrorists that were actually trying to blow people up in Iraq, and they were black bagging them and bringing them in on helicopters and putting them on a black site. That's the stuff we did in Iraq. We're not supposed to be fucking doing that in America.
Understood. But at the end of the day, if that dude's not originally from this country, like I'm not going to get to that. We're going a little far off topic here.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. Like, look, if it's like,
I don't think it's so much off topic. I think it goes back to what I was saying. It's like, how do we fix the things in America? We have to be America again. We have to get back to what the founders believed in. What would the founders say about something like that?
There's something we need to focus on, and that's the line that they cross. If they were peacefully protesting, standing up for Palestine, that's one thing. But at the moment that you start interfering with people's lives and backing a terrorist organization, and you have proof of spreading hate and affecting people's lives in a negative way, then that's the line that needs to be viewed, and anything before that line should be legal and should be enforced by the American government. They should not be overstepping these boundaries. We have to make sure that we protect our First Amendment speech. I don't care what you say. You say anything you want, as long as you are not enforcing that view on American people and hurting the stability of America. You know?
But now we do got to remember they're kind of doing this on the, I guess, on the premise that he's inciting violence against the Jewish students. So if that's true, then we should be okay with this, right?
If he personally did that, then yes. But
again,
it's the group,
Watts
group,
versus
then
U.S. It goes back to Watts versus U.S. Hyperbolic, vitriolic, caustic speech is protected, which means you have to show that the actual true threat was inciting violence is protected speech.
Agree.
Yes, I have one thing to say.
Because you have to prove that he's actually trying to show threats too. He could be saying stuff like, these Jews are a problem and we need to deal with them, because he's angry. He's got grievances against it. He's allowed to say those things, but he has to be showing actual intention to cause bodily harm himself.
Okay, yes, but you're still getting to the point of the, and actually this is like a double-edged sword here, right? So you know, you're talking about public opinion about what we
I'm talking about an actual SCOTUS decision about a man who said, if you draft me, the first person I'm pointing my gun at is LBJ.
Okay, but hear me out. So there's a difference between free speech and a difference between the court of law. Well, no.
Again, I reiterate, that was the actual case. The case was Watts versus USA. Watts said, if you draft me, he said it at an actual anti-draft rally during the Vietnam War.
But
at an anti-draft rally. If you draft me, the first person I'm going to point my gun at is the president of the United States. And he won that case all the way up to SCOTUS.
Look, not my point exactly. Look, right? So, look, you say some stupid shit, yes, it's under the First Amendment, right? But if they can prove ties between you, what you say, and your actual life against you, that's them proving your guilt.
I mean, if you actually
Now you can say at the end of the day, hold on one second, Seth.
Yeah.
You can say at the end of the day, like, okay, yeah, they're making up these facts, but look, you're innocent until proven guilty at the end of the day every time. And I do not disagree with that.
But right now, what we're dealing with in this particular case is no charges have been levied against him. It's a First Amendment violation and a Sixth Amendment violation. And it's setting precedent underneath several vectors of violation that anyone can be randomly tied. Trump has already in his short time as president created a bunch of new people and stated a bunch of new organizations as being terrorist organizations, because the limits of the Patriot Act state any organization can just be deemed underneath presidential doctrine and order a terrorist organization. So any organization, any group of persons can be deemed a terrorist organization. S.E.T Media tomorrow can be deemed a terrorist organization.
Hey, guest. That question for you. Who has Trump designated as a criminal or a terrorist organization?
Multiple cartels, to name a few.
Okay. And is he wrong?
No, but I'm saying the fact that the president has the power to do that.
Okay, but you're pushing that out there, and look.
No, what I'm saying is precedent. What I'm saying is precedent.
No,
I
understand.
The precedent is being set that any organization, any group of people can be deemed such at the whim of the president right now. And a precedent is being set that if you have ties to a terrorist organization, you can be black bagged black bagged for free speech tied to support of said. Right now, we're exercising free speech on S.E.T media, right? So if at a whim, the next president happens to be a Democrat, and we have been shitting. Like, let's say AOC gets president in 2028. We do a lot of shitting on. We do a lot of shitting on AOC around here. She finds out. Let's say S.E.T media blows up in between now and 2028, hits 1 million views, gets super popular and is super big, and AOC finds out, and she's just really pissy about it and goes, S.E.T media is a terrorist organization, and suddenly we're all getting black bagged in the middle of the night because of shit we said about her.
Okay. All right, I got you on that. The American citizen should not be able to be deemed that. I got you.
Yeah, Patriot Act needs to be repealed, period.
Yes, we have a problem because of the Patriot Act and because of the things the Patriot Act allows. It allows violations of habeas corpus, 6th Amendment, 4th Amendment, 1st Amendment, 5th Amendment. You're not even allowed to.
That place?
Obama.
The Bush administration.
Oh, Bush, yeah. Bush and Obama, because it's 1 and 2.
Yep.
God.
And it was re-strengthened underneath Trump 1. Biden re-strengthened it during, I believe it was reinforced in 2022. And Trump has super strengthened it now because now it was not being implemented heavily in the actual Americas, but now because there are cartels, the Patriot Act is being utilized on American soil.
Yeah. We need protections against the Patriot Act instantly. It is going way too far. And the moment it flips on us, it's too late.
And now the Patriot Act has been utilized with this EO, this anti-Semitism EO, is now effectively we technically right now, because of stuff that S.E.T has played on this channel, we are all tied to this anti-Semitism EO.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'm not anti-Semitism. I have a Jewish family.
But the point is, we have participated in conversation here that ties us to that.
I don't care. I do not give a shit. They can come snipe me all they want. I don't give two flying fucks. I'll snipe them back. Anyway, I 1 sec. I gotta go to bed. I have to work tomorrow.
All right.
All right, guys. Have fun. I'll talk to y'all later. All right.
Have a good one. But all right, now I do hear what you're saying, and it is a scary picture you're painting right now. I'm not even gonna lie. But here's the thing, though. It's mainly because of Israel, though. We were not gonna sit here and pretend like this is only like if he was speaking out against the Ukraine war, he'd have been perfectly fine. He'd have been fine. Yeah. So here's the thing, though, like. This is where I'm be real with you, I do get a bit afraid of talking on this on the Israel the whole Israel conflict because of stuff like this.
It has set a dangerous precedent. We need to speak out against it. It is a issue that has reached a boiling point, and now this isn't the only one. Apparently, a second person was black bagged. I'm looking into it. Apparently, a second person a day or two after the first guy, I believe, was taken.
See, but when it comes to that topic, you guys know I've watched certain documentaries with you guys. You guys know I kind of know a little bit more than I let on here.
Yeah, so we all do.
Exactly. Everybody.
The fact that we have to tiptoe around it is the same problem we had with COVID, but now it's worse.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what it is. It's the tiptoeing around what we really want to say because we already know YouTube's not having it.
It's not even just YouTube. Now we have to worry about potentially. And right now, the main issue that guy had was he was here on a visa. We still have a little bit more protection, but he was here on a visa. They're testing the waters.
I want to state that I am pro-Israel. Don't get me wrong in anything that I'm saying. But at the same time, we have an Israel problem where they are using these things to push a narrative to that
they're testing. They're testing.
Yeah, basically. And at the same time, we have to look at this through a different lens every time and say, all right, contrary, what if this is going to be used against me in the future? How can this be used against me in the future? And how can we stop this? And if we're not doing that constantly, we're doing a disservice to all the rights that we've been given. And we have to stand up and say, hey, look, this is wrong. Even though we may agree with Israel in a lot of aspects, there's no point that it should be used to stop our speech, our free speech at any point.
I have to second that. I agree fully. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They are a despotic tyrant organization that has held the Palestinian people hostage since they took over and stopped elections. I believe it was in 2005 was the last true election that they allowed Palestine to have. They've held the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza. The West Bank's slightly different, but they've held the Palestinian people in Gaza effectively hostage, and they've held
their approval rating, because there got to be some people who's going along with this.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell because it's hard to get real intel out of Gaza. It's similar to dealing with like China or North Korea. It's hard to get true intel out of the picture.
But for true national security, we have to make sure that we're not overstepping our allies overstepping our own good for our allies. Because I do agree with protecting Israel in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I'm not going to give up my rights to protect Israel. You should be able to say what you say, as long as it doesn't cross that line of action versus words. If you overstep someone else's rights, then you should be jailed. That's the point that we have to draw the line in the sand and say, look, this is where we go. This is what we're going to do, and we're not going to allow you to create violence. But at the same time, you can say whatever you want to say freely, no matter who it is.
Yeah. Now, if we're talking about just criticism, then we're good. But what this guy was getting hit with was not only criticism of Israel, but allegedly, I guess, causing harm to Israeli students or Jewish students. So.
But I mean,
that's fine, but it has to be proven. It has to be proven.
That's the thing. From what I understand,
because we got videos, but who's to say that the videos was because of him? And
yeah, that's the thing. Is if you organize a protest, are you in charge of the individual acts of the people on the peripheral of that protest?
No.
Let's say you decide set that something in Ohio pisses you off to the extent that you're like, hey, I need as many of you guys to organize and come up here and help me protest something in my local area. Are you to blame if I, Dave, or Castro decide to go completely rampant on the peripheral? Should you be arrested for that?
Nah, but
that's the thing.
I can see where they would frame it as me getting arrested. So let's say I'm the one who organized it. I'm the leader of the group. Then I could see them trying to spin it on me being like, well, yeah, he's part of your group. You must share his ideas. You coming in too.
But that's
collectivist. That's what we have to stop.
Yeah, that's collectivist punishment. That should not be the case. The individual should be punished, not the organizer.
Exactly, you're right. But think about it. It's like kind of what they did with the January 6ers.
Exactly.
If my outburst was extreme enough to catch attention or on something that they want to hide, then yeah, I'd honestly think they would grab at me too.
And we shouldn't be doing that. That's collectivist punishment. That goes against the entire idea of a self-governed individualist society that the United States was founded to be.
Yeah.
January
6th is the perfect example.
I could call out, but I don't think I'd be here the next day.
That'd be like going after the leaders of BLM because the riots got out of hand. I'm completely against that. The BLM protests got extremely out of hand, but I'm not for arresting them, even though they're a bunch of Marxist tanky cunts, and I don't like them.
Man.
But what we could go after them for is the theft of the.
There's tons of you could go after them. You could go after them on a RICO case easily because they were basically a mafia at one point. But that's a completely different situation. That's not because of the rights.
If you're arrested, you have to be guilty of what they are saying 100%.
And they have to state the charges prior to. They can't trump up charges after you're arrested, which is why you could go on YouTube and you could scroll through shorts, and I guarantee at least 1 out of every 20 shorts right now is some cop getting shown why he sucks at his job.
And to be clear, we're not defending this guy in the least. All we're trying to do is stand up for our rights because we see the double-edged sword, and they don't realize what
I
they're
would
pushing
gladly
for.
defend the guy 100% if it turns out that he did nothing wrong. Because as far as I know right now, the case that's been presented shows he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if
Just
you're not
because you're a part of the
willing
group.
to pamphlets, if you're not willing to show us the speech, then I'm just like, you're just trying to say, oh, he had anti-Semitic views. I'm like, I'm not going for it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a little. I'm gonna hear some things.
I said that the second that EO was signed, I said this is a bad EO. This is a bad precedent.
A rational thinker should have went there first. That's the first thing that caused the divide in our party that in this year that I have seen is that free speech is being attacked and for Israel, and I do not stand for that 100%. If the guy's guilty, fine, show us the facts prior to arresting him. You don't have to go into the case specifics, but you need to show some kind of plausible facts so that you have the American people on your side when you're doing this, because we're not going to stand for being silenced in any way, shape, form, or fashion. To the lowest of us, to the top of us. It doesn't matter where you are. We want to make sure that all of us have the same rights, and we're not messing around.
And I mean, we also have to state very simply, as far as I know, this man is married to an American citizen. So he was in the process of becoming a full naturalized citizen. He's taken the civics test. He had an American visa. He had a green card. He was in the process of becoming a fully nationalized citizen, and going through this process because of some Patriot Act malarkey and because of a badly written EO, because of some crap that's going on in Israel right now because of political malarkey. It's not a good look.
Yeah.
And it's not a good precedent to set. If this goes through, it will be used against us in the future. Maybe not next administration, maybe not the next one, but eventually 10, 20, 30 years down the line, some douchebag administration, maybe it's a Republican, maybe it's a Democrat, maybe some third party, maybe some third party wins. I mean, I never thought I'd see 20% of Nazis, literal Nazis, in the Bundestag in Germany again, but it happened. So it's completely possible that we get some crazy third party that takes up the administration and uses this against us.
Yeah. The only something I want to see the American government do is for the rights of the people, and that's it. And I'm not talking about our allies or any of that. You know, I'm for isolationism overall as far as our geopolitics. We need to be looking at America first. We need to fix America first, because anybody else we're helping, it's only hurting us overall because we don't have the structures in place to do it the right way. And our money's being separated from us. Our rights are being separated from us on multiple levels, and we need to stop all this and start moving in the right direction. And that starts by putting American people and their rights first.
All right. Oh crap! About to try to add Zoloff in here, but I guess he's not all the way set up yet.
Zoloff.
Oh my! All right, here we go. What's up, my man?
Hey, that green face.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? Hey, I only wanted to add in that, and I had said this to Castro before as well, is that, and they do have proof of it. There's the kid that they deported was openly supporting an organization that's like openly supported Hamas, which is deemed a terrorist group by the United States government. And not only that, but they were, with their protests, they were also intimidating Jewish students that were keeping them from being able to go to class for up to a week or so, something like that. And they were threatening them with violence as well. And he was organizing the entire thing. And they had pretty solid proof that he was, he wasn't like the only one that was doing it, but he was one of them. And that's why he said that's why they had also said that there was one of many to come.
Unless they have 100% proof that he put out a directive or a hit or he himself did these crimes, then he should not be charged for the group. You have to
all right, guys, I'll go ahead and
go
read
after
the
him.
super chat from Fire Ant. He says, if someone is calling for the eradication of Western civilization, would you support deporting them?
No.
I mean, that's a
Just calling for the eradication? No, of course not. I wouldn't. No.
Yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty vague concept, like Western civilization. I mean,
yeah,
it's vague enough of a statement that and again, it goes back to I have to keep going back to Watts versus USA, because it comes down to caustic, vitriolic, and hyperbolic speech is protected.
You could say, fuck Castro, I got a gun, I'm going to shoot Castro. You can say that all you want. I'll fight for your right to say it. I don't give a damn.
Watts
The moment
straight
that
up
you
said,
flash a gun at me, that's when we have a problem.
I mean, Watts straight up said, if you draft me, the first person I'm pointing my gun at is the president of the United States. And he was exonerated and by SCOTUS.
Yeah, we have to operate in actions, not in words. You can say whatever you want. Talk is cheap, but actions is where it lies, and that's where the crime is committed.
And again, I'm almost to the point of saying I'm such a free speech absolutist that I would say support of a terrorist organization should be protected. Like someone going, I support Hamas. It's vitriolic, it's caustic, but it should be protected.
So what happens when one of those Jewish students gets killed, and then everybody's all up in arms like, well, we could have prevented those.
The person who killed them. The person who killed them should be punished.
Yeah, well, we also talk about preventing
the person.
All right, fair enough. I guess, but
because it sets precedent, man. That's my issue. Is like it sets precedent because if we start down that road, it will be used against us.
I understand it, and I get it. I get that it's and once you go down that road, then it starts getting worse and worse. Like
I mean, there's that old story of like in the pre-Edo era feudal Japan. If you sneezed in front of a samurai, they were authorized. And I don't know if this is true. It's apocryphal. No one knows if it's an actual true statement. Some have said it's true, some of it's not. But if you sneezed in the presence of a samurai, they could behead you on the spot because it was considered a violent act in front of them.
Damn.
So like
we have to be careful not to operate in generalizations.
Well, I also,
as hard as that might be, it's got to be the individual action. That person has got to be made an example of, and we have to prosecute him to the full extent of the law at that point. But only once you as an individual cross that line.
Here.
Well, to be fair as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
Are you good?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I didn't hear it before, and to be fair, I did hear somebody say earlier that he was married to an American and was on his way to get citizenship. I had never heard that part either. I'd have to look into that one myself. But if that's the case, then yeah, I mean, I agree. He should have to go to an American court before they deport him or anything like that. He should be tried before.
I mean, here's the thing. At best, he should be investigated, but not pulled in and all this good stuff. Like, they should have ran a secret investigation. If anything, like, all right, we think you're out here working with terrorists. Great, run that investigation, get the evidence, and then grab them if there's anything there.
And even then, like, what was the crime? Like, what was the crime? Who were the victims? Like, at this point, it sounds like it was effectively a victimless crime. He was protesting.
That's what I was waiting on the victim list. I was waiting for them to go like, well, his speech caused the I guess the assault of this guy, that guy, and this guy, but I didn't hear none of that. Or here's this
we don't operate
anti-Jewish rhetoric. We didn't even get that.
Yeah, we don't operate on trust me,
we're at the point now where I hate to be the cliche, but we're at the point now where we're stepping straight into Orwellian 1984 territory. Like we are. Like this is the point where it's like, okay, you said the wrong thing, and the state steps in and goes, "Fuck you."
And it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to make mistakes. If they did this by mistake and they didn't do it by the book, they made your mistake, regain the trust of the people, and make sure it never fucking happens again. Because I'll tell you what, I will not support that, and you will lose my support 100%. Operating like a fucking dictator. And I'm not calling anybody a dictator, but you just cannot act like a fucking zealot and create more issues than we already have. We need to.
I mean,
we need to stop this.
To be completely blunt, what this looked like was the federal government underneath the Trump administration via an executive order utilized ICE like the fucking Stasi.
Yeah.
They used them like the Soviet era Stasi, and were like, we're gonna disappear this man. No charges. Goodbye.
All right, now hold on. I do want to kind of change the topic because we're still going to keep it on the Middle East side, ironically. Because so what you got to think about the airstrike in in Yemen. Now, do you think that America's low-key, or do you think we're just trying to finally put our foot on the neck of the Middle East so they don't touch Israel again?
It's crazy because I was sold on or we generally were sold on we're not starting new shit, and it seems like we're starting new shit.
Exactly. Exactly. Because I'm just like, bro, I'm like, so what is this with the Houthis? I'm like, all right, we stopped the whole Israel and Hamas thing. Now we're going after the Houthis, and here's the thing. I've been thought they was a terrorist organization. That's what's kind of funny how they were telling they were attacking.
It sounds to me like the United States wants more Saudi money, and the Saudis are like, you want money? You got to take out the Houthis.
Huh.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's
a trade deal coming on the
guidelines of protecting a trade route.
Yeah, and it's bullshit. It comes down to, yet again, instead of actually a president living up to his fucking promises that he made during the campaign, he's doing the shit that he's being.
They're operating in the gray area. They're operating in the gray area, and we need to make sure that whatever his messaging is, if he's saying, "Hey, we're for world peace, except for this current issue,"
like God forbid one of those pilots got taken down. Like, oh, we're not supposed to be starting any new wars, but one of our pilots just got shot down in an airstrike.
See, and that's what I wanted to bring up. Shout out my man Daniel Welch. He said the Houthis touched our boats. Yeah, it was like 174 attack on our boats. And this is what confused me when I heard that. I'm like, all right, well, why the hell we wait till now?
Why are our boats there?
Damn, that's an even better point. I even call a lot. That's actually a really good question. I didn't even think about.
And any media who's not asking the same questions that we are is doing a disservice to the people.
Now, maybe if we was closer to over there to Thailand. I mean, to Taiwan, okay, but over there in the Middle East and that little trade section right there. That is a bit strange. Huh.
We need specifics, we need good reporting, and we need good messaging. And if we don't have those things, we have no trust and we have no direction. And we just become what we fearmonger against. We need to make sure that we're not going to fall into those same traps that they lay.
Okay, but
well said, Castro.
Well said, but yes, what do you think we're doing there, though?
It's understanding the Red Sea is kind of complicated. Mainly, there's a bunch of Chinese bases. There's a bunch of now Russian bases. And the Red Sea is a major trade route up into the Suez. And we've got a bunch of stupid reasons to be there, like Saudi trade route and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, it really comes down to we supported the Saudi Arabians trying to eradicate Yemen over some stupid war back during, I believe, the first Trump administration is when it kicked off, or maybe it was late Obama. And the Houthis kind of looked at us as the fault. And it's yet again stupid geopolitics where we kind of got blowback. It goes back to Ron Paul when he was like, the reason 9/11 happened was we were fucking around in the Middle East.
Yep. I mean, bro, even Osama bin Laden pretty much said it was our role that we had with Israel.
And it's all blowback. And the Houthis were a product of blowback because of stuff we were doing with the Saudi Arabians. We keep selling them weapons. They keep fucking with Yemen. And the Houthis formed out of that. I think it was a civil war / invasionary shenanigans. It's hard to keep track of Yemen because it's not. Yemen used to be part of India and the East Indian Trading Company, British territory. It's weird. Yemen's hard to understand as a country.
Yemen's been I'm gonna be real with you. Yemen's been one of those war-torn countries since I was like a kid. Like I remember in middle school hearing about how Yemen was local effed up country.
Well, it was an old East Indian British Company territory that was held by Indians, and it was kind of a weird quasi territory. And during World War II, it had some weird issues. And Saudi Arabia wanted to have control over it. And then you had Oman that wanted to control it. So it's a very important control point, because if you control Yemen, you basically control the Red Sea. And
it's definitely been one of the most dangerous places, regions.
And you combine that with Djibouti and Somalia. That whole area is just, it's a clusterfuck.
Okay, yeah. When you combine it with that, okay, I hear what you're really saying now.
The Horn of Africa and all that area is just, it's a clusterfuck. And now with like Turkey starting to do stuff in that area, like it's gonna be a problem for the next decade. And the Houthis are getting weapons. We don't know exactly who's selling them the weapons. There's probably some PRC. And once they start getting anti-air, like legit anti-air capabilities, we probably will start losing jets.
You know, it's actually crazy. I'm just reading something right now. It says that Iran denies aiding Houthis as Yemen rebels threaten retaliation after U.S. attack.
It's probably the PRC or Russia that's selling Iran weapons, and Iran's probably providing them to the Houthis, and it's probably also the Pakistanis, which also puts a weird challenge into the equation, because the Pakistanis are known to be in the process of potentially there's a group within Pakistan that's at the point now where they're like, hey, we're going to just start selling our nukes off. So there might potentially be rogue nukes involved. There was a white paper that came out. I can't remember if it was NSA or CIA that put out the white paper, but they're saying that maybe 20 Pakistani nukes went rogue in 2022. So there's potentially there's potentially 20 nukes that are just roaming the planet right now that nobody knows where they are.
That's what people were speculating before Trump took office and all the drones were flying over New Jersey.
Well, that was definitely a nuke. They probably found it and they probably confiscated, and that's definitely what happened. They didn't announce that they found it, because that would have been a major issue.
All right, well, shoot. I got this video here that I kind of want to listen to y'all with, so let's go ahead and let it play for a little bit.
Tonight, the United States is vowing to keep striking Houthi rebels in Yemen until they stop attacking ships in one of the world's most important shipping routes. CBS's Willie James Inman is traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, Florida. Willie James?
Nancy, good evening to you. The White House says it was an overwhelming response that took out multiple Houthi leaders.
This isn't a one-night thing.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says attacks on ships in international waters in the Red Sea by Iran-backed Houthi rebels must end.
The minute the Houthis say, we'll stop shooting at your ships, we'll stop shooting at your drones, this campaign will end. But until then, it will be unrelenting.
The USS Harry S. Truman and Gettysburg among the Navy ships involved.
Okay, AKA, don't play with that boy Hegseth.
Oh, lovely. They have the Truman carrier group down there. That's going to be fucked. The Trumans already had 2 major issues in the last year.
Yeah.
They shot down one of their own jets and almost shot down a second one, and they also had a crash up in the Mediterranean with a potential Turkish ship.
I remember the crash and hearing about that. Yeah.
So they had to fire its admiral. So they've got a brand new admiral or captain. I can't remember if they fired the admiral or the captain. So they've got a brand new one down there. So I wonder how vetted he actually is.
Man, all right, let's keep it going.
Then it will be unrelenting.
The USS Harry S. Truman and Gettysburg among the Navy ships involved in the action. At least 50 people were killed in Yemen, and the Houthis say they will strike back. The president monitored the operation from his golf club in Florida.
This was a message to Iran. Don't keep supporting them, because then you will also be responsible for what they are doing.
Also this weekend, President Trump invoked a 1798 law restricted to wartime use to speed up deportation of some migrants, including suspected members of a Venezuelan gang, saying they are threatening the U.S. The ACLU sued to stop the action. El Salvador's president posting this video on social media showing alleged gang
dangerous.
members arriving in his country after a federal judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration from carrying out the wartime powers.
The press secretary says the administration did not refuse to comply with the court order, and the Department of Justice in a court filing says that some migrants had already been removed before the judge's decision. Nancy?
Willie James Inman, thank you.
And all righty, man. Like, so.
The deportation thing is definitely dangerous.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Because that, I mean, how do you vet that? Because I mean, all you have to do is just be like, oh, this person so and so is a gang member associated with this organization, and now we're just going to go ahead and pass them off to this government. Because I mean, that government's already had. I think it was I can't remember if it was the ICC. I think it was the ICC stated that something like 20% of the people they're incarcerating as being part of the gangs down there in El Salvador actually aren't gang members and aren't getting proper trials to show that they're actually part of the gangs. So the people that we're deporting down there probably won't get legit trials either. So now we basically just have a de facto camp we can send anyone that we want to deport and just be like, oh yeah, we're just going to send them down there. It's like an extra Gitmo if we want.
Well, damn. Well, the way I'm looking at this whole situation, it sounds like Yemen just need to go ahead and cut the bullshit at this point.
Yeah, we're entering into a whole new era of screwery. Because I mean,
yeah, it kind of sounds like we're just trying to put our foot on the neck of the Middle East.
Oh, that and then this like that and the whole deporting of gang members. It's like we're not. None of the actual promises are actually. None of this sounds like what Trump was promising when he was running. I mean, it's starting to seem different, and I'm wondering what the hell is going on here. And then you had Elon. I mean, jokes aside with the whole, everyone was going after him for he's I mean Fox. I mean, yeah, I get the illegal thing if it doesn't matter if they're in a gang, but if we're deporting them to a place that's like throwing them straight into prisons that are violating human rights, that's a little different. Like we're deporting them to a place that might be just sending them into like concentration camps.
Oh, it is our military. Our military, there's no due process with them.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like we're sending effectively ICE after people, and we're like, okay, this person's MS-13. It's like we're defining this person who's an illegal immigrant. You're MS-13. We're not gonna double check. We're sending you to El Salvador.
Oh, so that's like a double whammy, if anything.
And now you're going down there, and El Salvador is not going to double check. They're just going to be like, America said you're MS-13. You're going into the camp. And then and those camps violate human rights like crazy. And I think the survival rates, like if you go into those camps, are like extremely low.
Wait, you're talking about like them accidentally putting an American citizen in one of those things?
No, I'm talking about like a random illegals that are going to
to the wrong places or some shit like that.
Just because they got rolled up with somebody who might be MS-13, we roll up somebody who isn't actually part of the gang, who just happens to be there. Because I was watching, there was one of those court cases where it's like a person was standing in front and he had like the White House tattooed on his neck. Stupid tattoo, right? He had the White House.
I remember that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
because his last name was
White or some bullshit.
Yeah, and he's like, and she was like, "Oh, that looks like a gang tattoo," and he's like, "No, I have the White House on there," but she thought it was the Alamo, and there's like a gang here in Texas that they tattoo the Alamo on themselves, right? And that's the crazy thing is like, because of somebody misjudging a tattoo, you might get rolled up and sent down to a concentration camp in El Salvador.
All right, hold on. And shout out to my man Fox Chase real quick. He says if they're illegals, it doesn't matter if they're in a gang. And the other one, cause I believe you already responded to that, guess, dude.
Yeah.
He says, I'm sorry, but I voted for Trump to do what he got to do. And you know what?
Right.
I get it. It's like I honestly have no like problem with this if since they're attacking us. If we were just hitting them for no reason, then yeah, I'd have a problem. But of course we're gonna get y'all back if y'all hitting U.S. ships. Like America, did you forget who we were?
Yeah, I get the military action. Like I get that. Like I'm on board with that. Like I understand that we have to protect that trade route. That's what our Navy's for. But a lot of the reason we're stuck with that, our boats being there, is ever since the end of World War II, we're basically the only nation that has a standing Navy, and we protect the world's trade. But that's part of the reason. Like we're not getting anything in return for it. Our boats get hit because we're the ones stuck protecting the world's Navy. And it's like we're stuck protecting the world's trade, and we get screwed over and we get dragged into all this bullshit. But my big issue right now goes back to the deportation, that part of the second part of the video, that like the El Salvadoran thing. Like that's a big issue for me right now. Like the El Salvadoran and then this protester. That's two major things. Like I am entirely for, like, if you roll up, like there was that one guy who had like 17 felonies and he got rolled up by ICE. Yeah, deport that guy. Double check, triple check, make sure you have the right guy, do all the things you got to do, go through all the biometrics, print it, fingerprints and everything. Yep, that's the right guy. Get him the hell out of our country, right? Do not pass go, do not collect $200, go straight to jail, right? But rolling up 300 guys and then throwing them on a plane and sending them down to a country that is violating human rights, and we're not 100% sure those 300 guys are the right 300 guys, and then we're sending them down to a country that basically is doing, concentration camp style stuff, that's a problem. That's not what we should be doing. We're better than that. We're America. I expect the best from us.
I definitely agree with you on that. We don't gotta lower ourselves to what some of these other countries be doing.
Yeah.
But shout out my man Daniel Castro. He says Mike was not liking the plant. Trust nothing. Everything and the simping we need to see is the gov simping for the rights of the American people. Exactly. And shout out my man Fire and he says nothing is perfect, but ask yourself this. Would you rather have Trump or more of the same? Because nobody here is going to get everything they want. And exactly, I would just say that about Trump. It's like, look, when it comes to the Middle East, I know I'm not getting that. Like, I'm most likely not going to like anything this man does in the Middle East. But I do not care. As long as he works everything out here is cool. He can, to be honest, I know it sounds effed up. He can F up the Middle East as much as he wants, as long as it does not come back here. If he can find a way to do that and it don't come back here, I honestly do not care. Now, I do care about, well, honestly, the plight of the Palestinian people. I do have that fairness and all that good stuff. But if it came down to it, if you telling me, oh yeah, hey, is it America or Palestine? Of course it's America. If it's America or Yemen, of course.
Yeah. And I mean, that's like, I go back to that quote, like everyone wants to quote MLK and everyone wants to quote, all these other great minds. But one of my favorite quotes is always going to be that Kennedy quote. We don't do these things because they're easy. We do them because they're hard. That is the greatest American quote from anyone. I don't particularly like Kennedy. Like a lot of his policies, a lot of the things he did, not a big fan of. But the man said the greatest thing an American has ever said. We should strive to do the best we can, and we should do it not because it's easy. Like, we're America, damn it.
So do you think we should keep on trying though?
Yeah, I mean, yes, because we formed out of challenging the world's most powerful empire. We said, screw you, Britain. We're going to start our own country with blackjack and hookers. And we did it. We beat back the British Empire. Like no one else really pulled that off. We formed the first modern republic by saying, hey, Britain, Nah.
Well, and you gotta think too, man. Like we're at a point where debatably we were at a point where we were about to lose all of that, man. Like a lot of people say if Kamala won, dude. We're all fucked.
I mean,
like,
that's why, and I said,
but
and
listen,
I said
but
very
listen,
simply,
listen. Hang on, listen. And I think that Trump has done. I think he's been doing a fucking awesome job since he got in, dude. They've just been nonstop, just like killing it. And there's going to be mistakes in there. He's definitely made some mistakes, but I think that he's trying to do the best he can and trying to be as fair as he can too. So these things with like deporting this kid and all that stuff, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that he would have done something extreme like that if he didn't have a good reason to do it.
I know, but we've got to call the W's and the L's, and the L's are massive.
True, that's fair. That's fair. But also, like I said, you know, just all I'm saying is I'm not gonna fucking lose trust in it quite yet. You know what I'm saying?
That's just the anarchist in me. That's the me stepping up and going, hey,
And I think a lot of people have your exact same sentiment too, even Republicans too. I've heard a lot of people say they don't like this, and yeah, like, dude, I think that they're going to hear that as well, and I think the Trump administration really wants to do what the people want. So if people don't want that, then they're probably going to stop doing it.
But the problem I see is the difference between a gaffe and a complete fucking misstep is massive. And right now, the Trump administration 2.0, like the first administration, they made gaffes. There was no major oh fuck moment.
Dude, Fox, shut the fuck up.
like the first administration made gaffes. Like even the way he screwed, like his biggest mistake, his first administration, the one I always bring up is he's the reason we have all the inflation we have right now. You do not greenlight dumping 80% of all the printed U.S. money the United States has ever printed into the economy and not have a plan to backstop that. And he did that. He was just like, you know what? Let's do it. We're going to just dump 80% of the US dollars. And you know who we're going to put in charge of it to manage that 80% of all printed money in the United States? We're going to put BlackRock in charge of it.
Well,
like that was the biggest mistake he made the first administration. Like these are the kind of missteps the Trump administration makes. Trump administration 2.0 though, their mistakes are the kind that unravel the United States permanently. Like First Amendment and Sixth Amendment just being destroyed, like with this black bagging. If they don't undo that and then come out publicly and go, "Whoops, we screwed up. We're undoing this. We're like legitimately walk the kid up on stage and go, this guy's pardoned. We're undeporting him. We fucked up."
Damn, he asked for a full walk back.
We set a precedent with this that we don't want to set, because I don't care if the kid legitimately is like, Hamas is the greatest thing since sliced bread. The precedent set with this action is something that 20 years from now will be used against every American, because 20 years ago, the Patriot Act was implemented and it's been used to blow up American citizens with drones at a wedding. Oh shit. Now we have this on American soil where a kid was black bagged in his home by ICE. No, this needs to be the moment Americans step up. I've been saying it since the Patriot Act was implemented. If the founders were all woken up today, if Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, George Washington, all those badass motherfuckers woke up today from their graves and just walked around America right now, they would burn this motherfucker down.
Agreed.
Well, yeah.
They would look at this and go, no, this is no. They would look at the fact that, like, wait, you get tickets for speeding? You have these badass automobiles and you get tickets for speeding in them?
Bro, taxes?
What are the?
Bro, they
what
done
is it?
lost their
What
mind over how much taxes they
you
had.
you explain to Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, and George Washington the income tax, and then you explain to them that we have police. You explain to them that there is a thing called the police,
Tell 'em
which is
about
effectively a standing army. The thing that they hated the most, and we have a standing army in every major city. They
Dude,
would revolt.
the IRS.
They would lose their fucking minds. But then you explain to them the Patriot Act, where
Yeah.
they would lose the Patriot Act is 10 times worse than anything King George could have dreamt of. And it's named Patriot.
They're always misleading, in those bills.
And they would lose their fucking minds. They would burn this down. They would look at January 6th and go, "You guys called that an insurrection? There's not a gun there."
Oh man, I'm weak. Hey, the chat kind of salty that you was talking about, like I guess dude, be dodging them speeding tickets, huh?
Like they would lose their minds, and yet we're sitting here today with people who are actively, like I'm seeing it. People I'm not hearing it here, which is great. I'm loving the fact that it's kind of like, okay, but it maybe if he did it, but like for the most part, people are like, no. But I'm actively seeing it in other chats about it. People are like, no, that's a great thing. Deport the guy.
Yeah,
I'm a little hesitant on the whole deport the guy thing. I'm like, I just don't know enough.
Like I said, I mean, dude, if you're a criminal and you're here killing people, man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if
Like,
you're
that's-
somebody on a beast, dude, I agree.
I don't
and
think we should deport them. They're on American soil. Throw them in a prison.
Exactly. Yeah. I
Fuck
agree.
this deporting thing. Like just throw them in a prison. Try them here in America. Fuck this deporting thing, dude. Just keep them here. I've been saying it for a while. Trump would win so many points if he just said, you know what, if he had done it during the State of the Union, let's solve the immigration problem. Every single immigrant that is here illegally, every single one of you who jumped the border, show up at your local county office, make yourself known, pay $20,000.
It's on. All right, man. All right, let me go ahead and read out some of these super chats. Then we're gonna go ahead and skirt over to conspiracy hour. All right, man. And shut off Fox Chase. He says 9/11 was an inside job. Yep, we know, Mossad, CIA. And shout out my man Fox Chase coming in again. He said Patriot Act was created from the inside job on 9/11. And shout out Fox Chase again. So shout out for the triple threat. He says every war, every overstep of our righties and all the new money the Pentagon got started in 2001. Yeah, every war, every overstep of our righties and all the new money the Pentagon got started in 2000. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Anybody got any comments?
I mean, I'm not going to step into the 9/11 thing because I mean I'm one of the contrarians that I don't think it was both and not an inside job. It was a colossal failure of our intelligence agencies, while simultaneously it was technically an inside job because we created Osama bin Laden back during the Afghan Soviet War. And then we basically just let him loose on the world. But in terms of it being an inside job that we did, no. It was Osama bin Laden was a fucking genius. Last I checked, his IQ was somewhere in the 150s.
What?
The boy was balling too. He was balling.
Like
yeah,
the dude,
do you know he had like 20 something kids or so? It was more than that. I think it was like 30, 40 or something.
The dude was a mad, like the dude was every Bond villain rolled into one. The dude was a mad genius, and he created an organization that is he created a Bond villain organization. And I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, it was an inside job by the United States government to do something. No. I'm going to give full fucking credit to the actual mad genius who the first time he failed, like fucking Doofenshmort from fucking what's that show with the I can't remember the one Phineas and Ferb, like he screwed up the first time. He found out, oh, you can't just blow up the World Trade Center. The dude had a hard on for trying to destroy those towers. He screwed up the first time, and then he plotted and he plotted and he plotted. He's like, I've got it. I'm going to fly planes into it. And then when you understand what actually the impacts of those planes, man, a 767 with the amount of fuel that was on board hit those towers with the equivalent of a 1 kiloton explosion.
Okay, now guess, dude, I want to know, have you heard this before? Because all right, one of the guys in my job, he's in the military, I believe, Army. And he was telling me that there's actual footage of the military going in there, pretty much whooping Osama bin Laden's ass and executing his family in front of him.
Let's go.
There is some intel, some inside stories about how bad the situation was. The reason why they gave him the burial at sea was they basically caved his face in. Yeah. That's why they had to do it. Like when SEAL Team 6 went in and
his ass.
They didn't whoop his ass. When they came in and they came in, the person who took the kill shot did it with a I believe it was a Benelli M4. So it was a shotgun to the face.
Damn.
Yeah, because his brother was in the stairwell below, and then they fucking called his name. And he looked, and they fucking got him. And I watched the interview with the guy.
Yeah, it was pretty. They were like, "Oh, we
and
can't."
He was cold. He was cold, dude. He was just like, "Yeah, we just walked in, and there it was." Like, it's like, damn.
So, yeah, they were like, "Okay, we got to do burial. Let's see. There's no way we can show the body."
And then the official stance was that they didn't want a place for his burial because they didn't want anyone to build a shrine for him.
Now, bro. Now, this is what this dude was pretty much going off on. He was pretty much saying right hand to God that there's literally a video where because y'all made it sound like this was a speedy execution, but the way bro made it sound like they actually stood his ass up and Loki made him watch the execution of his family.
That's crazy. Wow.
There's potential. I mean, I've heard a few different versions of it. I mean, I wasn't in country at the time. My next deployment came. Let's see, that would have been about a year before my next deployment. Gotcha. So there was a lot of stories going through, and Afghanistan was not a pleasant place to be in the year after. There was a lot of pissed off, and basically it was like pure chaos in Afghanistan because the Taliban started fracturing pretty heavily, and Al Qaeda was pretty chaotic at the time.
All right, good. Let me go ahead and read these super chats real quick. He says, "Hey, Set, pronounce poverty correct." Man, fuck you. Poverty correctly. Man, appreciate it.
Damn.
Got me again. And shout out Fox Chase. He says, "Yes, dude." Wait, or my base. Well, I'm not sure he means you, but GD, he failed the first time. The government used him as a scapegoat for the second time from Saddam and all the new laws and the military complex budget. Yeah, Loki.
I mean, it's complicated to look at it. Like, so the actual attack was Osama. There's an old saying, never let a tragedy go to waste. They used the attack. They were like, oh shit, this attack happened. The intelligence agencies fell. They did multiple internal white paper investigations to find out exactly what failed. NSA basically went, fuck this. We're taking charge of the entire intelligence apparatus. CIA was like, we don't like that. CIA fractured into two separate organizations. We basically at this point have two CIAs now. And the weirdness of the CIA, like having had to work with CIA, we have baseline CIA, now we have OGA. OGA, they're a lot easier to deal with, and then we have true CIA. And OGA, which is other government agency, does a lot of contract work. I technically was OGA on my contracts. And it was weird being involved in contract work because you technically become State Department owned, and the State Department does the OGA, and they're technically underneath NSA. And it's weird dynamic the way everything's set up. And then you have Patriot Act that oversees all of it, and there's a bunch of weird dynamics that come into how all this works in the GWAT era. But the way the attacks happened was, it's a very rudimentary thing. We'd had up until this point people hijacking planes forever, and there was a standard that, like, I'm trying to remember. There's 7500, 7600, and 7700. These are ATC codes that are part of the transponder. 7700 is, hey, we're being hijacked. It was a standard code that every plane has. It just means, hey, we're being hijacked. It was a standard thing. If your plane's hijacked, you just go with it as a pilot. You do what the hijackers said. It's something that had been done since the late 60s, early 70s. Every pilot knew how to operate. It was standard operational procedures. If you get hijacked, you just do what the hijackers say.
Hey, smile and give him the money, right?
Yeah. This was the thing that they did. And this is how Osama bin Laden got away with 9/11. He trained 19 dudes to do a very specific job. Hijack 4 fucking planes and have them go do a mission. And he used the same tactics that had been used in the Middle East, going back to when the Israelis invented the suicide bombing tactics.
It was no, I didn't get into that. All right, this is where we move to conspiracy hour.
Well, this could be conspiracy hour. I'm basically giving you a good conspiracy hour right now. So Osama bin Laden used the technique of suicide jihadi technique to hijack 4 planes, and no one had used suicide tactics with hijackers before in planes. So they're like, oh, we're just going to take over your plane. And they told him, we're hijacking your plane and we're flying you to go somewhere. And we're going to basically, blah, blah, blah. So the pilots are like, oh, that's cool. We're just doing our thing. We're going to let you do your thing. We're going to go fly somewhere and you're going to get your money, or you're going to get X, Y, and Z. Dude, the second Die Hard was built around this premise.
Dude.
Like, how many Steven Seagal movies were built around the premise of somebody getting hijacked? There was a Harrison Ford Air Force One movie built around hijacking. This was a common thing, right? So the 4 planes get hijacked. The pilots go, cool, whatever. We'll go sit in these seats over here, chill, right? And then they flew into buildings. And then the messages get through that, oh, crap, this is a new dynamic. And then we had to go, oh, shit, now they're using planes as weapons. And the thing people don't understand is a plane with a full tank of gas has the yield of a small nuclear device when it impacts. 1 kiloton of yield at full speed. So you hit a building with 1 kiloton of yield, it does a fuck ton of damage. You hit a building at a certain height, it brings the whole building down. You don't need anything else. And that was the calculations that were done. Now, when the World Trade Center was first built, 767s weren't around. They were like 7. I believe the largest plane we had was like a 737 at the time. So that the calculations then were like half a kiloton. They were like, oh, that the building will be fine. They built those buildings with the idea of like, okay, it'll withstand that in a freaking Cat 5 hurricane. This was something people could do, right? But they never calculated 767s, 777s, right? These were not things they calculated. If they'd gotten hit by a modern Airbus, that building would have come down within 10 minutes.
So if it had that much, and I mean, the other one probably flew for a while, so its tank wasn't as full. But what about the one that hit or alleged one that hit the Pentagon?
That one probably hit with about 3/4 of a kiloton, and the one that went down in Pennsylvania probably hit with about 3/4 of a kiloton.
All right, now hold on, guys. Before you guys go any further into the conversation, I got to do my man Fox Chase a favor real quick, man. He says, Seth, play the video I sent in in the news and media in Discord and see what guests do things. Well, shout out. I got it pulled up right here. The mystery
Cool.
of the collapse of
Let's
the
see.
World Trade Center Building 7. Tucker Carlson and Sean Ryan. And then next we're gonna do the Tesla stolen tech and the new arms race, weather weapons and worse. I know, right? Sounds good, don't it?
We'll start declassifying documents. What possible justification could you have from hiding something from me? Because it's my government. Well, of course, the answer is because it's not your government. It belongs to the people who run it.
So that building got reported being down 26 minutes before it actually fell. And you can't...
Totally normal.
Yeah, right? There's a woman on BBC.
Shut up, conspiracy theorist.
There's a woman on TV. I feel like we're being pushed into civil war.
Yes. Oh, of course.
Everything has been a fucking lie.
Yeah. It's endless. And I mean, I have thoughts about every single thing you said. I mean, I guess the most obvious response is, well, let's start declassifying some documents. And why are there any 9/11? I mean, what was that actually? And I don't know the answer. I have a lot of theories about it. I was not fighting any wars, of course. I was just a journalist, but I was definitely I was paying close attention in Washington and in various locations around the world to how that unfolded at the time. And but why in the world would any 9/11 document remain classified?
Yeah.
And thousands are. And the fact that they are has stymied a series of lawsuits by the families of people who killed on 9/11 against the Saudi government. Now, whether those suits are justified or not, I have no idea, but I really don't know what I think about all of that. I suspect there's a lot of lying there too. But what's the possible rationale in keeping any of that classified? And the truth is, and this is true in our private lives as well as in our country's life, secrecy abets dishonesty, of course. It's like, I don't want my wife to see my phone. Why? Why? You know what I mean? A buddy of mine once said to me, have you heard of Life 360? And I was like, yeah, the thing where all your family members, he goes, yeah, my wife tried to get me on that. No fucking way. And I was like, why? Well, it's just no one's business. It's an invasion of privacy. I started laughing. We were in a hunting trip. I started laughing. I said, wow, you're... And by the way, I love privacy. I do. I think privacy is a prerequisite to humanity. Like, if no privacy, you can't be human. I believe in privacy. However, secrecy is a slightly different thing and a sinister thing, actually. Why in a democracy would we have big secrets? Particularly decades down the road or 80 years down the road, or in the case of the Kennedy assassination, 61 years down the road. Well, of course, the only reason is to keep misdeeds hidden. That's the only reason, period. It's not sources and methods, sorry.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's just declassify it and find out. And of course, that'll never happen because there is deception at the heart of that. Now, I don't know exactly why. I have some thoughts on it, but I don't know if they're true or not, so I'm not going to articulate them. But, there's definitely still a lot of lying about that. And people sense it. And whether they're right in their specific theories or not, I can't say. But they're right to be very suspicious of 9/11, absolutely. And we can prove that because there are many thousands of documents still classified. That is proof that there's something amiss, that there's lying, period. It's true of the Kennedy assassination. It's true of everything that remains hidden from us. What could possibly be the pretext for hiding what our government is doing if it is in fact our government? If this is an exercise in self-government, if this is whatever you want to call it, constitutional republic, democracy, whatever, if the people rule, what possible justification could you have from hiding something from me? Because it's my government. Well, of course, the answer is because it's not your government. It belongs to the people who run it. The organization exists for its own sake, not for...
Which is wild because we pay into this government, but we get no say in how it runs. It's wild.
Yours. You just pay for it.
We'll say that.
And that kind of justifies revolution right there. Now, I'm not rooting for revolution. Don't want one. A lot of people will die. I don't know if it'll work. They rarely improve anything. They leave lasting scars. I'm very anti-revolution. However, as an academic matter, you have the groundwork for one because the system itself is based on a lie. And the lie is that the government serves the people. And that, of course, is not true. It oppresses the people and uses them as cannon fodder and as bank accounts for its own sake. And that's not a system that can continue very long because it's fundamentally rotten.
I want to dive into
I don't want to believe any of this, but the evidence has convinced me.
I've heard you talk several times on Building 7. And I never looked into that until right before this interview, just because of time. And so that building got reported being down 26 minutes before it actually fell. And you can't
totally normal.
Yeah, right. There's a woman on BBC.
Shut up, conspiracy theorist.
There's a woman on TV talking on BBC talking about.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah, talking about how the building is already down, is already collapsed, and it's right behind her.
Well, let me just say,
26 minutes later, the building collapsed. What do you think? What do you think?
Well, first
that
of all,
is?
how dare you for noticing? It's really your fault for noticing that, I think. And I think you're a bad person for noticing it. Okay, just to be clear. That's the official position of Washington. Shut up. I don't know the answer, of course. I'm not a structural engineer. A lot of people think what happened to Building 7 seems impossible. A lot of structural engineers have written this and think that seems impossible. It seems impossible to me too, but I don't know. All I know is that as in the case that I described with NATO and Trump, if your answer to a sincere question like, how did that happen, is shut up, it's to attack me for asking the question, then I know you're rotten. I know you're serving evil. I mean, that's the hallmark of it. You're attacking me for asking an obvious question? Really? Because I'm not a slave. I don't work for you. I'm a free man in a supposedly free country. Therefore, I have an inalienable right, which is to say given by God right, to ask obvious questions or even non-obvious questions, any question I want. You can't attack me for that. You certainly can't punish me for it, but they will. So that just tells you that they're bad, period. Now, how bad? I don't know the answer to that. In what ways are they bad? I don't know, but they've already showed me they are bad. So, and those, by the way, are like people I know personally and live near and whose bidding I did unwittingly for years. So like I have a kind of bitterness and intensity about my feelings on these subjects that are just real. As I'm sure you do, because you fought their wars. You know what I mean? I didn't fight their wars. I just watched.
It's enraging.
Yeah.
Do you?
I mean,
I feel like we're being.
I was kind of wrecked to laugh in his face about that.
Being pushed
I was a bit wrecked.
into
Yes.
civil war.
Yes. Oh, of course.
I was like, whoa.
Who do you think is pushing? I mean,
it's all on instinct.
With the weaponization of media, social media, bots. I mean, all this, all the lies in the division. I mean,
of course.
Who do you think is pushing it? Or are we already in it?
Well, we're already in it. We're in definitely an undeclared conflict. It's a conflict, of course. If this were happening in another country, you would see this was, strife of some kind. I mean, who knows what to call it? But of course, I mean, it's the oldest. It is a strategy. I don't think it's ever fully articulated anywhere by anybody, but it's a conspiracy of like-minded instincts, as I noted at the beginning. People from the same class, the beneficiaries of our current system, understand what people all understand intuitively, which is divide and conquer. Like, fight amongst yourselves. Hey, white guy, it's the black guy's fault. Black guy, the white guy is impressing you or whatever. Racism is America's biggest problem, right? Okay. Racism is not America's biggest problem. That's for sure. Or whatever, the tranny thing or the Israel protests. The biggest thing happening in America is a fight in a faraway country. Huh? No. Over 100,000 people just died of fentanyl this year. Like, what? I'm not even taking a position on the Israel thing. I'm coming at this from very limited interest, actually. And I'm not against Israel. I like nice country to visit. I wish everybody well, just in general, I do. I want to, try to. But if you're telling me that conflict is the biggest thing happening in my country, fuck you, actually. Because no, it's not.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this.
All right, man. So what's your thoughts on that one?
All right. So, to the Building 7 situation. Okay. So
I've seen that video they're talking about too.
Well, I've done some heavy research into it. Yes, the BBC reporter did report early. It's not the first time reporters have reported stupid shit. If you watch, there's a reporter at the Pentagon who made a claim that the plane hit a taxi cab on the way in. There's no evidence that the plane hit a taxi cab, but it did clip it did clip over an overpass and take out a light pole before it came in and hit the building. Reporters report stupid shit when they're on the ground. They report stupid stuff, but
they report everything they see.
They report dumb stuff. I mean, they're stupid. On the ground reporters report stupid stuff. I mean, you could go on YouTube and you could go and watch stupid reporters reporting stupid stuff on the ground all the time. But people need to understand the way the towers fell. The debris field of the towers was 16 acres. Now, I don't know if you know how big a 16-acre area is, but that's a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah. That's a lot big area.
Now, the way the towers were built, I know it's kind of hard to imagine, but the outer shell of the towers was large. It was a very large shell. Those beams that were on the outskirts of it, they fell, and some of that debris was found up to 3-4 blocks away. And they fell in huge chunks and tore into the back half of the building 7 when the first tower fell, and caused massive structural damage and fires and all kinds of other issues. Now, that might have been what the BBC reporter was reporting. I don't know. I obviously wasn't on the ground in New York. Thank the fucking gods, right? But the issue is the debris filled. That wasn't the only building. Those weren't the only buildings that fell. Huge amounts of damage was done. We're talking tonnage. Like I want to say both towers. I'm doing this straight from memory. I want to say both towers weighed in at 20 million tons of steel, but I can't remember the exact amount. But I mean, these were massive constructs. Like, these are the kind of buildings that when they built them, they weren't even sure if the Chrysler building and the Empire State Building, right? They're not even sure if they ever want to bring them down, they're not even sure how to bring them down safely, like in a controlled demo. Like, if they ever want to bring them down and replace them with something else, they're not sure how to do it. That's how big these kinds of buildings are. Okay.
Well, sure. Yeah, you just clear out the next couple blocks too, right?
Yeah, these are the kinds of things that once they're up, they're permanent, and these, like, they're huge. Like, so the damage that was done destroyed the building 7. All the World Trade Center complex was basically crushed underneath the debris. And we're talking huge amounts of fire came down with it, because again, a 1 kiloton detonation wiped out, I think it was like 9-10 floors on both buildings were just vaporized by the explosion. So it was a massive event. We're talking huge explosions, huge amounts of damage done, and Building 7 was vaporized. Now, in terms of why stuff was classified, I think a lot of it comes down to Saudi Arabia. At least 2 or 3 of the princes I would put money on did help fund Osama bin Laden, because he was technically at one point a Saudi Arabian prince, or at least related to, in some strange way, the Saudi Arabian princes. And I think the fact that the United States government has insane, crazy ties to the Saudi Arabians. And when you start researching Saudi Arabia, you need to and no, Fox, it's not that I have trust in the U.S. government. It has nothing to do with that. Research Saudi Arabia. The reason we're so fucking involved with Israel is because we're allied to Saudi Arabia. And the reason we have to deal with Iran is because Saudi Arabia and Iran are in a huge fucking Cold War. And the reason we have the problems we do is because of Wahhabism, which is what rules over Saudi Arabia, which is technically a Christian/Jewish created type of Islam that is embedded into Saudi Arabia. Some of the Saudi princes are Jewish. Some of the Saudi princes are Christian. Some of them are Jewish Christian. Some of them are old Crusader kings. The whole thing of Saudi Arabia, when you start to understand what Saudi Arabia really is, the fact that it was an old British ally, and when we took over the mantle of the British Empire after World War II and got embedded into a lot of the issues, it explains why we're dealing with Yemen now. You need to understand Saudi Arabia. Most of the lawsuits and why stuff is classified, why we can't sue and why stuff is covered up comes down to that. The other classified information comes down to the fact that the Let's Roll story was bullshit. We shot down Flight 93.
Oh, damn. All right, let's move on to the next conspiracy.
Explain to me how we got cell phone calls from a plane in 2001.
Huh. I think I'm stumped on the most of this stuff. You got me.
Yeah. Cell phone calls in 2001 at 20,000 feet. No, that thing was shot down.
What does it matter, dude? Like, I don't really know how the waves work, but I mean, can you just point it down and it would hit the tower? I mean, does that make sense? Like,
you could barely get a cell phone signal now on a plane because of how high up it is.
that's fair, dude.
So the thing is, they came up with a cover story for the fact they realized that plane was on a trajectory for either Capitol Hill or the White House. And they were like, that's not allowed. We've already had one hit the Pentagon. We're not losing the White House or Capitol Hill. Shoot that fucking plane down.
Right, yeah.
And they're like, how we're not explaining to the American people that we had to shoot down a plane with, I believe 190 people on it. Cover that up.
All right, let's get to the last video of the night, guys.
So yeah, that's where most of the classified information came from. They classified that, and I guarantee somewhere in that World Trade Center, as many floors that were on that building, some of the classified information came down to the fact we probably had CIA operations in that building. We probably had NSA operations in that building, and they had to classify information about what kind of offices were in that building. We probably had stuff. That building was huge. We probably had stuff rented out in that building. So they probably had to classify, oh crap, floor 93 had a CIA operation running in it, and we had to classify that.
I'll say you don't hear people talk much about the plane they shot down. They talk about everything else when they talk. They do this 9/11 specials every year or whatever, and yeah, they don't really bring that one up that much.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, they had phones on planes, but I seriously doubt the freaking terrorists that were walking up and down the aisles were letting them use the freaking phones embedded in the seats. That's the issue.
All right, now, guys. All right, but we do got to get on to the last video of the night. I do appreciate y'all coming on, man. I ain't gonna lie, that was a great conversation. Who knew it was gonna go to the Houthis to 9/11? But hey, here we are. So, all right, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and get y'all up out of here. Then we're gonna go ahead and end off with I say a Tesla conspiracy theory.
All right.
Yeah, man. Later, brother.
Later, bro. Have a good one. All right, man. Let's get right to it.
The 190-foot tower on Long Island wasn't for radio signals. It was for wireless energy transmission across the planet. And this wasn't theoretical. Tesla demonstrated wireless power at the 1893 World's Fair. He lit phosphorescent tubes without wires. The crowd was amazed. Tesla believed Earth could conduct electricity like a circuit. The secret was the ionosphere, an electrically charged...
Oh, and one more thing. Fox Chase, shout out. He says, guess, dude, my mom was a flight attendant. I flew with her in the 90s, and we had a phone on every seat. I called my best friend, and they had phones on planes. All right, there it is. He has phones on planes. officially there's phones on planes. So shout out. And you know, hey, your mom's a flight attendant. Lit. Hey man, this man Fox Chase was everywhere.
Atmospheric layer starting 50 miles up.
And by lit, I mean interesting and exciting.
By pumping electromagnetic energy into this layer, he could create a planet-wide resonance system.
A planet-wide resonance system? Ay, vey. Hello, tech support? Yeah, my human is speaking nerd again. I need a translation.
Well, think of it like pushing a child on a swing.
Guppy.
Think of it like pushing a guppy on a swing. Small pushes timed right create large sustained motion. Tesla wanted to push the ionosphere at a frequency matching the Earth's resonance. This would create stable waves circling the planet. Earth resonates at 7.83 hertz, and this was proven in 1954. Tesla suspected this, but wasn't certain. He needed financing to continue. J.P. Morgan initially funded the project, but withdrew when he realized Tesla wanted to provide free electricity worldwide. Morgan asked, if anyone can draw the power, where do we put the meter? Without Morgan's support, Tesla was ruined. In the 1930s, Tesla announced Teleforce. The press called it a death ray. Tesla said it can generate an invisible wall of energy capable of destroying aircraft and armies from hundreds of miles away. We have a whole episode on Tesla's death ray and Wardenclyffe Tower if you want to learn more.
It's linked down in your love luggage.
When Tesla died in 1943, the US government responded fast. His body was still warm as his entire legacy was packed into government crates. Tesla's dream died with him, but his research lived on, in the hands of men who saw not free energy, but unlimited power. Tesla's technical documents were sent to an MIT professor for review. That professor was Dr. John Trump, the future president's uncle. Dr. Trump, also a National Defense Research Committee member, said Tesla's research contained nothing valuable. That wasn't true.
Oh, look, make America lie again.
The military quietly continued Tesla's work. Some research went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base under Project Nick. This was a top-secret operation launched in 1945 to study Tesla's particle beam weapon. Project Nick's details remain classified. The project was officially abandoned, but particle beam research continued. DARPA launched Project Seesaw in 1958. Like Project Nick, Seesaw was heavily funded for years, and like Project Nick, Seesaw was quietly shut down. During this time, Tesla's particle beam technology disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to it. Then, years later, DARPA and the US Air Force built an expensive secret facility in Alaska. The technology there would look familiar to Tesla historians. The military claims the facility is only for research, but that's not what the patents say. In 1987, physicist Bernard Eastland filed a patent titled Method and Apparatus for Altering a Region in the Earth's Atmosphere, Ionosphere, and/or Magnetosphere. The patent described a facility that could heat specific ionosphere portions using radio waves. Eastland wasn't working alone. Arco Technologies funded his research. Arco owned vast natural gas reserves in Alaska's North Slope, but had no buyers. They saw Eastland's invention as a way to convert their gas into something valuable, power. And Eastland's technology needed lots of power.
Arco originally approached me in 1984 to find a use for the natural gas on the North Slope of Alaska, which they could not sell. To give you a feel for how much gas, they asked me to find an application.
Hey, and shout out to my man Daniel Welch, man. He ain't too much. He just wanted to show some support, man. Hey, be safe out there on patrol, man.
For it was enough
the way you've been talking sounds like y'all on cleanup duty, man. I love to hear it.
Gas to produce all the electricity in the United States for a full year.
The technology is straightforward. A powerful radio signal is transmitted into the ionosphere targeting a specific region. This energy excites charged particles, heating them and altering their properties. The heated region acts like an optical lens, but instead of bending light, it bends and redirects radio waves. This includes radar signals and natural currents in Earth's upper atmosphere. This is like inserting a resistor into a global electrical circuit. The lens could create effects thousands of miles away from the transmission site. Within a year of Eastland's patent filing, ARCO was awarded a contract to build a similar facility in Alaska. When locals read about it in the March 1988 Omni magazine, they grew concerned. The military insisted they were building a research facility, nothing more.
Do not believe the government.
They didn't. They looked up Eastland's patent and the language was crystal clear.
Applications discussed in the patents included destroying missiles. Communications control and disruption were included. There were some other ideas, both to possibly modify weather and finally to lift a portion of the upper atmosphere further out into space.
Oh, and yeah. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Make sure to get your green out today.
Where hopefully it would be able to deflect missile trajectories.
Those are Eastland's own words. This wasn't an invention for ionospheric research. As HAARP rose in the Alaskan wilderness, the military's intentions were obvious. They weren't just studying the sky, they were weaponizing it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
There are several high-powered radio antennas around the world, but in relation to HAARP, they're like a child's cat gun compared to a 50-millimeter cannon.
When locals discovered what DARPA and the Air Force were building in Alaska, they demanded answers. The military admitted to building antennas that could affect the atmosphere, but insisted they use technology different than Eastland's patents.
Hang on. Let me see if I follow.
Go ahead.
Tesla dies. The government steals his plans for a death ray machine. They lose the plans. Then, by some miracle, they find a guy who patents a bunch of stuff based on Tesla's death ray machine. So they give him money to build this HAARP thing, but they're not using his stuff. They're using some other stuff, and it's all fine. Nothing to see here. Does that about sum it up? Bullshit.
Eastland later confirmed the military's interest in his work. Before his death in 2007, he said, "HAARP is the perfect first step toward a plan like mine. There are powerful people involved. The military never sleeps."
When you look at the other patents built upon the work of Eastland, it becomes clear how the military intends to use a HAARP transmitter. It could give them a tool to replace the electromagnetic pulse effect of some atmospheric thermonuclear devices still considered an option by some planners. It can replace the huge, extremely low-frequency submarine communication system. It could replace the over-the-horizon radar system once planned for the current location of HAARP with a much more accurate system.
The technical similarities between HAARP and Eastland's patents are obvious to engineers. By 1993, DARPA and the Air Force had built a machine that could turn weather into a weapon, and they were excited to show off their new toy.
The statement that there is no association between the ionosphere and surface weather is an outright lie. We can artificially influence the Earth's aurora with a relatively small amount of energy, and we know that outbursts of the northern lights do change weather patterns. There is indeed mounting evidence that upper atmospheric events affect lower atmospheric weather and vice versa.
So we can do it.
In 1996, the U.S. Air Force published Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025. This wasn't science fiction. It was a military assessment of weather modification as a combat tool. The paper stated weather modification will become part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive and defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. Weather warfare isn't new. During Vietnam, the U.S. conducted Operation Popeye.
Can you imagine fighting with the clouds and the weather? Wild.
Cloud seeding to extend monsoon season over enemy supply routes. They called it making mud, not war.
The military and its cute operation names. It's like naming a guillotine Mr. Snippy.
For years, the idea of creating rain with electricity was a conspiracy theory.
But then...
Dubai is making it rain in a sweltering desert by zapping clouds with electricity using drones.
Fascinating, isn't it?
These people.
Critics argue HAARP's power is too low to affect global weather. A lightning bolt contains 1 billion watts. A hurricane releases energy equal to thousands of nuclear bombs. How could HAARP compete? Well, the answer is chaos theory. Weather is a chaotic system. In chaotic systems, small changes trigger larger events. The classic example is the butterfly effect.
Yes, didn't cut ya.
We're not playing pub trivia.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
HAARP's designers understood chaos theory. They didn't need to match nature's power. They just needed to know where to apply the pressure. A butterfly's wings can start a tornado, and HAARP was the most powerful butterfly ever created.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
What they're not paying any attention to is what's happening to the ionosphere. If they pick the right frequency to push that plume out into space, that energy may discharge back out of the ionosphere, back down the radio beam, and strike the Earth. And it would be about 100 times the energy released out of a thunderbolt.
Damn.
Wow. Picking up now.
Holy. That's scary. Woo! Ironically, this was actually happening to me 2 days ago. I remember this bullshit, bro. This is literally what was happening to me. We had a whole thunderstorm, and I'm telling you, there was no rain, barely any rain, just all thunder, just hitting the ground, shaking the crib. But you know me, I'm a real one, you know me. I ain't scared. Nothing. Sight now. I ain't gonna. I was a little bit shook.
And it would be about 100 times the energy released out of a thunderbolt.
Meteorologist Edward N. Lorenz presented this concept in 1972. And his point was something as small as a butterfly could set off a series of events that eventually lead to a tornado. History is full of butterfly effects. Hitler wanted to be an artist, but he was rejected by the art school in Vienna. He chose a different path. On August 9th, 1945, the city of Kokura was supposed to be hit with an atomic bomb, but it was too cloudy to find the target, so Nagasaki was chosen instead. HAARP doesn't need to match nature's power. It needs a tiny, precise nudge at the right place and time to trigger catastrophe. By 1977, weather manipulation was such a concern that the UN banned it through the Environmental Modification Convention.
Did the United States military listen to the UN?
No. The UN specifically addressed HAARP in 1999, again calling for a ban on technologies that can alter the environment for military purposes.
Did the United States military listen to the UN this time?
No. The UN issued multiple resolutions calling for transparency, oversight, and international monitoring of facilities like HAARP.
Did the United States military, oh, never mind.
In 2002, Russian President Vladimir Putin expressed concern about geophysical weapons that could alter the weather. He was talking about HAARP. Then Russia and China built their own ionospheric heaters. They saw the military value. An arms race nobody talks about is happening above our heads right now. But HAARP had another ability more powerful than changing weather. By pulsing radio waves at specific frequencies, HAARP created low-frequency waves that penetrate deep into the earth and oceans.
What's most scary and exciting about HARP is the potential of its application. For example, ELF waves generated by the array could be used for a variety of military applications, including finding underground bases, tunnels, even caves. The government is interested in HARP technology because it's a new frontier, a new way to solve an old problem.
These waves oscillate between 1 and 100 hertz, precisely within natural atmospheric resonance. Then scientists wondered, what would happen if those energy waves were directed not at the atmosphere, but at fault lines deep within the Earth? When scientists examine earthquakes, they focus on two factors: tectonic stress and resonant frequency. Every object vibrates at a natural frequency. Metal, rock, your body. Exposing an object to its natural frequency amplifies vibrations. And sometimes vibrations grow so strong, they damage the object, like sound shattering a glass. This is called resonant frequency-induced material failure. It works.
I ain't gonna lie, if you could do that with your voice, you the GOAT, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm jealous. And I'm also jealous of the people who can like make the glass ring with the tip of their fingers. Like, how the fuck y'all do that, bro? Oh my God. I just love to know.
On large objects too. A famous example is the collapse of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge in 1940. Wind hitting the bridge at its resonant frequency created vibrations that tore it apart. The Earth's tectonic plates also have a resonant frequency. Fault lines are cracks in the Earth's crust that build up enormous tension as they move against each other. The right trigger can release this tension.
In 1983, I did radiotomography with 30 watts, looking for oil in the ground. I found 26 oil wells over a 9-state area, and 100% of the time was accurate with just 30 watts of power beaming straight into solid rock. HARP, or the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, uses 2 billion watts beamed straight into the ionosphere for experiments. Now, that's profoundly dangerous.
On January 2nd, 2020, a devastating 7.0 magnitude earthquake struck Haiti, killing over 200,000 people. What made this earthquake suspicious was its location. It occurred along a fault system that behaved differently than geologists had predicted. And several monitoring stations recorded unusual heating patterns and electromagnetic anomalies in the ionosphere over Haiti. HARP was active during this period. Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez accused the United States of causing the earthquake using tectonic weapons.
Spanish newspaper ABC quotes Chavez as saying that the U.S. Navy launched a weapon capable of inducing a powerful earthquake off the shore of Haiti.
And this theory was dismissed until researchers examined the technical possibility. Similar patterns appeared with other seismic events. The 2008 Sichuan earthquake killed nearly 90,000 people. Some researchers saw correlations between this disaster and HARP operations. The 2011 earthquake that triggered the Fukushima disaster also coincided with ionospheric anomalies detected by multiple stations. These correlations concern China enough that in 2018, they launched the China Seismo-Electromagnetic Satellite designed to study connections between the ionospheric disturbances and earthquakes. Chinese researchers published papers examining correlations between ionospheric heating and seismic activity. As evidence mounted, a pattern emerged. Major earthquakes were occurring where HARP's energy had been detected hours earlier. But the most disturbing application of this technology had nothing to do with the sky above us or the ground beneath our feet. HARP's technology could penetrate the ultimate boundary, the human mind. The human brain operates within specific frequency ranges, from about 1 hertz to 40 hertz, depending on how alert you are. These are ELF sounds.
Sounds like an elf. We talking Legolas or one of Santa's slaves?
Not elf, ELF.
Oh, my second wife generated ELF sounds. Extremely loud and furious.
That's not what ELF stands for.
Yeah, tell that to a lawyer. After 15 minutes I hit ELF, I signed over the keys to my '84 Camaro. Oh, I love that car.
ELF means extremely low frequency. HARP can generate waves in exactly the same range as human brainwaves. When you ask HARP officials about this, they point out their antenna array doesn't generate ELF waves directly. But when you ask the government questions, you have to be specific. HARP can't generate ELF waves, that's true. But it can heat the ionosphere in a way that creates ELF waves as a byproduct. Documents show that HARP generated ELF waves for years. This is concerning because electromagnetic fields can influence brain function. The phenomenon is called frequency following response, or FFR. Dr. Nick Begich, author of Angels Don't Play This HARP, explains.
It has the ability of affecting the frequency following response, which is where the brain locks onto an external signal, begins to mirror it, and brain chemistry changes.
So even simpler than that is HARP can control minds.
Absolutely can control in the sense of changing mental function.
Begich is called a conspiracy theorist, but FFR is proven science. And you know who proved it? The US military. In the 1980s, Dr. Michael Persinger conducted research partly funded by the US Navy. He showed that weak electromagnetic fields applied to the temporal lobe could induce altered states, including religious experiences and hallucinations. When exposed to an external frequency, the brain tends to synchronize with it. This is why bright flashing lights can trigger seizures in some people.
Oh, is this why every time I'm in the dentist's office, I suddenly know all the lyrics to It's Raining Men?
I don't think so.
Oh, good. Hallelujah. Amen.
Let's not skirt past something. It said it can give you a religious experience, right? So you know how some religions have these very extremist groups? Yeah, who's to say that they didn't give some of these people a extreme religious experience and now they believe these crazy things? I know, right? Like, isn't that kind of strange? They can give you a religious experience. We're not going to act like that hasn't changed people's lives forever. That could pretty much turn you and radicalize you in a different direction. We're not going to pretend like that can't happen, right?
The European Parliament takes this technology seriously. Resolution A4005/1999 specifically mentioned HARP while expressing concern about manipulative capabilities affecting human health and psychology. The resolution called for transparency regarding HARP's ethical implications.
Does the United States military listen to the EU?
No.
Nah.
Because HARP uses the ionosphere, it could influence mental states of people over large areas. It could cause hallucinations, alter emotions, induce seizures, all without their knowledge. HARP officials deny mind control allegations, but the CIA denied researching mind control too. Then MKUltra was exposed and showed the CIA was exploring the exact same technology. Other countries were paying attention. In 1998, a Russian military journal published "The Mind Has No Firewall." It was later republished by the U.S. Army War College. The article warned the human mind is vulnerable to electromagnetic intrusion. Mind control technology is not science fiction, it's science fact. And as the United States continues to refine its capabilities, other world powers are racing to catch up.
Why not? Or I can make you think you're hearing God.
The HARP conspiracy theories go back to the 1980s. The story's been covered so much that I was surprised at how many people asked me to do this one. But in researching HARP, I was surprised at how scientifically possible all the theories are. I was also surprised that so much of the science is based on Tesla's work. But how much of this is true? Well, first, HARP is definitely a high-power radio transmitter designed to heat the ionosphere for research. The facility is real. It operates. It conducts legitimate scientific experiments. These are facts. Second, defense agencies funded and operated HARP for most of its history. The Air Force, Navy, and DARPA don't typically invest hundreds of millions of dollars in purely scientific projects without military applications. Now, this doesn't prove as a weapon, but it suggests HARP has capabilities beyond what's publicly acknowledged. Third, the patents that formed HARP's foundation specifically describe weather modification and Earth-penetrating applications. Bernard Eastland, who developed these patents, confirmed their potential military uses before he died in 2007. The more extreme claims about HAARP causing specific hurricanes or triggering earthquakes lack definitive proof. Correlations exist between HAARP operations and certain disasters, but correlation isn't causation. Earthquakes and severe weather existed long before HAARP. The facility's 3.6 million watts seems too low to directly cause major weather events or earthquakes, but scientists confirm weather systems are chaotic enough that small targeted inputs could have major effects. Claims about mind control also can't be proven, but the science of electromagnetic influence on brain function is real and well documented. HAARP generates frequencies that overlap with human brainwaves, but the signal reaching populated areas would probably be too weak to have any noticeable effects. Maybe. Probably. In 2015, HAARP ownership transferred from the military to the University of Alaska Fairbanks.
The University of Alaska Fairbanks is preparing to take control of the high-frequency active auroral program, more commonly known as HAARP, next month.
Officials called this a move toward transparency. Critics saw it as rebranding a military weapon as an academic resource. The university now allows public tours and independent researchers, but former DARPA employees have said the most sensitive equipment was removed before the handover. What remains is only a fraction of HAARP's capabilities. So is HAARP an innocent research project or a doomsday device? Well, the truth is probably somewhere in between. Like many advanced technologies, it exists where scientific research overlaps with potential military use. What makes HAARP concerning isn't what we know, but what remains classified.
Like certain pharmaceutical trial documents that they once sealed for 75 years.
Despite many Freedom of Information requests, significant portions of HAARP's operational history and technical capabilities remain redacted or withheld. This continued secrecy, decades after HAARP was built, will continue to fuel speculation. In many ways, HAARP represents our species' growing capacity to affect natural systems on a planetary scale. Whether through climate change, geoengineering, or manipulating the ionosphere, humanity can alter Earth's basic systems, often without fully understanding the consequences.
How dare you! Oh, you didn't see that coming?
HAARP also says something about power. The power structure that most affects our lives remains hidden. We're told not to worry. We're told the military is looking out for us. But history teaches a different lesson. From Project MK Ultra to Operation Northwoods, secrecy rarely serves the public good. The technology Tesla dreamed would liberate humanity now sits behind barbed wire fences.
And shout out my man Firing says, "Set, when are you gonna smoke a blunt?" Man, I mean, I've been kind of kicking in with the bong. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not even gonna lie.
Fences, operated by organizations with classified budgets and limited oversight.
U.S. Pentagon fails. Oh yeah, seventh audit in a row. Of course, that's what they always do.
Tesla's dream wasn't just about free energy, it was about free knowledge. The military took both. So what can we do? Question everything. Research these facilities. Support independent monitoring. Demand transparency. Because as the skies above us become weaponized, we can't remain silent. To those in power, our silence is interpreted as only one thing: consent. Thanks to War Thunder for...
And alrighty, man. I ain't even gonna lie. That was a good one. That was a good one. But now, like I said, we gotta go ahead and close this one out because it is late. And your man and your boy got work tomorrow. So